Honourable Members, the Deputy Speaker.
Are there any statements by honourable members? Member for Curtin.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. There's been a lot of noise around this budget, and I'm worried we're going to lose sight of something important. This budget contains a genuine step forward to level the playing field on housing. I've been pushing for changes to the capital gains tax and negative gearing for housing since I was first elected in 2022, because its current structure overwhelmingly favours wealthy investors at the expense of younger, less well-off potential owner-occupiers. More than 80% of the benefit of the CGT discount flows to the top 10% of income earners, and last year more than 80% of new investor loans were for existing properties, not new houses. Our tax system has supercharged demand for existing homes and tilted the playing field heavily against younger Australians trying to buy their first home. That needed to change. For property investment, these are good reforms. But I hold real concerns about the extension of the CGT reforms beyond the housing sector. In particular, these CGT changes risk real harm to Australia's start-up sector and to start-up founders, employees and investors. These are not the people this reform was aimed at, and they should not be its collateral damage. Extending CGT reforms beyond property to other asset classes will disincentivise risk-taking and investment in productive assets. I acted on this immediately. The day after the budget, I wrote directly to the Treasurer. I raised it in question time, and I raised it with the Assistant Treasurer in person. The government has committed publicly to getting the right arrangements in place for early-stage businesses, and I'll be holding them to that. And since then, I've heard more from constituents about how this will affect them. Aaron, who's 39, told me he's been investing in high-growth assets and working for tech startups to gain equity at the risk of low job security so that he and his wife and 2 children may one day afford the Australian dream, their own home. Katrina pointed out that offering equity is one way to attract good people in the tech space. Reducing the benefit of longer-term equity will be a problem for recruiting and maintaining talent in small, innovative businesses. I heard from WaveX, an innovative energy startup based in Curtin, about the fear that the good parts of the budget may be dwarfed by the potential implications of a CGT increase, which will reduce the number of investors and the capital available to fund startups like WaveX. I urge the government to not rush these changes through, but to use the parliamentary processes to listen, address the unintended consequences and pass the best version of these laws so we can create a level playing field for property, but also incentivise investment where the country needs it.
Member for Lalor.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, on April 28th, I had the pleasure of attending a Pacific Community Roundtable hosted by the Grange Prep to 12 College in my electorate, alongside the Assistant Minister for Pacific Island Affairs, Senator Nita Green, and Tonga's Minister for Internal Affairs, including the PALM scheme, the Honourable Fane Fotu Fituafi. Grange Prep to 12 was an important place for this conversation, with the school home to one of the largest Pacific student cohorts in Victoria and an exemplar. The roundtable brought together community members from local churches, local rugby clubs and not-for-profit initiatives, families from across the electorate and community leaders to discuss the issues impacting Pacific diaspora communities, including experiences connected to the PALM scheme. We heard directly from Lawler's Pacific community about their experiences, challenges and perspectives helping strengthen connections between diaspora communities and the Pacific region. I want to thank the school community, Principal David Smiley, Deputy Principal Meredith Clancy, and all who attended for the important conversations about inclusion, representation and connection across the Pacific community in Lalor. On Thursday the 7th of May, I welcomed the Speaker to Tarneet Rise Primary School in my electorate. He delivered the Parliament in Schools program, where students had the opportunity to learn more about democracy, the role of the Speaker in Parliament and my role as their local member and Chief Government Whip. It was wonderful to see the students so engaged. Over 100 grade 5s, all desperately seeking to ask thoughtful questions about how our Parliament works and how this impacts their community. Following the session, staff and students gathered to unfurl the giant Australian flag, which of course has flown above Parliament House, before proudly singing both verses of the Australian National Anthem. I would like to thank Principal Nadia Bettio, the staff and students at Tarneet Rise Primary School for their warm welcome, for hosting us at their beautiful school, and a special thanks to Speaker Milton Dick for taking the roadshow down south to Victoria. On Anzac Day, I was honoured to join the Werribee RSL and thousands of locals at the Anzac Dawn service at the Werribee Cenotaph. Together, we honoured the courage, sacrifice and service of ADFL personnel across the generations. Their sacrifice continues to shape our national identity and is reflected thoughtfully in my community. It was a privilege to lay a wreath alongside the State Member for Werribee, John Lister, and the State Member for Tarneet, Dylan White. I thank the Werribee RSL and all those who attended for organising a moving and respectful service. Thank you.
Member for Lindsay.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Right now, in the middle of a relentless cost of living crisis, community spirit has never been more important. Behind the economic statistics are real Australians skipping meals, turning off heaters and quietly lining up for food relief for the first time in their lives. And in those moments, there is usually a volunteer nearby saying, "You don't have to do this alone." Across Australia, 9.5 million people volunteered in 2025 through formal or informal volunteering or both. Almost 43% of Australians over the age of 15. In my electorate of Lindsay, I'm proud to call more than 15,000 people my friends indeed, because they really are the engines helping those struggling financially, emotionally and socially to keep going. People like the volunteer fireys of the Landalo Rural Fire Brigade, who I had the great honour of joining this year to celebrate their 75th anniversary. That's 75 years of ordinary locals hearing the pager sound and walking out the door whilst the rest of the community shelters inside. And that spirit still burns brightly in Landalo today, in people like the late Kevin Cremiri, who dedicated an extraordinary 63 years of service to the brigade. So I was incredibly proud to help replace the brigade's old tattered flag and with a new flag that flew over Parliament House on National Flag Day 2025. A very small gesture for a brigade built on generations of sacrifice, courage and service. A spirit so strong it was recognised across the oceans during the 2020-21 Black Summer bushfires. As flames tore through parts of Australia and volunteer fireys worked around the clock, the spirit of Landilo reached all the way across the world when the Welsh town of Landilo in Carmarthenshire held fundraisers to support our local brigade, a small town in Wales standing beside a small brigade in Western Sydney. This year, I was also deeply proud to stand with the Penrith Nashos as they celebrated 75 years since that first national service intake in 1951 and held their final organised commemorative service. It was profoundly moving to read the prayer for our servicemen and women alongside men who have carried the values of duty, of sacrifice and mateship through an entire lifetime of service. I also want to acknowledge the more than 80 volunteers at Nepean Food Services. They deliver thousands of meals and hours of support each year, but they deliver more than food. They deliver connection and they deliver that one person that comes to the door if somebody's lonely. They do so much for our community. As Landilo RFS marks 75 years and as the Penrith Nashos close a chapter on their final commemorative service, we are not just marking dates, we're watching one generation of service hand the torch to another. And thank goodness we still have people like this in our communities, and particularly mine, willing to step forward and support people when they're most in need.
Member for Newcastle.
Thank you. Well, I rise today to celebrate one of Newcastle's true environmental treasures, the Hunter Wetlands Centre, and its recent feature on the ABC's iconic television program, Gardening Australia. For Novocastrians, the Wetlands Centre is much more than just a beautiful natural space. It's a place of remarkable regeneration, an important industrial and urban buffer, and a vital place of education, conservation, community and connection. Built on the site of a former industrial land, it stands as a powerful example of environmental restoration done right. Proof that nature can thrive when communities come together with vision and determination. The national spotlight from Gardening Australia showcased not only the incredible biodiversity of the wetlands, but also the dedication of the staff, volunteers and environmental advocates who care for this remarkable place each and every day. Visitors from across the country now have the chance to see what locals have known for years, that the Hunter Wetland Centre is one of Australia's great urban wetlands and a sanctuary for wildlife right in the heart of our region. To everyone involved with the centre, thank you for protecting this special place, not just for today, but also for future generations and for continuing to make Newcastle proud. Today, I want to acknowledge the extraordinary contribution of Rosemary Milson, who after 14 years of leading the Newcastle Writers' Festival has been appointed as the new Director of Adelaide Writers' Week. For more than a decade, Rosemary has shaped Newcastle into one of Australia's great literary cities through the founding and leadership of the Newcastle Writers' Festival. What began as a bold local idea when Rosemary was a full-time journalist still at the Newcastle Herald, it's grown into one of the nation's most respected literary festivals, bringing world-class writers, thinkers and storytellers to our city while nurturing local voices and fostering a lifelong love of reading and ideas. Rosemary's appointment to the Adelaide Writers' Week is a richly deserved recognition of her talent, her integrity and her vision. It's also a testament to the strength of Newcastle's creative and cultural sectors that one of our own has been chosen to lead one of the world's most celebrated literary events. And while we will certainly miss Rosemary's leadership at the Newcastle Writers' Festival, we know that she will not only play an important role in the transition of that leadership, but she will be bringing the same passion, intelligence and generosity that she showed to Newcastle down to Adelaide. On behalf of the people of Newcastle, I thank Rosemary for being such an outstanding advocate for the writers and her strong understanding of the cultural conversations shaping Australia today. I wish her every success in this exciting new chapter.
Member for Forest.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker, and I rise on behalf of my electorates and indeed the southwest corner of Western Australia to express our profound disappointment at being ignored and completely left high and dry by the Labor budget. A budget of betrayal built on lies, higher taxes, higher debt, more migrants and less housing. We put forward, very sensibly to government, some economically and productive infrastructure investment proposals which included the Busselton Margaret River Airport, which from humble beginnings as a tin shed now hosts more than 200,000 passenger movements a year. These are both for the recreational and tourism sectors with direct flights to Melbourne and Sydney, but importantly also for the some 5,000 plus FIFO workers in the southwest who leave their families and leave our community to travel to the far north of Western Australia to work for weeks at a time in the iron ore mines that generate billions of dollars for the Commonwealth and for the state of Western Australia. Those royalties, the billions of dollars of royalties that those hard-working FIFO folks generate for our country should be rewarded with the small and modest investment that is upgrading the Busselton Margaret River Airport. At the current sort of state of play, there are people waiting to board a flight who can't even clear security because the cleared zone is so small that just 2 flights at once means that there's insufficient standing room for people to clear security. That's how parlous that the situation has become, and it isn't exactly the sort of world-class experience that you'd hope that the people that travel to Margaret River for a premium tourism experience, to come and experience the very best of Western Australia's wine industry, not to mention the breathtaking scenery, the pristine beaches and the iconic Karri forests of the southwest. That was just one humble ask in this budget that was completely ignored. WA's share of infrastructure funding has fallen to its seemingly all-time lows. I can't help but think this is smoke and mirrors from a government that says on the one hand it is committed to Western Australia's GST deal, but on the other is pulling funding from every program in the infrastructure portfolio that would otherwise be put into Western Australian projects. We'll continue to call it out and we'll continue to bang the drum for what is a small and sensible investment that would diversify the local economy in the southwest of Western Australia and ensure that this mining boom isn't wasted once again.
Member for Reid.
I recently visited the Working Women's Centre, New South Wales, located in my electorate, with the Minister for Employment and Workplace Relations, Amanda Rishworth. The centre is a free specialist service supporting women with workplace issues, including sexual harassment and discrimination, wage theft, bullying, and workplace exploitation. The centre provides legal advice and representation alongside education training and law reform work aimed at improving conditions for women at work. We got to hear from the Assistant Principal Solicitors at the centre, Shamila Bargon and Kelly McDonald. As I listened to them talk about their work, I was so inspired by their commitment to improving the lives of women. Many of their clients had nowhere to turn, no one on their side. They had been battling unfair work practices on their own and gotten nowhere. They are single mothers, young women, Indigenous women, and women from culturally diverse backgrounds trying to navigate a difficult legal process and taking action against their employers, a huge mountain to climb. They had turned to the Working Women's Centre New South Wales for legal advice, but they got so much more than that. They also found people who believed in them and backed and supported them, and it made a difference, a real difference to the lives of their clients. And through their advocacy and campaigns, they are making a difference to all working women. Their latest campaign is called I'm Speaking. It's about a simple principle, that women who experience workplace sexual harassment or gender-based violence should not be silenced. And for too long, too many women have been pressured to stay quiet through non-disclosure agreements or threats of defamation action. The campaign is calling for stronger regulation of non-disclosure agreements, better protections against legal threats, and safeguards to ensure the law is not misused against women. The centre is also leading the Superwoman campaign, focused on women's long-term economic security. And it shines a light on how lower pay, insecure work, unpaid caring responsibilities, and workplace discrimination compound over a lifetime, leaving too many women with less superannuation in retirement. The Working Women's Centre New South Wales is another example of the Albanese Labor government delivering for Australian women. In 2020, the Respect at Work report recommended that we increase funding to these centres, and then in 2023, that's exactly what this Labor government did.
Member for Flinders.
If you're over 65 on the Mornington Peninsula, Labor's latest budget is likely to rip hundreds of dollars out of your pocket just to keep the private health insurance you've been relying on for years. Because buried in this budget is a decision to axe the private health insurance rebate, which has been offered for older Australians since 2004. And so what does that mean in practice? It means more than 1.4 million Australians aged over 65 will be forced to pay up to $640 more every single year just to keep the health cover they already use. At a time when electricity bills are up 32%, groceries are up by 17%, insurance is up by 42% already, rents and 23%, and just about everything else is up too. And nowhere will this hit harder than the Mornington Peninsula. Nearly 1 in 3 residents in my electorate of Flinders is aged over 65, the third highest of any electorate in Australia. We have more than 33,500 private health insurance holders aged over 65. Private health insurance supported more than 41,000 hospitalisations for older Australians in my electorate, once again the third highest in the nation. Every one of these hospitalisations covered by the private system is one less cost for the public system to bear. So let's be very clear about this. Private health insurance is not a luxury item for retirees on the peninsula. it keeps pressure off our already overstretched public hospitals, like the Rosebud Hospital, which the state Labor government refuses to rebuild, even when the state seat of Nepean was its most marginal seat. Private health insurance allows older Australians to get surgery when they need it, to see local specialists and maintain their independence, costing the public system less in both health and aged care. Last week, I launched a survey asking local residents what these changes would mean for them, and the response was overwhelming. Hundreds of replies within hours. Yana from Safety Beach told me that after her husband underwent 2 open heart surgeries and after she herself underwent 2 knee replacements, rising insurance costs now will force them to cut back on everyday activities just to stay insured. And Deb from Macrae said she has faithfully paid for her private health insurance since 1977, but now feels she's being pushed and punished at exactly the age she is most likely to need it. These are not wealthy elites asking for handouts. My residents have an average weekly income of $745 versus $805 for the rest of the country. These are Australians who have worked hard, paid their taxes, raised families and did the responsible thing by taking out insurance. And now Labor wants to make them pay more for it. Older Australians deserve much better than this.
Member for Bean.
Deputy Speaker, I wish to congratulate the Women's Shed Canberra, based down by Lake Tuggeranong, on receiving a Local Jobs, Local People grant. The Women's Shed will run a 15-month project to establish a hands-on construction and trade skills exposure program for migrant, refugee and humanitarian visa holder women, in collaboration with Himayat and Master Builders ACT. This will ensure people from these backgrounds have reduced barriers when attempting to enter the workforce and will be connected to industry groups, contributing to their own financial independence. It also ensures growth in the construction sector. I want to thank the Women's Shed for the work they are doing in our community and the support they offer to people across all backgrounds. I'm proud to say the Albanese Labor government is supporting this work. Speaking of support for the local community, I was recently out at the Mura Lanyon Youth and Community Centre to announce the Albanese Labor government is investing over $190,000 to enable YWCA Canberra to provide emergency relief to more vulnerable households in the Lanyon Valley community, securing its operation till 2030. This funding will help individuals and families experiencing financial hardship who may be facing tough choices, like buying new school shoes or a grocery shop, or keeping the lights on or paying their phone bills. Providers like YWCA Canberra deliver critical frontline support for those experiencing financial hardship and who would otherwise not have access to the resources they need to stay afloat. Someone experiencing homelessness in need of food, bedding or toiletries will be able to receive help from YWCA Canberra down at Mura Lanyon. Deputy Speaker, when I visit Mura Lanyon, a highlight is always seeing what they're growing in their community gardens, managed by Peter Gilligan, who I recognise as a Community Volunteer of the Year at one of my annual volunteer recognition evenings. It is volunteer organisations and the people that keep them running that are the lifeblood of our community. And I welcome any chance I have to recognise the work that they do. That's why I greatly enjoyed being able to call a number of volunteer groups last week to let them know that they'll be invited to apply for the latest round of volunteer grants. These grants help ensure that volunteers can keep doing what they do best, working in and across our community. Deputy Speaker, when the Albanese Labor government came in, we committed to investing back into our capital and right across Australia, and investing back into communities like mine. And we're doing just that.
Member for Fairfax.
Thanks very much, Deputy Speaker. It is volunteers that hold our community together, and I was delighted last week to host the 2026 Fairfax Volunteering Awards ceremony. And I want to congratulate Sylvia Whiting, Michelle Hyde, Bert Spencer, Janine Smith, Tony Brown, Debbie Day, Karen Martin, Mitchell Lenord, Carolyn Neville, Leonie Wilcox, Saxon Cracknell, Peter Cooper, Kimberly Tillett-Minier, Jenny Mackay, Craig McMillan, Peter Lloyd, Nita Claire Lester, Graham White, Diana Fuller, Ian McGrath, Val Moray, Graham Tamberlin, Jeremy Foster, Karja Wilkinson, Rob Sims, Amanda O'Donnell, Tony Northey, Chloe Lynn Rounds, Tanya Stevenson and Anthony Waring. Also to the Community Group Achievement Award winners, the Coolum Beach Meals on Wheels and Coastal Caring Clowns. Volunteers, I believe, are the happiest and most fulfilled people on the planet, and that's because they give of themselves to others. To all volunteers on the Sunshine Coast, to all volunteers in the seat of Fairfax, can I say thank you? Thank you for your generosity and for your service. Deputy Speaker, I also want to today say a very big thank you to the people of Nambour and the people of the Sunshine Coast, because we now have enough money to keep the Sunny Coast Sleeper operating in the town of Nambour for at least another 18 months through until the end of 2027. Now, the sleeper bus, of course, is a bus with 9 sleeping pods for those who would otherwise be homeless. And how have we been able to make this happen? Well, the community came together. This has been a complete community effort. When I started a fundraising campaign only 3 months ago, I had no idea that we would have already raised nearly $27,000 today, enough to keep this bus operating. I want to say a very big thank you to the Maroochy Neighbourhood Community Centre, whose asset it is. I want to say thank you to the volunteers, ably led by Leonie, and also in particular to the Harry Coney Charitable Foundation for their enormous contribution of $15,000. Let's keep working together, Nambour.
Member for Leichhardt.
Thank you, Speaker. We welcome work experience kids into our office very, very regularly. One of the tasks that we set them is to write me a speech. They are not given any oversight. It is completely their words because their voices matter. Today's speech is from Alicia. She came down for Youth Parliament. She attends Redlynch Secondary College. These are Alicia's words. The social media ban receiving royal assent at the end of 2025 was not implemented without reason. Social media presents rising concerns about dangerous content harming Australia's youth mental health. However, it is becoming increasingly obvious that while passing the bill was admirable and the moral course of action, it is not as effective as planned. And if we're truly committed to protecting our youth, we must be committed to ensuring that the ban achieves exactly what it has been put in place for. According to the Molly Rose Foundation Suicide Prevention Program, as of 2026, 3 in 5 Australians aged 12 to 15 still have access to social media, despite restrictions. Meanwhile, Youth Insight, a youth-focused research agency, reported that over 50% of youth have found the ban to be ineffective in improving their safety, as many have maintained access. If under 16s can still easily access social media, is the ban working? The risk Australian youth are exposed to is far too great to ignore. And according to Life in Mind, Department of Health, Disability and Ageing, suicide is the leading cause of death for young Australians. One of the most serious causes of this is that 83% of young people are exposed to self-harm or suicide content on social media. Viewing such content shows an increased risk of suicide. Youth just must be protected from this. From personal knowledge, it is obvious that current age verification systems can be inaccurate. Underage users have managed to bypass these security measures, and many have continued usage of social media despite the ban. Some social media platforms have implemented AI scans for age verifications. These are completely unreliable, and I've witnessed under 16s passing the check just like that. Nowhere near 16, and they've passed. When protection measures for age verification, which rely on so heavily to protect Australia's youth, do not fulfil their sole function, what type of protection measures are they? Action to prevent this must be taken, and now. If this issue is to be addressed seriously, beyond easily bypassed measures must be able to be taken to create more reliable solutions. More accurate protection systems must be put in place, systems which can truly rely on protect the youth of Australia. So I call on you, as the social media companies in charge of age verification, please act now. Protect Australian youth. Protect them from exposure of the most dangerous content plastered across your social media. I urge you, the time to act is now. I want to thank Alicia for her words and her passion. She cares very deeply about her community and the young people of Australia.
In accordance with Standing Order 193, the time for members' constituency statements has concluded. I call the clerk.
Private members' business. Notice number 1, a motion on gas exports and gambling advertising to be moved by the member for Ryan.
Member for Ryan.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move the motion as circulated in my name. This motion is about corporate control of politics, and there's no better illustration of that control than what happens on budget night. The Treasurer delivers the budget speech and then heads to a fundraising event. That event is not open to the public. It's exclusive. Tickets cost thousands of dollars. Big corporation and the ultra-wealthy get to cosy up to senior government MPs right after the budget is delivered. Not to be left out, the Coalition has its own version of this fundraiser, with tickets also well into the 4 figures, after the budget reply speech. So it begs the question, who really runs this country? Is it the gas corporations or the Australian people? The government has chosen the gas corporations. Prior to the budget, the Prime Minister flew to Perth specifically to reassure the gas companies that he would not implement the 25% tax on gas exports that the Australian people are demanding. Who is he really governing for? The major gas companies each gave $1 million to an advertising campaign that wasn't for the Australian people. It was to remind politicians who they really work for. And it clearly worked on the PM. Of course it worked. The gas companies and lobby groups are full of former Labor staff, and vice versa. Queensland Labor Senator Anthony Chisholm worked as a lobbyist for gas company Santos, and this is a fact, before he entered Parliament. They're all actually mates, aren't they? And we wouldn't want to do anything to hurt the profits of our good mates in the gas industry. This is who we're up against, and that's why I'm so proud of every Australian that signed the petition, sent an email to their MP, shared this campaign online. It's only through people power that we can be louder than the gas industry. But the gas industry isn't the only powerful corporate lobby influencing the government. The gambling industry, backed in by media moguls afraid of losing advertising revenue, has quietly exerted a huge amount of influence to counter community anger against gambling advertising and the terrible effects of gambling harm on the Australian people. And here's something the government doesn't want you to know. They're so embarrassed by it, they released it on the afternoon of the budget, right when all the journalists couldn't access their phones in budget lockup. It was the government response to a key gambling report that recommended banning online gambling advertising, which they had been sitting on literally for years. I'd be embarrassed too if I completely capitulated to the gambling lobby on an issue that costs Australians $32 billion a year and countless lives and livelihoods. I'd be embarrassed too if I completely capitulated on an issue that unites almost all Australians. We're sick of gambling ads and we're sick of the effect that they're having on our society. That almost $3 million to the major parties, that $3 million in donation over the last decade from the gambling lobby has really paid off for them, hasn't it? Including to Labor in government, setting the very regulations the industry is subject to. Who are they governing for again? For the Australian people or the gambling lobby? No, Labor has instead done a token set of reforms purely so they can say they've done something. It's pretty clear that's what they were going for. Some restrictions on specific time slots and types of broadcasts, which will just shift more ads into other unrestricted slots. The government's own modelling says these reforms will only reduce gambling by 0.8%. I'm sure the gambling companies are okay with that. So it's shameful, isn't it, that this is the state of our democracy? But I do have hope, because the government clearly does feel like they need to respond to pressure. That's why they are doing things that they think sound good, even if they don't actually fix anything. That means that if all of our voices are collectively louder than the gas lobby, than the gambling lobby, then we can get real change. Thank you.
Is there a seconder for the motion?
Thank you, Speaker. I second the motion. And thank the member for Ryan for raising this.
And are you reserving your right to speak?
And would like to speak now. And reserve my right to speak. Oh, you go. Sorry.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. I call the member for Deakin.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It can be easy to fall into a cycle of despair when all progress is taken as a betrayal or failure, that you look at a binary between choosing perfection or inaction. If we continue to engage in this, we forget progress. We forget to recognise the fact that significant steps are being taken. Now, on the subject of gas, I think there is broad consensus, I agree with the member for Ryan, that Australians deserve a fair share from the natural resources they own. But the policy prescription of a 25% tax is one idea that has come up. It's something that deserves, like all tax policy, rigorous scrutiny, careful consideration and timing, because we can't ignore the reality we find ourselves in, a global fuel crisis, where the partners that are buying our gas are largely the ones we're going to seek liquid fuels that industries in electorates like mine desperately require. The diesel that tradies, truckies, bus drivers rely on, the petrol that support workers and others have to purchase in order to provide their services, and the work being done to build reciprocal relationships with those partners is being essential. So the sudden implementation of an export tariff at a plucked out number is certainly not something that builds relationships at a time of crisis. Now, I'm not saying never, ever, ever with tax reform. We've already taken significant steps. We've already reformed the PRRT to ensure that gas companies are paying their tax sooner and aren't able to deduct full amounts every single year, and we're seeing increases in the amount of tax given the increase in commodity prices as well. And long term, there should be a mature policy discussion with facts on the table. But what we've seen lately is typical political grandstanding, positioning, and submissions to inquiries that look more like social media filming episodes than actual considered policy debate. We need to look at the consequences, the economics, the industry effects. We don't want a position, for example, where imposing more taxes means that the viability of a project means that it has to be bigger and go for longer, which last time I checked was not Green's policy either. So we do need to look at the full ramifications of every policy option, consider them in detail, and also consider the appropriate timing of their implementation. But obviously, that would prevent us from going in this kind of binary choice between doing exactly what I want, my exact number, or nothing at all. All progress is nothing, according to some, but I think we need to acknowledge progress, and it is entirely legitimate for people who want to see more to call for more at the same time. But I think it is important to acknowledge when progress is being made, because it's not insignificant, particularly when you combine it with the multinational tax avoidance legislation that this government has brought through, closing typical loopholes like nonsense interest being claimed on loans to similar entities and things like that. Important work being done by the Albanese government over a period of time, but we cannot ever just treat all compromise as betrayal and all progress as failure, because that will diminish our political discussion. On the second topic of gambling reform, again, similar principle. Obviously, there are those that were calling for more, but to ignore the significant progress being made in this area would also be untruthful, misleading. We've got significant reforms in advertising restrictions at the times when people are most engaged in gambling, like during sports events and things like that. We also see bet stop, credit card limits, tougher enforcement against illegal operators overseas, and criminalising match fixing, and then new protections for children online. This isn't nothing. It may not be everything you want, but again, progress is progressive. It happens over time. Rather than diminish every single reform, it's legitimate to say this is part of a process. But things are happening, more than they have ever happened before. And we do need to acknowledge the good work being done, because when we're asserting or kind of implying corruption and conspiratorial nonsense, we're forgetting the fact that significant steps are being taken in the right direction. We deserve mature debate around these things, and it's worth bearing in mind that it is the Labor government that has been proposing electoral reform and donation caps to ensure that the influence of corporates in politics is being limited.
The Speaker deserves
But again,
to be heard in silence. Continue.
We are in the realm of inconvenient truth simply being ignored for the sake of political positioning. People can have a diversity of views, but to pretend that this government has been sitting on its hands on these issues is nonsense, utter nonsense. We should celebrate the progress being made, talk about how we can better build on it, and engage in a mature policy discussion that gets the facts on the table, analyses all options, critiques assertions made by all sides of the debate. I, for one, would not believe just everything handed to me by the gas lobby or everything handed to me by the Australian Institute. We should rigorously assess everything and then consider the options carefully and methodically and ensure that we have the best policy prescription for the interests of the Australian people. That is our job in this place. So while I can understand and don't question the motivations of the member for Ryan, I acknowledge that there is widespread public support for taking a look at this in the future. Most Australians understand we are in a fuel crisis.
Member for Mackellar.
Thank you, Speaker. I thank the member for Ryan for raising this important issue, that when it comes to a full ban on gambling advertising and a fairer tax on gas exports, the government has simply failed to act in a meaningful way. Instead of delivering the reforms Australians overwhelmingly support, it has chosen to bow to corporate pressure and lobbying. This failure is underpinned by a culture Australians are rightly fed up with: corporate control over our political system and the revolving door between political office and the private sector. We saw it when the Prime Minister stood before the Chamber of Minerals and Energy in Western Australia, the lobby group representing major mining and energy companies, and confirmed the government would not go ahead with a tax on gas exports. This decision was made despite overwhelming and broad public support for a 25% tax on gas exports. Australia exports similar volumes of gas as countries like Qatar, yet Qatar collects around 5 times as much revenue. Norway taxes oil profits at rates of up to 78%, but has built a sovereign wealth fund now worth many times the size of our economy. Meanwhile, multinational gas export companies that extract gas offshore in Australia often pay no royalties, nothing, for the gas owned by Australians. And the most recent budget papers show that the petroleum resource rent tax is expected to decline, not ramp up, as this government so often tells us, with forecast receipts in the 2029 financial year expected to be lower than receipts from the 1992 financial year. Australians are left asking why we still haven't seen a fair tax on gas exports and why a resource-rich country like ours struggles to fund the services people rely on, like the NDIS and aged care. A large part of the answer lies in the fact that the fossil fuel industry has poured significant donations into both major political parties, while maintaining deep, ongoing access to ministers and decision-makers. Those financial contributions are backed by a powerful lobbying network, including former politicians and senior staffers, and a well-worn strategy of running high-pressure campaigns to warn governments off reform. This pattern also holds true for gambling reform. The influence of the gambling lobby is pervasive. The Australian Electoral Commission Transparency Report reveals more than $3 million in gambling-related political donations for the 2024 financial year. Gambling industry sponsorship of parliamentary groups, particularly the Parliamentary Sports Club, has sparked major integrity concerns, and the lavish events and privileged access to decision-makers by the gambling industry has been well documented. According to Transparency International, the gambling sector has hired 13 third-party firms, lobbying firms, to influence Parliament, with Responsible Wagering Australia accessing over 100 lobbyists across all jurisdictions. Betting companies have campaigned aggressively against gambling reforms, most recently against the long-overdue measures recommended in the 2023 Murphy Report that included a full ban on gambling advertising, not 3 ads an hour. Meanwhile, the same companies profit from some of the most vulnerable people in our community, tearing families apart and sending people into financial ruin, mental health struggles and addiction. And meaningful reform continues to be delayed. We've seen this playbook time and time again, from the mining lobby's multi-million-dollar campaign that killed off the Rudd government's super profits tax, to the gambling industry's flood of donations and scare campaigns that watered down the Gillard-era pokies reform. In 2022, Australians were promised something different. This government came to office on an election platform centred on restoring trust and accountability in federal politics. Yet while there have been some steps forward, the reality is the system has not been fixed. This government has done little to stamp out the sources of power these industries thrive on: the political donations, the gifts, the advertising, the paid lobbyists, the frequent access and closed political networks. The revolving door still turns, and the Jobs for Mates culture has not been stamped out. The Briggs Review into public sector appointments was quietly released just before Christmas, with its recommendations left unimplemented. My bill, developed in consultation with the Centre for Public Integrity to ensure transparent, merit-based appointments, has not been taken up.
Member for Menzies.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak against this motion. I recognise that Australians want and deserve a fair return on our natural resources. I recognise that there is support in the community for a 25% gas tax, and indeed many people in my local community in Menzies have spoken to me about it when I'm out door knocking, when I'm doing street stalls, and have also written to me about it. I appreciate them taking the time to engage with me and to make their views known, and I appreciate their advocacy. The question of how Australia taxes its natural resources is a serious question. It deserves a serious answer. And the harms caused by gambling are real, and they deserve a serious response too. But these issues deserve more than performative motions like these that offer apparently simple responses to complex issues. Taxation of resources and gambling advertising deserve responsible, measured policy decisions developed in consultation with experts, workers and industries affected, and that's exactly what the Labor government is doing. Let me start with gas. As I've said, I recognise that Australians want a better return on our natural resources that can go into social programs like Medicare and NDIS and the pension. Now, the mover of this motion, the member for Ryan, slings accusations about the gas lobby and corporate control. But you do this full well knowing that the government has already acted to increase taxes on the gas industry. In 2023, we reformed the petroleum resource rent tax. We tightened deductions. We ensured more tax is paid sooner by offshore gas companies. Not only that, but more recently, we've announced our domestic gas reservation scheme. Multinational gas companies will be required to reserve 20% of their production for domestic use. This will directly secure supply for Australian households and businesses and put downward pressure on power bills. Now, the idea of an East Coast gas reservation scheme is something that there have also been public campaigns around, probably from some members of the Greens political party. And we've listened to our communities on this, we've consulted with experts and stakeholders, and now we're taking responsible action to ensure energy security and put downward pressure on domestic gas prices. We're committed to the renewable energy transition, but we understand it will be backed by storage, by hydro and by gas. And there are industries that rely on gas that will only be able to use this as a fuel source to continue to operate. And as usual of the Greens, instead of being constructive and collaborative, they are moved on to the next eye-catching campaign. As I said, I've engaged with many members of my community who support a 25% gas tax, and I understand the appeal of this. Just this month, Labor senators on the Senate Select Committee on the Taxation of Gas Resources recommended the government model and evaluate further reform options in the wake of the Middle East energy crisis. That recommendation came from members of this government, Labor members just 2 weeks ago. So when the member for Ryan suggests that this government has simply rolled over to the gas lobby, you're not describing reality. You're describing a grievance that's already been decided upon and then working backwards from it. That's not policy, that's performance. I understand why people want a bigger return on our natural resources. The question is how we get there responsibly without compromising energy security without jeopardising supply agreements that keep petrol and diesel and fertiliser flowing to Australia, and without exposing this country to unnecessary risk in the middle of an international energy crisis. There was a lot of support just before the budget for a 25% gas tax, but good policy can take time to develop and understand the implications of. Of course, we should consult with workers and communities that would be affected by any changes. We should also consult with industry. It doesn't mean we have to accept everything that they have to say, but they should be listened to, and we need to understand their arguments, and we need to make sure that projects go ahead to collect any gas tax at all, and that means that it needs to be an environment that people can invest in. We're operating in an environment of significant global instability. Conflict in the Middle East has tightened energy markets, and our regional partners depend on LNG supply agreements this country has committed to, and we can't expect our regional partners to go without the kind of energy resources that we also rely on. These commitments are not the gas industry's gift to us, they are part of a web of relationships that keep the energy flowing in Australia.
Member for Curtin.
I thank the member for Ryan for bringing this motion for debate. These are two really important issues facing our country and they deserve the chamber's full attention. Let me start with gas. Australia is one of the world's largest gas exporters. Gas is a resource that belongs to all Australians. And yet, for years, we've watched multinational corporations extract our gas, sell it at record prices, send the profits offshore, while ordinary Australians pay more for their own energy and receive little in return. The problem is structural. The petroleum resource rent tax was designed for oil projects and it fails to capture value from gas projects. Companies can accumulate decades of deductions, report near zero taxable profit and pay nothing even while making billions. We need to fix this, and there are two distinct problems. First, Australians deserve a base return for the right to access and sell our resources. That's what royalties are for, and most gas-producing nations collect them. We don't for our offshore gas exports. Second, when war or crisis drives international gas prices through the roof, the windfall profits that flow to gas companies are not the reward for innovation or risk. They're a gift of circumstance, and more of that benefit should flow to Australians. I support a royalty on offshore gas and a genuine super profits mechanism. Is 25% the right rate? Well, it could be. But my view is that for projects that are already operational, where big investment decisions were made based on an agreed tax regime, the rate should be set at a level that would not have changed the original investment decision. We will need foreign investment in the industries we need to decarbonise our economy, and we have to be careful about sovereign risk. There is room for discussion about the structure and the rate, but one thing is certain, the current PRRT framework is not delivering for Australians. While the government points to the obligations we have to our Asian trading partners during a period of global fuel insecurity, once the international situation settles, fixing our broken gas taxes must be the first cab off the rank. This issue will not go away like the Prime Minister hopes it will. Australians are onto this and they want a fairer deal. And every time a gas company reports record profits while Australian households struggle with energy bills, it's a reminder that we must do better. Now let me turn to gambling. After more than 1,000 days of silence since the Murphy report, the government has finally moved on gambling reforms. It's announced partial restrictions in line with what the gambling industry wants under cover of the budget lock-up so no media would write about it. I can't find a single person other than the Prime Minister who really thinks that this is enough. The evidence is crystal clear. Partial ad bans don't work. The government has developed a model where people are required to opt out of gambling ads. Look at the opt-out model on SBS. Less than 0.1% of SBS users have chosen to opt out of gambling advertising. That is not a sign that Australians are comfortable with gambling ads. It's a sign that opt-out systems do not work. Australia has the highest per capita gambling losses on earth. This is a $32 billion industry that feeds on addiction and the targeting of vulnerable people. 600,000 children are gambling. Coroners are naming gambling advertising in suicide findings. More than 3 in 4 Australians want gambling ads banned. The same proportion of AFL supporters want them banned. And this is what the Murphy report recommended. Prime Minister, if you're going to do this, let's do it properly. There is already growing anger in your party because everyone knows that your reforms are a cop-out. Australians deserve a full ad ban, a national regulator and a ban on inducements. The political will exists across this chamber if the government is willing to use it. If the Prime Minister doesn't personally support a full ban, he should put this to a conscience vote so every member in the House has permission to articulate where their community and their conscience stands. The member for Ryan is right that corporate influence shapes policy. The answer is not cynicism, but accountability, and that is exactly what we are here to provide on gas tax and on gambling reform. I proposed a ban on political donations from social harm industries in my Fair and Transparent Elections Bill, but neither major party supports that. We on the crossbench are here to continue to call this out, and that is what we will do.
The time allotted for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made an order of the next day for the sitting. I call the clerk.
Private members' business. Notice number 2, a motion on endometriosis and pelvic pain clinics to be moved by the member for Lalor.
Member for Lalor.
I move the motion relating to the endometriosis and pelvic pain clinics in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm moving this motion today because for too long women experiencing chronic pelvic pain and endometriosis have been dismissed, overlooked or told that what they are experiencing is somewhat normal. In my community, one local woman, Alana, knows exactly what that feels like. For years, Alana experienced debilitating pelvic pain, pain that affected her quality of life, pain that disrupted her daily routine, pain that should have been taken seriously. But instead of answers, instead of support, and instead of a pathway to diagnosis, Alana was told something many women hear far too often: just take a Panadol. Imagine hearing that while living with chronic pain. Imagine being told to push through it, to wait, to accept it. Alana's story is deeply personal, but it is not unique. Imagine being told that when you just missed a week of work because of that pain and were being told that this would happen regularly and often and that your capacity to earn for your family would be diminished and that your pain would be ignored. I want to thank Alana for sharing it with myself and the Prime Minister when he visited the Werribee Endometriosis and Pelvic Pain Clinic in February. Endometriosis affects at least 1 in 7 Australian women. It can cause chronic pain, fertility challenges and profound impacts on education, employment, relationships and everyday life. Women wait on average around 7 years for a diagnosis. 7 years of uncertainty, 7 years of pain, 7 years of feeling unheard. Chronic pelvic pain has similarly devastating impacts, not only on individuals and families, but on our economy too, costing Australia an estimated $6 billion every year. For too long, women were denied the support they deserved, and that is why Labor's investment in women's health matters, and why Labor delivering for women's health absolutely matters in communities across the country. Labor's women's health package, worth nearly $800 million, is delivering more choice, lower costs and better health care for women and girls across Australia. Importantly, we're building something that did not previously exist, an Australia-wide support system for women experiencing endometriosis and chronic pelvic pain. We've delivered an additional 11 clinics, taking the national network to 33 across Australia, improving access in both metropolitan and regional communities. Every primary health network region now has access to these services. And importantly, for women in Melbourne's West, one of those clinics is in Werribee. That matters. It matters because for women like Alana, access matters. Being listened to matters. Having healthcare professionals who understand pelvic pain matters. Having multidisciplinary care and a pathway to diagnosis matters. These clinics were established to improve access to timely care for people experiencing endometriosis and persistent pelvic pain, because women deserve better than being told to simply put up with pain, and we are already seeing the results. The initial network of clinics had already supported more than 10,000 women and girls and delivered more than 28,000 services for endometriosis and persistent pelvic pain conditions. But this work goes beyond clinics. We're supporting updated evidence-based clinical guidelines. We're developing an endometriosis management plan to better support patients and healthcare providers. We continue to fund Endozone, a digital platform providing information, resources, symptom tracking and access to the latest research. And we are making healthcare more affordable. Since introducing Labor Women's Healthcare Package, more than 800,000 women have accessed over 3 million cheaper PBS prescriptions covering contraceptives, menopausal hormone therapies and endometriosis treatments. More than 8,000 women with endometriosis have already benefited from cheaper treatment options that previously placed major financial pressure on women and families. This matters in my electorate. We're also making Medicare work better for women with improved specialist access, longer consultations for complex issues and greater support for gynecological care. This is a government that cares about women's health, that is delivering for women's health.
Is there a seconder for the motion?
I second the motion.
Okay. The question is that the motion be agreed to. I call the member for Mallee.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I commend the member for Lalor for bringing this private member's motion to the Federation Chamber. Endometriosis and pelvic pain is something that many women suffer with, and often in silence. Certainly in my era, it was in silence. Under the Coalition Government, under the fabulous work of Nicole Flint and Nola Marino from Western Australia, this was put forward and agreed to under the Coalition. It was great news at that point in time, and I commend the Albanese Government for continuing with that work. And on the surface, it sounds really fabulous to have an endometriosis and pelvic pain clinic nearby where you live. But where I live, in Mildura, women have to travel 4.5 hours by car. And we know what all that bumping and jolting actually does when you are in that state. There is no specialist GP clinic with multidisciplinary care, something I will continue to fight hard for in every regional town, to manage this kind of condition. Women deserve better, and regional women deserve better. And I will continue to call out the Labor government for not funding the healthcare in the regions that it should. When these clinics are set up and when you have specialists who provide care, of course it's important that the doctors concerned, the specialists concerned, are actually worthy of their title. Unfortunately, the example of Telia in my electorate in Merbeen is a case that I have to tell you about because it's beyond sad. She had to travel to Melbourne to see a specialist, gynaecologist, on numerous occasions because she couldn't access care close to home, as I said. Teela has recently found out, as a result of investigations by the media, that the gynaecologist she had put her trust in, Dr. Simon Gordon, now infamous, who had treated hundreds of women like her, have now come forward with strikingly similar experiences of harm, including unnecessary or inappropriate medical procedures, failures in informed consent, dismissal of symptoms and significant physical and psychological injury. Many of these women are now living with permanent health consequences, loss of fertility, chronic pain, trauma and profound disruption to their lives and families. Teela has experienced significant physical and psychological harm due to what she now understands was unwarranted and inappropriate surgical treatment. She lives with ongoing debilitating pain. She is a nurse and feels let down by the very system she works in. Teela's experience, like those of other women who have bravely come forward, must be formally acknowledged. The alleged circumstances must be fully investigated in a timely fashion by the appropriate national bodies. The Australian Government must work with state governments to ensure systemic and institutional issues within the hospital system are investigated and dealt with. Patient safety, informed consent and transparency must be paramount. Women in rural and remote Australia deserve more than this government is offering them. They deserve a health system that meets them where they live and delivers the high-quality, best practice, multidisciplinary care that clinical guidelines recommend. They must be protected by strong regulatory and transparency mechanism. I urge the government to work constructively with regional MPs, health professionals and communities to design and fund truly accessible models. Only then will we turn clinic numbers on a map into real health outcomes for the women who need it most.
Thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Canberra.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I'm very proud to rise in favour of a motion that speaks to a turning point when it comes to how we view women's health, and I acknowledge the significant milestone that it represents for women and girls across Australia. I want to thank the member for Lawler for bringing it to the Parliament, and I acknowledge the previous member's contribution to shining a light particularly on the experience of regional women. For far too long, women's health has not been taken seriously, and too many women and young girls have had their serious pain and suffering dismissed. Too many women have been left unsupported when they needed it most. And for too many women, they have fallen through the gaps in our healthcare system, waiting years for diagnosis and care. And I want to acknowledge all the women, some of them calling themselves endo warriors, who have shared their very personal stories and their battles within the healthcare system, because it is those stories and their standing up and sharing these experiences that has led to a change and to a recognition of this disease, to better understanding of what these women are going through and recognition within the medical system. And from my electorate, there are a couple of names that come to mind. One is Caitlin Tuff, MLA. Another is Ellie Mobbs, who's been a radio presenter in Canberra. And also Ella Blackmore, whose horrific story we read about in the Canberra Times this weekend. But there are so many more. There are so many women who have just experienced a shocking, years of their pain being dismissed, and I want to acknowledge that today and what it meant for them to share those stories and what that has now meant in terms of policy and changes in medicine. I also want to acknowledge my predecessor, the former member for Canberra, Gai Brotman, who used her role in Parliament to do a lot to shine a light on this and worked really tirelessly to highlight endometriosis. The Labor government is recognising these gaps, and we're doing the work to actively address them. We've said we would open endometriosis and pelvic pain clinics across the country, and we originally promised 22, but we've now delivered 33, including one here in the electorate of Canberra. With these clinics operating around the nation, we are seeing real, tangible change, because these clinics make an immense amount of difference for women and girls who have lived with debilitating pain without diagnosis or treatment, and we are working to expand what they can offer. All 33 clinics are now being expanded to deliver menopause and pre-menopause care as well, and we will ensure that women are supported at every stage of life. In 2024, I had the opportunity to join the former Assistant Minister for Health and Aged Care, Jed Carney, at the announcement to establish the Endometriosis and Pelvic Pain Clinic right here in Canberra. And I want to acknowledge as well Assistant Minister Carney, for her long-standing commitment to improving women's health and all the work she had done in that space, first as a nurse and then as a union leader and then as her role in Parliament. The clinic at Sexual Health and Family Planning ACT means that people in our community can now access the specialised care and support that they need closer to home, care and support that is built for them and built around their needs. And importantly, this work is being reinforced locally, and I'd like to highlight the ACT government's inquiry into endometriosis and other pelvic pain conditions. This inquiry is helping to shine a light on the lived experiences of many women across the ACT who are managing chronic pain, often without the recognition and support that they deserve. It is an important step in ensuring these voices are heard and that the healthcare system continues to respond to them. From a federal perspective, this only reinforces the importance of continued investment in women's health and the need to keep building a system that listens and delivers. And ultimately, this is what equity in healthcare looks like, because this work does not just stop at the clinics we've opened around the country. It is part of our government's broader landmark, almost $800 million investment through our women's health package. We know that systemically women's health has been ignored, and this investment is changing that. We've capped PBS scripts at $25, including new contraceptives and menopause therapies. And I'll just say this again, it had been 30 years since new contraceptive pills had been added to the PBS. I just find that extraordinary, and this is changing that. We've also boosted Medicare rebates for IUDs and other long-acting contraceptives to save women up to $400, and introduced new Medicare items to make gynaecological and menopause care more affordable, because women's health needs to be taken seriously, and our government is taking it seriously.
I thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to. I call the member for Grey.
Speaker, I rise today to speak on this Labor government's women's health package. The government boasts opening 11 new endometriosis and pelvic pain clinics. They brag that 33 clinics are now open nationwide. But Speaker, while those numbers look great here in Canberra, they mask a very clear divide. When it comes to real care, regional South Australia has been entirely left off the map. This government is happy to announce 11 new clinics, but do you know how many were allocated to South Australia? The minister's very own state, 0. Nada, nothing. There are only 2 endo clinics in South Australia, one in Adelaide and one in Kadina. The PHN for Country SA has a population of nearly 500,000 people. That's 250,000 women. Yet a single clinic is expected to service them all. Speaker, is a woman from Ceduna, Port Lincoln or Whyalla expected to drive up to 7 hours to Kadina? To exclude regional South Australia from these new clinics shows that regional women are being forgotten. And Speaker, I have a serious question to ask this Labor government. Do we really have universal healthcare in this country? Tell that to a woman from Murray or a girl from Elliston. The reality is regional, rural and remote South Australians die younger than their metropolitan cousins. We have suicide rates higher than the rest of the state. The electorate of Grey has the highest rates of type 2 diabetes in the entire country. Councils are needing to cough up 50, 60, 70 grand just to attract a GP to their communities. It is not good enough. And Speaker, in this Labor government's own very statistics, they show they only care about metropolitan Australians. For urgent Medicare clinics, their task is to get to 4 out of 5 Australians within a 20-minute drive. Well, again, that does not help regional South Australians. It services the metropolitan communities only. Driving hours to access basic services is wrong. The logistics are complex, especially from the Eyre Peninsula or up north. When regional women face severe pain, infertility and chronic nausea, we tell them to drive hours to get help. Or we rely on transport schemes to send them to Adelaide instead of treating them locally. Speaker, we used to be able to treat complex issues in regional hospitals, but not anymore. Per capita, SA Health spends more money in Adelaide than they do outside of Adelaide. Given the logistical difficulties of serving healthcare in the regions, this is unacceptable. Endometriosis Australia points out that this disease affects 1 in 7 women, and that diagnosis can take up to 7 years. Expanding access to outer regions is vital, or that wait time could get worse. Local medical staff feel the strain. Dr. Anna Kearney from Kadina notes that receiving 0 new clinics was, quote, a bad but not unexpected result. She also highlights that local doctors can manage period pain, but the government gives them next to 0 support to do so. This failure of support also extends to bulk billing and urgent care clinics across our regions. My office is hearing that the online bulk billing admin system is a total joke, with local fly-in doctors having to register multiple times, only for the system to drop off without warning. Medicare urgent clinics allocated are also a key issue. Wyler got one, and of course I welcome that, but Port Lincoln was somehow overlooked. The stats show that Port Lincoln was deserving of an urgent Medicare clinic, but of course the politics got in the way. Speaker, allocating one endometriosis and pelvic pain clinic per PHN is flawed when our network covers such an enormous part of the state. We must listen to patients. Deanna Flynn Wallace is an ambassador for Endometriosis Australia. She says the journey, medical gaslighting and the life impacts are exhausting. She says South Australians need more clinics for our regional warriors. This lack of foresight extends across all regional healthcare, including vital maternal support. Speaker, the women of regional South Australia are tough, but they should not have to fight for their own government. But they should not have to fight their own government just to get basic healthcare. They have carried the heavy burden of distance and neglect. They work hard. They raise their families. They build our communities. Regional women deserve the world. They deserve expert care right where they live. It is time this Parliament stopped abandoning them. We must fund the clinics they need right now in the regions they proudly call home.
I thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to. I call the member for Bonner.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Women experiencing endometriosis and pelvic pain have been for too long overlooked, dismissed and left waiting years for answers. Not weeks, not months, but years. This is not just bad period pain, this is a serious health issue, and as we've heard today from every single speaker, I think everyone is in fierce agreement that it needs to be taken seriously and we need to deliver the services. I know that this is an issue that is deeply personal for many women. I was one of those women. From the age of about 15 years, I personally had experienced very heavy periods, debilitating pain and ongoing pelvic health concerns that continued well into adulthood. And like too many women, it took years for my concerns to be taken seriously. And I was eventually connected with the care I needed through an understanding GP after the birth of my 3 children. And I know that my experience is far from unique. Many women and girls in my community of Bonner have shared their stories of pain being dismissed, symptoms being normalised, and years spent waiting for answers. Too many still suffer in silence. That is why I am proud that the Albanese Labor government has delivered 33 endometriosis and pelvic pain clinics right across our country. Women and girls now have access to specialised care in every primary health network region right across our country. Endometriosis, Deputy Speaker, does affect 1 in 7 Australian women. It is a condition that can cause severe chronic pain, fatigue and fertility challenges. Yet women still face an average 7-year delay in diagnosis. The lesser known adenomyosis is a condition in which tissue similar to the lining of the uterus grows into the muscular wall of the uterus, and it can also cause heavy periods, bloating, pelvic pain and fatigue, and is most commonly diagnosed in women in their 30s and 40s. That was part of my diagnosis. Pelvic pain is also a complex, often debilitating condition that carries enormous personal, social and economic impact, costing the Australian economy an estimated $6 billion each and every year. And behind all of these statistics, Deputy Speaker, is of course a woman whose life has been disrupted. A young woman who might be missing school because the pain is unbearable, people struggling to remain in the workforce, women sitting in emergency departments desperate for answers, or women who have spent years wondering if their feelings are normal or if this is somehow their fault. Women deserve better than that, and that is exactly part of what these clinics deliver. Each endometriosis and pelvic pain clinic provides expert multidisciplinary care for women and girls living with endometriosis and pelvic pain conditions. Importantly, they operate within existing general practices, and keeping care close to home and connected to community is so important. That means that women can access earlier diagnosis, improved pain management, stronger referral pathways, and better support from professionals who understand the complexity of these conditions. Our local clinic that has opened in Oxley is helping women from my community in Bonner, and it is servicing the Brisbane South region. Across Australia, the clinics have already supported more than 10,000 women and girls and delivered more than 28,000 services for those living with endometriosis and persistent pelvic pain. Deputy Speaker, the other important thing that we need to do is raise awareness and support. And last week, I was so pleased to see the Albanese Labor government's $8.4 million commitment to Jean Hales. Through online trusted health information, practical resources, webinars, research, and national initiatives like Women's Health Week, Jean Hales is helping millions of women and girls better understand health and access through evidence-based information that they can trust, including on issues like endometriosis and pelvic pain, both in our cities and, of course, in the regions. Deputy Speaker, alongside endometriosis and pelvic pain clinics, better information and awareness can help women access care sooner, feel more informed, and know they are not navigating these experiences alone. Women deserve to be believed when it comes to their health, and the Albanese Labor government understands this and is delivering for all women.
Thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to. I call the member for Forrest.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. And I couldn't allow a discussion of Endo to go on in this place without mentioning and paying tribute to the legacy of my predecessor in the seat of Forrest, Nola Marino, whose deeply personal and profoundly effective advocacy in this space was built on the experiences of her daughter Kylie, whose story Nola shared, because it highlighted the failings of our healthcare system and its inability to respond to Endo appropriately. After seeing two gynecologists who simply dismissed Kylie and told her that she was overstating her symptoms, her condition progressed disastrously. And finally, a third gynecologist diagnosed what he called the worst case of endometriosis he'd ever seen, so aggressive that it was attached to her bowel and was strangling it. The disease almost killed Kylie, who, in the course of very, very serious treatment, developed peritonitis, septicemia, a lower bowel infection, a burst appendix, and had an episode where her heart went into fibrillation while she was in surgery. She spent 11 days in ICU, had some 1,500 internal staples, 15 tubes inserted, and 3 external colostomy bags. That is how serious endo can be for women in Australia. It, of itself, is a story, I think, that highlights how unacceptable it is that for a condition affecting some 1 in 7 women in Australia, the average wait time for a diagnosis can be 7 years. So Nola's advocacy was built on concrete achievements in this place. And I did want to take just a few moments to step through those because alongside the then Health Minister Greg Hunt, the then member for Boothby Nicole Flint and the then member for Canberra, Nola set up Parliamentary Friends of Endometriosis Awareness, which ultimately led into the National Action Plan for Endo being launched in 2018. It was the first ever National Action Plan focused on improving awareness of the disease and the understanding of its impacts, speeding up diagnosis for Australian women, and investing in the medical research to develop better treatment options and ultimately pursue a cure. This is a foundational policy document the entire program has followed on through successive governments. Additionally, in 2020, Nola managed to get the PPEP talk into WA so that school-aged women and girls were receiving the information that would ultimately build the awareness of this insidious disease. Clinical guidelines have gone on to be updated and promulgated across the medical industry, and Nola has led direct constituent outreach across the southwest of WA to build the case for a pelvic plane clinic in the southwest of WA, which is sorely needed. She is finally still an Endometriosis Australia ambassador and remains committed to that work to this day. I find it a little bit hard to reconcile the government's closer-to-home rhetoric when announcing these new clinics with the fact that for women outside of Perth, the southwest is home to the largest population of people, some 200,000 people. And the only regional clinic in WA is in Albany, which for southwest women affected with endometriosis is up to a 3.5-hour drive from the Perth clinic or a 4-hour drive from Albany. So with it affecting some 1 in 7 women, who, as I said, have to wait up to 7 years for a diagnosis, although hopefully don't experience what Carly Marino did, I do have to ask why it was that the government chose to pass over the southwest of WA for an endo clinic. It is a priority for the region. It is something I will continue to advocate for and to build on Nola Marino's proud legacy in this space. I think it would be fitting that when one day a government listens to these pleas to build an endo clinic in the southwest of WA, that we've got Nola Marino there to cut the ribbon and to celebrate what would be a defining achievement for someone so personally committed to advocating in this space. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the member for Forrest. The question is that the motion be agreed to. I call the member for Solomon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Labor's women's health package is driving more choice, lower cost and better care for women and girls right across our country. I'm particularly proud of our investment in endometriosis and pelvic pain clinics. The Endometriosis and Pelvic Pain Clinic at Northside Health in Coconut Grove, Darwin, is led by Dr Danielle Stewart, and her team opened up in September 2023. The multidisciplinary team there at Northside provide Territory women with access to the care that they need close to home. Endometriosis affects 1 in 7 Australian women and has a devastating impact on the daily lives of sufferers. Women face an average 7-year delay in diagnosis, which can have a devastating effect on their daily lives. Pelvic pain is a similarly complex and debilitating thing with broader social and economic impacts. It is estimated to cost the Australian economy $6 billion annually. I acknowledge the former members for Canberra, Guy Brotman, and former member for Forrest, Nola Marino, both of whom fought for years to raise awareness of endometriosis and the debilitating impact it has on women across Australia. Indeed, listening to their contributions in this place inspired me a few years ago now to consider how we can better support women suffering from endometriosis in Darwin and Palmerston and in the Northern Territory. Through this journey, I had the privilege of meeting Libby Schock, an amazing Territorian and a sufferer of endo. Libby and I held several events in Darwin and Palmerston, including roundtables, to hear directly from Territory women about their experiences and the challenges that they were facing living with endometriosis, but also to let them know that we were listening, we would act, and that they weren't alone. At those events, Territory women described the debilitating pain and lack of community awareness around endometriosis and the way that it impacted their lives, how it impacted their ability to participate in family activities, the ability to exercise, to take part in work, the crippling financial impact of living with endo, the difficulty accessing pain relief, or even being accused of being a drug seeker, and the impacts that this had had on their mental and emotional well-being. Clearly, something needed to be done, and that's why years ago now we delivered the endometriosis clinic in 2023, and that represented the end of a community engagement process in my electorate that I was proud to play a role in with Libby Schock and with others in the top end. Our federal Labor government is building an Australia-wide support system that previously did not exist. We now have a national network of 33 endometriosis and pelvic pain clinics across the country that are improving access in regional and metropolitan communities. And we are funding the development of Australia's first national clinical guidelines for perimenopause and menopause, ensuring consistent national guidelines, evidence-based care for women no matter where they live. We are delivering the reform that women were denied for far too long: practical, affordable, evidence-based care that improves women's lives. And since introducing the Women's Health Package, more than 800,000 women have accessed over 3 million cheaper PBS prescriptions for contraceptives, for menopausal hormone therapies and for endometriosis treatments. This includes, but is not limited to, the first new contraceptive pill listed on the PBS in more than 30 years, the first new menopausal hormone therapies listed in over 20 years. And since January 2026, PBS scripts are just $25 and $7.70 for concession card holders, and these are the lowest medicine prices since 2004, over 20 years, giving Australian women more cost of living relief with the care that they need. We're also making Medicare work better for women by delivering the services and specialist care women have waited too long for. Medicare-funded menopause health assessments began on the 1st of July last year and have already been accessed by more than 100,000 women, giving them the dedicated time and support they deserve at a critical stage in their lives. New Medicare items and higher rebates.
The time is up. I'll call the member for McPherson. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, the Coalition has a proud record of supporting women's health, and this remains a strong priority for us. Let me start with a quote. "Caring for women is not charity. It's an investment in the future of families, communities and nations." And I dare say that every member of this place would agree with me. In the 2021-2022 budget, the former Coalition government invested more than $353 million to support women's health. Now, that included $22 million to introduce additional gynaecological items on the Medicare benefits schedule, including items for assisted reproductive technology, ensuring affordable access to reproductive health services through Medicare. Deputy Speaker, I'd say that there is a bipartisan commitment in this place to make sure that we can actually progress the way in which Australia deals with endometriosis and pelvic pain as well. But one of the things that I'd say, Deputy Speaker, is that when I speak to women from my electorate of McPherson, their experience is somewhat different to what we hear in this place. When I speak to women who have heard the Prime Minister say time and time again that you only need a Medicare card, that's not their experience. I've spoken to women who have, through their endometriosis journeys, had the experience of having to spend hundreds, if not thousands of dollars of their own hard-earned money just for basic testing and for treatment. And that's something that is the true lived experience of women. It's something that we need to change, and as a country we need to do better. And I think it would serve this government well if it actually invested in looking at those outcomes and changing those outcomes, as opposed to just talking about these investments, because at the end of the day, the people in my electorate and across the country, they don't see the investment, they see their experience, and that's something that we need to put the focus on. Deputy Speaker, I'd also like to take this opportunity while we have the member for Forrest in the chamber to acknowledge the incredible work of his predecessor, the Honourable Nola Marino, during her time in this place. She was an absolute champion for those who suffer from endometriosis, and I'd like to note our appreciation on the Hansard record. Now, one of the things that we as the Coalition want to do is ensure that women across Australia, regardless of where they are in the cities, in the regions, can access care that is not only affordable, but also understands their unique experience and their needs. And as part of the opposition, something that I will do is, while acknowledging the important progress that's been made, make sure that we as a coalition are able to actually hold this government to account on progressing what were and what are, might I add, bipartisan commitments, and they need to be progressed as soon as possible. Now, these include measures to enhance menopause care for women through a new Medicare rebate, to expand health professional training, which is so critically important, to develop national clinical guidelines, and to also increase funding for endometriosis and pelvic pain clinics. And that package, might I add, it expands on the important work that we started on and then my predecessors started on when we were in government previously, and that included launching the National Women's Health Strategy and announcing what was an historic investment into Australia's first endometriosis and pelvic pain clinics under the former coalition. So while we are committed to holding this government to account, we're also committed to working with this government on this really important matter for women across the country. But we are relatively concerned that under this government, as I spoke to before, the experience of women is that it's never been harder or more expensive for them to access critical primary care, and that is something that needs to change. I'll just finish, Deputy Speaker, with a personal note that was given to me in relation to a constituent whose wife was going through menopause. And he said, watching my wife go through menopause has shown me how deeply it affects her and us as a family. She faced confusion, conflicting advice and outdated information at every turn. Her persistence and courage helped her find what worked, but too many women are left navigating myths alone. It's time for better research, education and support for women and the loved ones who care for them.
Thank you, Member. I will now call the clerk. The time allocated for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned, and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. I call the clerk.
Private members' notice number 3 relating to the private health insurance rebate, standing in the name of the member for McPherson.
I call the member for McPherson.
Speaker, I move the motion relating to the private health insurance rebate in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper. Today I rise because too many older Australians are facing the choice between private health insurance and the basic necessities. Deputy Speaker, I stand here today to give voice to the more than 1,368 and counting older Australians who have reached out to my office to express their concerns, their frustration and their fears. This government is forcing more people to make the choice between private health insurance and the basic necessities of life. And Deputy Speaker, let's call this for what it is. This is a government that is punishing those who do not vote for them. And it's a government that is punishing the older Australians who have worked so hard for this country and they've secured their own future, they've structured their retirement in a way to actually make sure that they have a comfortable retirement, and now they're seeing the rules change. Under Labor, health costs have risen by around 17%. And this pressure, it's not abstract, because as I said, we ran a survey, and a survey of McPherson residents over 65 found a significant proportion have experienced repeated increases in the cost of private health insurance over the last 4 years under this government. Now, this is a government that should be easing that pressure, not forcing them to pay more for the health care that they need. Because Australians over the age of 65 on fixed incomes or who rely on the age pension, they often are the ones who have the greatest healthcare needs. And they have those needs increasingly as they age. And those are the Australians that depend on the private health insurance system. The average age of a person covered by private health insurance in McPherson is 63. 47.72% of admitted patients who use private health insurance were aged 65 to 84. These are our most vulnerable Australians, and cutting that rebate is going to hurt around 3.2 million older Australians. But it's not just hurting them, it's hurting their families, it's hurting the young people that are looking after them. And for all of those who are in that ageing bracket below the 65 age, it's going to hurt them as well. My survey has had nearly 1,500 respondents, and let's have a look, Deputy Speaker, at what it shows. It shows that only 18.8% of respondents, only 18.8% said that they could afford any increase to their private health insurance cost. 31.4% intend to cancel their private health insurance altogether, with an additional 40% saying they might have to cancel their private health insurance. And the same survey showed older Australians rely on private health insurance for a range of often very serious conditions. Patricia from Merrimack has already had to cancel her home, contents and car insurance, and says that this increase to her fees says that she won't be able to eat properly. Susan from Robina says that she's already living week to week and at her age needs private health insurance more than ever. She's having trouble sleeping, worrying about how much her bills are increasing under this Labor government. And Margaret from Coolangatta says that her and her husband need to make a choice to cancel private health insurance for one of them to pay. Margaret from Coolangatta says that her and her husband need to make a choice to cancel private health insurance for one of them and pray that the other one no longer has cover, doesn't experience any new health conditions, as the cost could be fatal. Now, we can't allow people who've worked hard, paid their taxes and contributed to Australia to be forced into a position where they have to choose. They have to choose between cutting back on groceries, putting petrol in the car, paying the power bill, or keeping their private health insurance that they rely on. Now, those opposite should be hanging their heads in shame, because these are our parents, these are our grandparents, and they do not deserve this. A government that has run out of money is going after them, and that's not the way to do it, because older Australians are the ones who built this country, and they are the ones who are most vulnerable right now. I've said it before, we'll call it out for what it is. It's a government that has lost control of the economic narrative, they've lost control of the economy, and they're trying to recover money from older Australians who are the most vulnerable. Because just keep in mind as well, Deputy Speaker, that every older Australian who is forced to drop their private health insurance actually puts more pressure on an already stretched public system. So, Deputy Speaker, shame on this government. We are going to still stand up for older Australians and make sure that we hold this government to account.
Is there a seconder for this motion?
I second the motion. Reserve my rights, please.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. I call the member for Boothby.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The changes to the private health insurance rebate are about a fair go for all Australians. It's also about having a long-term vision for the provision of aged care in this country. The extra subsidy previously provided to older Australians over the age of 65 for private health cover is the legacy of an era when Australia was able to take full advantage of the mining boom. 20 years ago, when we had more working-age taxpayers and fewer retirees. Over 20 years later, Australia finds itself in a dramatically changed position. We have more retirees, and so the service mix that this government needs to provide includes a stronger emphasis on aged care at home and residential. And so instead of applying subsidies according to age, subsidies will and are applied according to income level. A much fairer outcome for all Australians. And so older Australians will continue to receive a rebate of between 8% and 24% based on their income level, settings which apply to all Australians. Because, Deputy Speaker, these changes are about providing older Australians with financial support to access private health care according to their income, while recognising another urgent reality that is affecting the provision of aged care services in this country. We have an ageing population, and so the demand for aged care services is increasing. Those opposite ignored this reality, not even implementing the recommendations of the Royal Commission into aged care. A new aged care home needs to be built every 3 days for the next 20 years in order to be able to service our cohort of older Australians at the rate at which it is now growing. Currently, we are not meeting that demand, and the entire system risks collapsing under its own weight. And so any savings from the change in rebate arrangements will be redirected to expanding and improving the provision of aged care services in the home, in this country. This will mean more aged care beds, more packages and better care. It will mean 5,000 more beds year on year. It will mean being able to build and maintain quality residential accommodation. It will mean a support at home program that is fairer and more affordable, with faster and improved assessments and shorter wait times. It will mean free personal care services like showering assistance, dressing and continence support, alongside free clinical care. It will mean an expansion of the end-of-life pathway to provide dignified care for older Australians in their final months. It will mean 20 additional specialist dementia care program units and an expansion of the aged care dementia support program, providing crucial transitional support for older Australians going from hospital into residential aged care. These are in addition to the Albanese Labor government's ongoing commitment to provide more accessible and affordable health care for all Australians, including older Australians, including making urgent care clinics a permanent part of Medicare, with 135 urgent care clinics across Australia and more being built. This will mean 4 in 5 Australians will live only within a 20-minute drive from urgent health care. An extra $25 billion on top of the $220 billion already committed to our public hospitals over the next 5 years. Cheaper PBS medicines with a maximum price of $25 per prescription and $7.70 for pensioners and concession card holders that have already saved Australians more than $2.3 billion. And more bulk billing clinics, with now almost 3,800 fully bulk billed practices right across Australia and a projected 9 out of 10 GP visits that will be bulk billed by 2030. Deputy Speaker, the Albanese Labor government has a long-term vision for this country, a fairer Australia for all Australians, including the right service mix for our changing demographics to meet the demand now and into the future. While older Australians will continue to receive a concession on their private health insurance based on their income, aligning with the rebate received by all Australians, the additional funds will be invested back into the improvement of the aged care system more broadly, by creating an aged care system that will be affordable, accessible, fit for purpose and provide the highest standard of care for generations to come. Deputy Speaker, this government is committed to investing in the future of all Australians.
I thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to. I call the member for Fadden.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I rise to support this motion that's been moved by my fellow Gold Coast colleague, the member for McPherson. And I do so because ultimately what we're seeing from this Labor government is a cruel, short-sighted and really unnecessary attack on older Australians. And for many Australians who have reached that retirement age, the later years in life, this isn't just a line in a budget paper. This is this Labor government, this Treasurer and this Prime Minister reaching into their hip pocket to take more of their hard-earned money. This is older Australians who've done the right thing for years and years and years. And the Labor government rolls into town with this new slogan of intergenerational equity. But we know what it really is. It's another hit to the hip pocket. It's another tax grab from this Labor government who, when they run out of money, will come after yours. And it fits the pattern because, you see, Labor says one thing, in this case about fairness, but what they're doing is actually something entirely different. And we heard the member for Boothby use the word fair. Well, there's nothing about this that's fair. This wasn't taken to the last election, but not that that would stop them. You see, this government's got a track record now of saying one thing and doing something completely different. Well, people are genuinely starting to wonder whether this Prime Minister can be trusted, because the impact of this particular decision will remove the higher private health insurance rebate for older Australians from the 1st of April 2027. Now, this aligns older Australians with younger age groups rather than recognising the reality that older people need healthcare more often. Labor's private health tax on pensioners, we think will probably cost couples over the age of 65 an extra $1,600 from April 2027. A 21.3% increase. And my friend over here, who's the doctor in the house, has a bit of credibility in this area, says it might not be that much. Well, for some people, it will be that much. So if you're that person, and in fact, I'll give the good doctor a working example from my electorate, just to prove that some people are impacted to the max. Robert and Miranda from my electorate, they've contacted me. They're absolutely staggered at this proposal. They already pay about $1,000 a quarter after the discount, and they estimate another $680 each per year, or 17%. Now, quick bit of maths takes that to about $1,300 or $1,400 per year for this couple. Now, these people are genuinely concerned they're going to be forced out of the private health system and into the public system. Now, they deserve better than that. They're very worried. And can I tell you, I'd be worried too if I was them, because the impact that no one's talking about is that push into the public health system, which of course is what the private system is entirely designed to try and assist and mitigate, is the demand on the public health system. So we've seen reports that there could be around 44,000 people drop their private health cover. Now, none of this is good news, because we already know that our really wonderful and hard-working health sector employees are working harder than they've ever had to before to try and keep up with the service standards that they want to deliver. But for older Australians, they're going to land in these hospitals, and it's going to put more and more pressure on our doctors, on our nurses, on our allied health professionals. And so, going into the last election, when the Prime Minister waves around his Medicare card and says this is all you need, well, ultimately that's not going to be enough, because sometimes you need to go to a hospital, and oftentimes private health insurance is the way that you can get there quicker. But now there'll be more pressure, and older Australians deserve a lot better than this.
I thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to. I call the member for Macarthur.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And look, I'm very happy to rise and speak on this private member's motion. It's about leopards and spots, and the Coalition is the leopard that doesn't change its spots. I've seen it through my entire medical career. When they just the Fraser government tried to destroy Medibank, our first national comprehensive insurance scheme, when the Howard government allowed demutualisation of the health funds, so they introduced a profit motive into private health insurance. Then when we saw the Dutton as health minister in the Abbott government trying to introduce a co-payment to destroy Medicare, it really shows the Coalition, as far as healthcare is concerned, doesn't change its spots. They're not interested in equity. They're not interested in comprehensive care. All they want to do is bring it down. They haven't had a health policy in 10 years that's worked. They worked very poorly during the Abbott and Morrison governments and Turnbull governments to bring down Medicare. Unfortunately, they're still showing with this bill they don't understand healthcare. All that we are doing is bringing the rebates down for showing that it is equitable to make older Australians pay the same level of private health insurance as younger Australians. That's very, very fair. The number of people with private insurance is in fact increasing, and we know that from the data last available from 2024. We know that private health insurance has to be value for money, And we've seen that the Albanese government in its first term and now is doing everything it can to reduce health costs for people, to make sure that our health system works appropriately, with our bulk billing rates now in general practice going up. We've recently also started an inquiry into specialist access, including gap fees that people are having to pay, making it more equitable for people to see specialists. We have announced and introduced legislation to make transparency about medical fees be available to all Australians. We are doing whatever we can to make sure our health system is the most effective and the most equitable in the world. In fact, in Australia, we pay around 10 to 10.5% of GDP every year for healthcare. This compares to around 12 to 14% for the other OECD countries and up to 17% for the United States. So we are making our healthcare system efficient and keeping it efficient and still providing very high levels of equitable care to all Australians. We make hard decisions about healthcare. We make no apologies for that. And this reduction of the health rebate for the over 65s, bringing them in line for the under 65s, is part of that. Hard decisions have to be made. We are encouraging people into private health insurance. We know that we need to get younger people into health insurance. As a general rule, younger people tend to pay more in rebates than they pay more in fees than they receive in healthcare, whereas older people, the opposite is true, where they get more healthcare than the amount they pay in private insurance or Medicare and Medicare surcharges than they pay. So we are doing what we can to make our healthcare system equitable, and this is part of the solution. The Albanese government is doing a huge amount in healthcare, including in women's health, including in our urgent care centres, so that all Australians can access the most equitable care that they can. Modern healthcare is expensive. We know that the costs we pay, for example, for medications, for some of the new genetically caused diseases such as cystic fibrosis, cost huge amounts of money, sometimes up to $300,000 a year per patient for every year they're alive. So the costs are huge. But the Albanese government is making sure that our health costs are amongst the lowest in the developed world, and as a percentage of GDP, much lower than many of our OECD equivalent countries are paying, and certainly much less than is occurring in America. The Albanese government is doing a marvellous job in healthcare. Thank you.
I thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to. I call the member for Forrest.
Yeah. Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Labor says it is helping with the cost of living, but this policy directly increased the cost of healthcare for older Australians. Labor says it supports Medicare, but this policy risks putting more pressure on crumbling public hospitals around the country. Labor says it cares more about older Australians while directly targeting those aged over 65. Labor says this is about fairness, but it is simply unfair to increase the cost of healthcare for pensioners and retirees on fixed incomes. Labor says this is about strengthening our health system, but this policy weakens one of the pressure valves that helps keep healthcare moving in Australia. These aren't just arguments that we make here in a hypothetical sense. These are the experiences we are hearing from constituents in our own electorates. Take Margaret and Glenn from Bunbury. Glenn's a Vietnam vet, and Margaret, now at the age of 85, is a stalwart volunteer for the Bunbury Soup Van. She's written to me at her wit's end, unsure about how Margaret and Glenn are going to make ends meet with this massive hit to the cost of their private health insurance. Costs that they, as Australians, chose to wear because they wanted to do the right thing. They wanted to be in private health insurance so that when they needed help, it was there for them at their own cost. This is another cost of living hit from a government that tells Australians on one hand that it understands the pressure that they're under, but on the other does everything in its power to make life more expensive. Many Australians over 65 aren't wealthy. They shouldn't be thrown on the scrap heap of victims from this budget of betrayal, built on Labor lies, higher taxes, higher debt, more migrants and fewer homes. At a time when insurance premiums, groceries, power bills, council rates, medicines, out-of-pocket health costs are already going up, Labor's answer is to make private health insurance even more expensive for older Australians. We believe that those older Australians deserve dignity, certainty and access to the health care they need, not to be victimised in yet another budget raid dressed up as reform. Labor want to frame this as intergenerational fairness, but there is nothing fair about forcing older Australians, many of whom are on fixed incomes, to pay more for their health care. They've worked hard, paid taxes, raised families, built communities and contributed to our country. This shouldn't just be another budget line item to be scratched out by Jim Chalmers' pen. This measure, in particular, is nasty. It pits younger Australians against older Australians in the divisive politics of this Prime Minister, when the real issue is Labor's failure to manage its own spending and relieve pressure on households. A fair health system in Australia should have both public and private health care. We must have a safety net for all Australians, but it shouldn't punish those Australians who can and do the right thing by taking pressure off the public health care system. Every person who drops or downgrades their private health insurance in the wake of this budget raid, which of course was never ventilated in the election campaign, there was no public commitment that if Australians voted for the Albanese government that this is what they would get. This is another Labor lie in the budget of betrayal that means more pressure on public hospitals, longer elective surgery waiting lists, more pressure on EDs and more stress on doctors, nurses and, of course, the ambulance paramedics parked outside hospitals because they simply can't get their patients in some cases for 8, 10 or 12 hours at a time. Public hospitals across this country are already stretched. So the last thing that they need is a policy from Canberra that pushes more Australians into the public queue. This is a classic Labor cost shift from a government that is addicted to spending. The Commonwealth books are saving, but patients, families, states and public hospitals are left to deal with the consequences and, inevitably, the cost blowouts that flow from that. The private system isn't separate from the public system. It helps to carry the load in Australia. So weakening private participation risks the sustainability of the entire health system in Australia. So let's see from this government.
The member's time has expired, and I thank the member for Forrest. The time allotted for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting, and I call the clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 4, relating to the Australian-European Security and Defence Partnership, standing in the name of the member for Sturt.
And I give the call to the member for Sturt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move the motion relating to the Australia-European Union Security and Defence Partnership in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper.
And the member for Sturt has the call.
Deputy Speaker, this motion speaks to a changing world where it's more important than ever to cement relationships with our traditional allies, to build, grow and nurture them through the lens of shared values, a desire for peace, stability and security, and an understanding of how the scales of global power are shifting. The Albanese Labor government entered into the Defence and Security Partnership with the European Union in March this year with that framework firmly in mind. The partnership is a demonstration of Australia's growing strategic partnership with the European Union, building from already existing friendships, taking those friendships and deepening them has become urgent and is something the government will continue to do because the government's first order of the day is keeping Australians safe and safeguarding our national interests. As recognised in the preface to the partnership document, both Australia and the European Union recognise and respect democratic principles, human rights, gender equality, fundamental freedoms and the rule of law. The partnership recognises the urgent need to protect and double down on these principles in the face of significant global pressure and disruption being put on them. The benefits of this defence and security partnership with the European Union are many, but can be categorised under three key themes: national security, economic opportunity and peace. With regard to national security, the wide-ranging partnership will boost cooperation across defence industry, cyber, economic security, counter-terrorism, combating all forms of hatred, which is growing in breadth and complexity, and by countering hybrid threats. There is also a focus on emerging technologies, maritime security, economic security through critical minerals, and defence industry cooperation. As an island continent, maritime security, which includes border protection and protection of seaborne supply, is critical, and the partnership recognises the importance of a rules-based regional maritime security architecture, including secure and resilient sea lines of communication and freedom of navigation, in accordance with international law, first and foremost the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea. The partnership will also allow Australia and the European Union to increase information sharing, capacity building in order to partner to combat the curse that is online radicalisation, to join forces to combat terrorist financing, to establish a new space security dialogue, and to identify, manage and withstand the increasingly complex security risks in each other's respective regions. As rightly recognised by the partnership, the Indo-Pacific and the Euro-Atlantic are interconnected and interdependent. With respect to the second theme, economic security, the partnership will also create new defence procurement opportunities for Australian and European businesses. The partnership also specifically calls for Australia and the European Union to build secure and sustainable critical and strategic minerals value chains between them, with a specific goal being to support the defence industry, plus other key industrial sectors. Finally, the third theme of the partnership is stability and peace. The partnership quite rightly commits to the women, peace and security agenda and calls on Australia and the European Union to ensure that gender equality is integrated in all facets and all levels of cooperation with regards to defence and security. Gender equality must remain a political, economic and national security priority. We know that countries where gender equality is further progressed and reasonably well functioning are more peaceful and stable. There is less conflict. We know that when women's peacemaking skills are harnessed, when women have a seat at the peace agreement negotiating table, peace is more sustainable and longer lasting. And we also know that women and girls are more deeply and catastrophically affected by conflict and instability. So the importance of the acknowledgement of gender equality in this partnership and the importance of the acknowledgement of the role gender equality plays when it comes to conflict avoidance and sustainable peace in this partnership cannot be underestimated.
And I thank the member for Sturt. Is the motion seconded?
Deputy Speaker, I second the motion and reserve my right to speak.
And I thank the member for Macon. The question before the Federation Chamber now is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Grey. Grey.
Speaker, I rise today to address the recently signed Australia and EU Security and Defence Partnership. While the government boasts our strategic alignment and international cooperation, this agreement raises some serious flags. It threatens to impose heavy European energy and compliance standards on local operations. Local industry should not carry the cost of global deals without guaranteed local benefits. This deal creates uncertainty for key industries during an already tense industrial transition. If we adopt European green targets, we risk lifting overhead costs for places like Whyalla Steelworks and the Near Star smelter in Port Pirie. This directly risks local jobs and threatens our economic future. And why? Constituents in my electorate might also reasonably ask the government why the government is spending time on EU defence alignment instead of investing in regional roads, health and jobs. This lack of regional focus is a clear pattern for this government. While we are on defence, I'd like to address the cuts to Invictus Australia. This government has cut all funding from this program. This is a program that provides vital support for injured and mentally ill veterans who gave everything for our nation. It is a shameful decision, and the government must reconsider its cruel funding cuts to Invictus Australia immediately. But a lack of care for our people and our economy is nothing new for this Labor government. We only have to look at the total failure of their new EU free trade deal. And Speaker, I mean, who are we kidding? There is nothing free in this free trade deal. Our hardworking farmers, our wine growers, were completely sold out by negotiators who did not understand their needs. The Trade Minister gave up and stayed at the table when he should have walked away. No deal would have been better than this bad deal. The numbers show how badly we were beaten. On beef, this agreement allows just over 30,000 tonnes of access over a decade. Our industry expert said 50,000 tonnes was the bare minimum to stay competitive. On sheep meat, the result was insulting. We got 25,000 tonnes, while New Zealand sits on over 160,000 tonnes. Did our negotiators forget to get a calculator? Every major red meat group in this country is devastated by this subpar deal, and our primary producers will pay the price for decades. This government also cut the Wine Tourism and Cellar Door program. It's a vital lifeline for regional wine businesses. Then they flooded our market with cheap European wine, directly harming our local premium producers. They seem more focused on pleasing their friends in Brussels and Bordeaux than supporting local regions like Clare and the Barossa Valley. Speaker, Minister Gallagher publicly posted how this would allow her to get cheaper wine from France. Again, this Labor government is putting Australia second. First, the region's got a terrible deal with the EU and this wonky defence deal. Then came the budget, and things get better. $4.7 billion cut from infrastructure spending. 2% of that is for regional Australia. 2%. $21.4 million cut from regional communications. $103 million cut from the National Water Grid. $191 million cut from the Pest and Diseases Fund. Regional trade and drought funding for farmers, with a $52 million cut from the Future Drought Fund. The Prime Minister gave his word to regional Australia. But Speaker, as we know, his word is his bond, and that bond is pretty damn flimsy. I want to finish by speaking directly for the workers of regional South Australia, the hard-working men and women in the smelter, the steelworks, in the vines, in the fishing boats, in the fields and, of course, in our towns. They do not want deals with Europe or heavy green tape costs handed down from Canberra, or indeed Brussels. They want a government that fights for their jobs, protects their local industries and backs their local communities completely. I will always stand up for regional South Australia, and I call on this government to do the same and stop abandoning our regions and start delivering the real support our industries need to survive.
And I thank the member for Grey. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Hasluck.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. And I thank the member for Sturt for the chance to celebrate the Australia-European Union Security and Defence Partnership. This agreement is important because it reflects a simple reality that in today's world, our security is interconnected and our response must be coordinated. This is a partnership that is not symbolic, it is practical and it is deliberately structured so. It establishes a framework to increase information sharing to counter global threats, to build the capacity to manage complex risks and to strengthen resilience across both the Indo-Pacific and European regions. It commits Australia and the European Union to working together to combat online radicalisation and terrorism financing, recognising that security threats increasingly emerge in the digital domain just as much as in the physical one. It creates a new space security dialogue, acknowledging that the technologies we rely on, from the communications to navigation, are now fundamental to both economic and national security. And importantly, it opens up new defence procurement opportunities, strengthening cooperation between Australian and European industries and creating the pathways for the shared capability development. This is what modern security looks like, not just defence capability in isolation, but collaboration across industries, across technologies and across regions. And that is reinforced by the broader Australia-EU relationship, including the recently concluded free trade agreement, because economic security and defence cooperation, of course, go hand in hand. Together, these agreements recognise that supply chains, technologies and industrial capacity are central to both our prosperity and our national security. But I also want to talk about what it means at a local level, because in communities like mine in Hasluck, these international partnerships translate into real opportunity. In Hasluck and across Western Australia, we have a strong and a growing base of advanced manufacturing, engineering and defence-related capability. When I visit local businesses, I see the kind of precision engineering and innovation that this partnership is designed to support. At Hoffman Engineering in Ashfield, I and the Minister for Defence have seen firsthand a multi-generational Western Australian company delivering world-class manufacturing capability, supporting defence, transport and industry sectors with highly specialised engineering skills. And firms such as Aerospace, NDI and Bassendean specialise in highly technical inspection and testing services, using non-destructive techniques to ensure the safety and the reliability of critical aerospace and defence components. Together, these kind of businesses represent exactly the kind of capability that this partnership is designed to support. Local expertise connected to global collaboration. We also see the broader ecosystem across Western Australia, where more than 200 defence industry businesses contribute to our national capability, supported by world-class infrastructure and innovation. Companies like Composite Components are designing and manufacturing advanced carbon fibre and composite structure for high-performance applications. Companies like Veeam producing advanced maritime components that are not only strengthening Australian sovereign defence capability, but exporting expertise into our global supply chains. And organisations like the Australian Industry and Defence Network are helping connect small and medium-sized businesses into those supply chains, ensuring that that local capability can scale and collaborate. And we have capacity in interesting places. There is a role for companies that operate outside of the defence industry to play a part in supporting local manufacturing. In Bayswater, for example, we see this capability in action with businesses like Cyclowest, a pharmaceutical, there's a mic behind me now, Cyclowest, a radiopharmaceutical manufacturing facility producing specialised medical isotopes for advanced diagnostic imaging and treatment. Now, they are experts in handling radioactive materials safely and can assist in the training and the protocols for the handling of radioactive isotopes. So there are many kinds of organisations that stand to benefit from this deeper engagement with European partners. And when we talk about Defence Procurement Cooperation, we're talking also about building resilience to complex threats. We're talking about opening new markets and new partnerships. We're talking about strengthening our industries that underpin our national capabilities. And this is exactly what this opportunity presents, and I commend the bill to the House as well.
And I thank the member for Hasluck. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Fisher.
Mr Deputy Speaker, at a time when the world is becoming more unstable, more contested and more dangerous, strong partnerships between democratic nations matter. Australia and Europe may sit on opposite sides of the globe, but increasingly we face the same threats of the growing instability we're witnessing across the globe in the Indo-Pacific, in Europe and in the Middle East. The old assumption that distance alone protects Australia no longer holds true. National security today extends far beyond traditional borders and battlefronts. Modern warfare is fought across cyber networks, communication systems, critical infrastructure, supply chains, satellites and digital platforms. That's why cooperation with trusted democratic partners is so important. This agreement reflects a growing understanding that the security of Europe and the security of the Indo-Pacific are deeply interconnected. We've seen through the war in Ukraine, tensions in the Indo-Pacific, instability in the Middle East and the escalating cyber threats that events on the other side of the world can directly impact Australians here. That impact can be felt through energy prices, supply chain disruptions, cyber attacks, trade instability or threats to critical infrastructure. Deputy Speaker, as someone who's spent significant time working in the defence, as you have, in national security and intelligence space through the PJCIS and the Defence Subcommittee, now the PJCD, I understand just how rapidly these threats are evolving. And Australia cannot afford complacency. The Coalition has always understood the importance of strong alliances and strategic partnerships. From ANZUS to the Five Eyes partnership to AUKUS, Coalition governments have consistently led on Australia's security, depending not only on capability but also on trusted relationships with like-minded nations. Importantly, this partnership also creates opportunities for Australian businesses operating at the cutting edge of defence technology and innovation. And that matters greatly for regions like mine on the Sunshine Coast. Many people would be surprised to learn that the Sunshine Coast is home to a growing and highly capable defence, aerospace and advanced manufacturing sector. We have innovative businesses contributing to sovereign capability, aviation technology, cyber resilience and advanced manufacturing right here in our Sunshine Coast region. Australian businesses are innovative, they are agile and they're ready to contribute more to Australia's national resilience and defence capability. But, Deputy Speaker, partnerships and announcements alone are not enough. Capability matters, delivery matters, preparedness matters. As I often say, Australians expect outcomes on defence and intelligence, not just announcements. Because announcements are easy, but delivery is hard. And capability delayed is capability denied. The real test of agreements like this is whether they deliver meaningful capability, stronger industrial resilience and improved strategic preparedness. We are already seeing how modern warfare is changing. Lessons from Ukraine and the Middle East demonstrate growing importance of drones, autonomous systems, integrated strike capability and cyber resilience. Australia must not fall behind again. That means backing sovereign capability, backing local defence industry, backing Australian manufacturing and ensuring our nation has resilient supply chains and industrial capacity in times of crises. Because national security and economic security are now inseparable. Deputy Speaker, more than 103,000 Australians have paid the ultimate sacrifice with the Australian flag on their left shoulder. We honour that sacrifice not simply with words, but by ensuring Australia is prepared for the strategic challenges of the future. That requires seriousness, urgency, long-term thinking and a genuine whole-of-nation approach to national security. I, along with the Coalition, support stronger cooperation between Australia and our democratic partners. We support building resilience against cyber threats, terrorism and foreign interference, and we support creating opportunities for Australian defence businesses and innovators to connect into the supply chain of like-minded democratic nations. But these partnerships must be backed by real capability and real investment. While I support stronger cooperation between Australia and Europe, partnerships alone are no substitute for a comprehensive national security strategy. We must get our own house in order first by strengthening sovereign capability, rebuilding industrial resilience, securing our supply chains and ensuring Australia is properly prepared for the challenges ahead.
And I thank the member for Fisher. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Banks.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It is a pleasure to rise in support of my good friend, the member for Sturt's motion. She is a great advocate for her constituents, but also South Australia's defence industry, and understands deeply the importance of partnerships like this one with the European Union. Deputy Speaker, as a former diplomat who worked on international agreements prior to coming to this place, I was pleased to have the opportunity to speak in the House about the European Union Free Trade Agreement and how the deepening of trade relationships between our country and Europe will create opportunities, jobs, economic growth and many, many other benefits for Australia. In a similar fashion, the Australia-European Union Security and Defence Partnership represents a significant step forward in supporting our defence industry and strengthening our national security in a time where this has never been more important. The Security and Defence Partnership is a landmark deal. It is not just deepening of our relationship with a trusted international partner. In the rapidly changing international geopolitical environment, partnerships like this one and the others we are building across our region and across the world are essential. Deputy Speaker, we live in a time where security is paramount, where uncertain and complex security threats continue to present challenges, both in our region and beyond. The rules and norms that have underpinned security and prosperity are coming under intense pressure, and many of the challenges that we face today require joint efforts to overcome them. Our long-standing partnership with the European Union has always been built on the foundation of a shared commitment to peace, to security and prosperity. And under this government, this relationship is only getting stronger. The Security and Defence Partnership, along with the Free Trade Agreement and the commencement of the negotiations for association to the Horizon Europe Research Fund, demonstrates strong momentum in our bilateral relations. Deputy Speaker, this agreement boosts cooperation across a whole range of issues, including the space industry, cyber and economic security, counter-terrorism, and combating hatred. Through information sharing, a new space security dialogue, working together to combat online radicalisation and terrorism financing, we are delivering tangible benefits for our regional defence and security. Further, Deputy Speaker, this government is committed to strengthening our own defence industry capability, and this partnership is a reflection of that commitment, enabling meaningful cooperation between Australia and the European Union across the defence and space industries. Australia and the EU already have strong industrial ties, with many of Europe's major defence manufacturers operating in Australia. Working with our own businesses and the Australian Defence Force to develop innovative technologies and Australian manufactured equipment like the Bushmaster is already providing critical support to Europe's own security. The partnership will allow us to build from the strong base and explore even more opportunities with like-minded partners. Deputy Speaker, Australia approaches the challenges we face with more resilience and more choices in how we respond as a result of this government's doing the hard work and building meaningful and diversified relationships. We welcome the opportunity to step up our cooperation with the European Union. This partnership is a strong statement of our shared values, a signal of support for international rules, and a commitment to peace and security. This government recognises that we cannot approach these fundamental shifts in geopolitics passively. This government has acted with purpose and intent to pursue new alignments and deepen existing ones. We've announced investments in our Defence Force, fuel security and sovereign capability in this budget, and we're working closely with our friends and partners to ensure we are better prepared to face the future.
I thank the member for Banks. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Casey.
Well, thank you, Deputy Speaker. It's important to rise on this motion because the reality is we have to meet the world as it is, not as we'd like it to be. And all through the world there is conflict at the moment. The rules-based order is not sacking up. It's not providing the roles that it has previously. And Australia needs to step up, and we need to work with our partners all across the globe. Middle powers have a crucial role to play to make sure that they are at the table and looking after Australia's best interests first and democracy's best interests and fellow allies. And Australia has had a long partnership with the European Union and with Europe. There's a strong connection. Many Australians, my family included, have a family connection with my family coming from Italy in 1953, establishing a farm in Sylvan in my community of Casey. My family proudly became Australians, joined the Australian story, but still kept a bit of their heart at home. Every migrant does that journey of loving their new country while always remembering their homeland. And the European Union partnership is so important when it comes to that. But while this is an important signing, action speaks louder than words. And unfortunately, like so many of the government's announcements, the words sound good, but the actions don't deliver. And let's look at point 3. Affirms the government's commitment to continue to provide new international opportunities for Australian businesses at the cutting edge of defence technology and innovation, in parallel with a future made in Australia. At the exact same time this motion talks about backing international opportunities, this government made a decision to no longer fund our partnership with the European Southern Observatory. Now, this was an agreement that was signed in 2017 by the Coalition. Australian astronomers use this observatory to make new technological discoveries. It's helping when it comes to defence. Defence applications include things like directed energy and laser weapons, anti-missile warning systems, improved laser communication, so many technologies crucial in the modern world. So we have a government that puts a motion in talking about how they're going to do something, but their actual actions at the same time take away one of the crucial pillars of our science, technology, research and innovation communities. And the community lobbied the government, explained to them the importance of this funding. And like so many things, this government didn't listen. And Australian defence industry, Australian technology and Australian research and development will be worse off because of this decision by the Albanese Labor government. Again, they talk a big word, talk about AI and the importance of artificial intelligence, yet there is no follow-up actions from this government to strengthen AI partnerships with the European Union, with any business at all. You get a press release, you get a statement with some warm, fuzzy words, but you get no certainty for business to invest in AI, in cybersecurity, in quantum. In fact, when it comes to quantum, this government, under a Future Made in Australia strategy, spent $1 billion of taxpayer money to back a Silicon Valley company, PsiQuantum, backing a US company with Australian taxpayer money under the Future Made in Australia banner. And that project, delayed, was supposed to be at the Brisbane airport, and just last week quietly announced, conveniently at the same time as the budget and all those conversations, that Brisbane site is no longer viable. They're now moving to another site. No accountability from this government about the $1 billion that goes to an American company. Again, this government, big on talk, they like to put a lot of motions forward that have merit in the sense that we do need to work together with our partners. We do need to continue to back defence industry and technology, research and development, but their actions don't match their words. And that's before we even talk about the disgraceful broken promise on the capital gains tax, which will punish tech companies in defence industry and every tech company that wants to invest and get ahead in Australia.
The member's time has expired. I thank the member for Casey. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Macon.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I commend the member for Sturt for bringing this motion before the House, because right now, more than ever before, the world needs to act together if we're to address the challenges that we all face on this planet. Mr Deputy Speaker, we live in times when rising population and diminishing resources are leading to ever-increasing human conflict and all of its consequences, to insecurity, to food shortages, increased military spending and less confidence into the future. Simultaneously, greed and power, human traits that have existed throughout history, add to global injustices and civilian unrest right across the world. These are now global problems which no single nation acting alone can rectify. And we've seen that over the last 2 or 3 decades, where there have been plenty of efforts made by countries around the world to try and resolve some of these matters. But the truth is, we have to work in unity with other countries. It is indeed only through the collective efforts of like-minded nations that we can deal with the global problems facing humanity, which is why the security and defence partnership between Australia and the European Union is so important. The majority of early settlers who came to Australia from overseas were from Great Britain and Europe. Similarly, in the post-World War II years of mass migration to Australia, they came from Europe and Great Britain. Much of our laws and Australian characteristics arise from connections with those very homelands. When added to the strong people-to-people bonds Australia has with Europe and with our commitment to the rule of law, democracy and peace, as other speakers have quite rightly alluded to, it makes for natural allies and trusted friends. And that is what this partnership is all about, for natural allies and trusted friends on opposite sides of the globe working together. And it is for those very reasons that this partnership is not only important, but a partnership that we can have confidence in. The Australia and EU security partnership covers several key areas, and time will not permit me to go into them into detail. But broadly speaking, defence and industry cooperation, economic security, cyber and hybrid threats, maritime and space security, crisis management and capacity building, all things that individually we could spend hours talking about in terms of how we address those very matters. But this partnership embraces them all. As a middle power, Australia will not only benefit from this partnership, but will be able to make a real contribution to the global threats facing people around the world. And we've already seen that with the work that has been done between not only Australia and some of the European countries, but also between Australia and countries like Canada, where it's starting to emerge that like-minded countries who have shared values are starting to have an impact on global affairs. And I think that is, and I believe that that is a very good thing, because for too long, the global affairs have been run by what I would consider the more powerful countries of the world. In my own electorate, in Mawson Lakes, we have a number of defence and security companies that are now operating. And it's pleasing to see that so many of those companies are actually headquartered overseas, yet they've come to Australia, set up bases here, and again, that reinforces the ability of Australia to work constructively with the very countries that this partnership is looking to do. By working closely with the EU countries and sharing our knowledge and resources not only makes us more secure, but together we can better influence and respond to the emerging risks such as online radicalisation, terrorism, foreign interference, military development and procurement, supply chain resilience and critical mineral supply. All of these are things that, again, we often talk about in this place on a regular basis, but again, we need to work together. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, I commend everyone, all the ministers involved, but everyone who in some way has contributed to the development of the partnership, because it is in the benefit of our country and for the world.
And I thank the member for Macon. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for McPherson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I rise today to speak on this motion in relation to the signing of the Australia-European Union Security and Defence Partnership. Deputy Speaker, the world is changing, and across the world we are seeing some quite significant shifts. Australia finds itself facing the most consequential shift in our international circumstances since the First Fleet arrived in 1788. And as such, we need to be capable as a country to find our feet in a new and shifting world order. And that world order looks like a multipolar world order. And we need to accept that our relationships with various allies have shifted and changed and will evolve into the future. And as such, our security response must shift, change and evolve as well. And we always will benefit from more trusted friends. And so that's why the Coalition supports stronger cooperation between Australia and the European Union. And we will support such cooperation with democratic partners. Because as I've said, the strategic environment we're finding ourselves in is shifting and it's deteriorating rapidly, and like-minded democracies must work together. But the point I'd make, Deputy Speaker, is that partnerships are not enough. We need to make sure that we have the domestic preparedness to stand on our own 2 feet as well. And whilst we should be working towards partnerships, whether of an economic or of a political nature, we should also make sure that our investment in our local defence capabilities is second to none. Now, this motion speaks to the government's, and I'm reading from the motion, the government's commitment to continue to provide new international opportunities for Australian businesses at the cutting edge of defence technology and innovation. As has been pointed out by some of the previous speakers on this side of the chamber, Deputy Speaker, we need to actually see what the government is saying here turned into action, because the reality of what we've seen over the last couple of years, and in particular over the last week or so since the budget, is that the small businesses in Australia who are working and operating in the defence space, let alone those who may want to innovate and enter that space, they're actually not getting the support that they need. And in actual fact, they're being disadvantaged and deterred from continuing to do well in that space. And we've seen that most notably with the recent changes to the CGT. And that is driving businesses in my electorate and across the southern Gold Coast, many of whom do operate in the defence space, away from further innovating and building on their capabilities, which we very much need in order to be comfortable in the new strategic and security environment that Australia is facing. Now, I've said that the Coalition does support alliances and partnerships with our democratic friends, and we do have a strong history of that. We've seen it through ANZUS, through the Five Eyes, through AUKUS, and those trusted democratic relationships will be important for our own resilience. So I do hope that the government does continue to not only talk about this, but starts to act in relation to making sure that our businesses are given the best opportunity to excel in this space. But it's not just our businesses, it's also making sure we put our money where our mouth is when it comes to our veterans, when it comes to our Defence Force, when it comes to instilling a culture in this country that young Australians can be proud of it and be prepared and proud to defend it and to engage in the businesses that do so. Because without that, Deputy Speaker, partnerships will only mean so much. So I say to the government, take this as an opportunity to seize on the partnership and what it means. Take it as an opportunity to get that next generation interested and engaged, but also take it as an opportunity to make sure we are, not just in word, but in fact, supporting those across the country who are building the next generation of defence capability for Australia, because that ultimately is going to determine whether or not we fail or succeed in this new multipolar, complex strategic environment.
And I thank the member for Macpherson. The time allotted for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting, and I call the clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 5, relating to European carp, standing in the name of the member for Gippsland.
And I give the call to the member for Gippsland, the Leader of the Nationals in the House.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move the motion relating to European carp in the terms which appears on the notice paper.
And the member has the call.
Deputy Speaker, former Australian of the Year Neil Danaher is famous for saying, when all is said and done, much more is said than done. And he could easily have been talking about our failure to take action on the ground to counter one of the nation's most damaging invasive species, and that's European carp. They are destroying our waterways. They're killing native fish, but all the bureaucrats want to do is write more reports. This is a paralysis by analysis, and the bureaucrats keep finding reasons to delay the release of a biocontrol. Now it's time, Deputy Speaker, for a timid minister to show some courage and take up my offer to work in a bipartisan way and have a serious crack at controlling the carp population in this country. It's time for less talk and a hell of a lot more action to control this species, which is devastating Australian waterways. Now, Deputy Speaker, although they were first introduced into Australia in the mid-19th century, carp really only emerged as an environmental menace in the 1960s when a genetic strain of carp called the Ballara strain escaped from a fish farm in my electorate of Gippsland. Now, the Ballara strain's escape led to a huge expansion in the range and the population of carp, and despite some netting, trapping and community-based catching carp programs, there's been no successful long-term carp control over large areas in our nation. And we have carp destroying our waterways and impacting on biodiversity right across the country. They outcompete with native fish. The constant undermining of riverbanks is seeing trees which are hundreds of years old fall into our waterways, and the turbidity created by their feeding habits is actually impacting water quality, Deputy Speaker. Their presence in such huge numbers is undermining the recreational fishing industry and impacting the visitor economy in regional Australia, and all we do in this place is talk about it. The costs run into hundreds of millions of dollars per year, and the missed opportunity is just enormous. Just imagine the benefits if we cleaned up our streams by reducing the carp population and allowed native fish to actually flourish in our waterways. Now, Deputy Speaker, the time for talking about carp is over. Carp can amount to about 90% of the fish biomass in some of our waters. There's been literally thousands of pages of scientific research and investigation in how we manage carp, and detailed reports on different approaches that are available to us as a nation. Now, the National Carp Control Plan from 2022 clearly states the carp herpes virus will not infect humans or any other mammal, and there is considerable evidence the carp virus will not infect other non-target species. Modelling indicates that if it's successfully deployed, it will result in a 50 to 60% reduction in carp biomass. The plan also found that broad-scale and long-term water quality impacts resulting from carp biocontrol operations are unlikely, and that carcass management strategies can be delivered. And we have the independent CSIRO also backing the virus. CSIRO researchers have found that the herpes virus does kill Australian pest carps, and it kills them quickly. Current research has also shown that the virus does not develop in native Australian species of fish. So what are we actually waiting for, Deputy Speaker? There is no decision that would not have some element of risk, and the Managing Director of the FRDC, Patrick Horn, wrote in the foreword to the national plan, uncertainties regarding the release of the virus remain, but this is to be expected given the complexity of the work undertaken. A decision on whether or not to release the virus will always involve some uncertainty. So, Deputy Speaker, one thing is certain. What we're doing now just isn't working. European carp continue to devastate our waterways, and the current control methods will not deliver the results demanded by Australians. Now, the community agrees with me, Deputy Speaker. Just last month, 80 delegates from across 5 states and territories attended the Murray-Darling Basin Carp Action Plan in the Gambie, in the seat of Nichols, with my good friend Sam Birrell here today. He also attended. They represented 41 different community farming and fishing, processing, research and natural resource management organisations, and they had a unanimous view in relation to the National Carp Plan. I quote, Progress towards implementation has been slow and uncertain, with no clear national timeline or pathway forward. They are demanding action, Deputy Speaker. Not more talk fest, they're demanding action. They've formed the Carp Action Alliance and will advocate for more carp control measures, and I urge the Minister to engage with them and engage with the Coalition and take action immediately. I agree with the key stakeholders, like the Victorian Fisheries Authority, that we need to set clear timelines to complete the deliberations around the carp herpes virus as a priority and set clear timelines for releasing the virus by 2028 at the latest. In the interests of river health across the nation, we must move beyond more research to a coordinated rollout of the virus and a carp control plan which actually delivers for regional Australia.
And I thank the member for Gippsland. Is the motion seconded?
I second the motion.
And do you reserve your right to speak?
I reserve the right to speak. Thank you.
And I thank the member for Nichols. The question before the Federation Chamber is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member Hunter.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm here to speak on the motion brought forward by the member for Gippsland about carp in our waterways and the proposal to release the carp herpes virus. And I'll say this straight away up front, I don't think anybody in this place disputes the basic problem here. Carp are a destructive pest species. They tear up riverbeds, they muddy the water, they damage aquatic plants, and they put pressure on native fish species that belong in our rivers. In some parts of the Murray-Darling Basin, they make up most of the fish biomass. Anyone who's spent time near these waterways knows the damage they can do. Communities right across regional Australia are frustrated by it. Fishers are frustrated by it. Farmers are frustrated by it. Local communities want healthy rivers, healthy waterways, and so does this government. So let's be clear about that from the start. This government absolutely acknowledges carp are a serious environmental problem, and we support strong action to deal with them. But when you're talking about releasing a biological control agent into Australian waterways, you've got to get it right. Because once it's out there, you can't put the genie back in the bottle. Once a virus is released into the rivers across this country, it's irreversible. And that's why the government is taking an evidence-based approach instead of rushing to meet political deadlines. Now, those opposite want to pretend the science is all wrapped up and settled. Well, it isn't, Speaker. The National Carp Control Plan, published in 2022, found there is potential for the virus to help reduce carp populations. This is 100% true. But the plan also identified important gaps that still need further work. Questions around impact on non-target species, questions around water quality, questions around disease transmission through river systems, questions around broader environmental...
Hunter will resume his seat. A division has been called in the House. As this division is not expected to conclude in time for the Federation Chamber to resume before 1:30, the Federation Chamber now stands suspended until 4 p.m.
you. Are there any statements by honourable members? I call the member for Mayo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, it was incredibly moving to not just attend but to open one of South Australia's most successful, biggest morning tea fundraisers, and that was at Macclesfield in my community of Mayo in the Adelaide Hills. More than 200 people came together for the Macclesfield Young at Heart event. In fact, the population of Macclesfield is not much bigger than 200 people, but so this was the whole town turning out. And this is so much more than a morning tea. It's a gathering filled with generosity, resilience and love. We heard from Will McDonald, who's a South Australian newsreader who's had his own battle with cancer, and beautiful young Liana, who was diagnosed with stage 4. She is now 3 years clear in remission. The club has hosted 19 of these events. It has raised more than $343,000 since its first event in 2008. The person who is responsible for pulling this all together is Kathy Megson McAllister, and she has a remarkable story. She survived an aggressive form of non-Hodgkin's lymphoma in 2005. She lost both of her parents in 2006, and she lost her husband Barry in 2016 to leukemia. But she has kept going, and she is the driving force behind this extraordinary event. Congratulations, Kathy, and all from the Young at Heart.
Call the member for Canberra.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Last week was National Volunteers Week, and I just want to take a second to acknowledge the incredibly important work of all the volunteers in our Canberra community. Whether it's the people who keep junior sport running, the coaches, the umpires, the people running the canteen, the people who are maintaining culture and language of our diverse community, the people who care for our catchment, our local environment from our catchment groups and Landcare Australia, the people who run the food pantries, meeting people when they need the most and providing that support and comfort, the people at Carinya House who are walking with women and their young families as they find a stable home and build their future, the people who are raising funds for all these amazing charities out there, the people who are bringing music and art into our aged care facilities, the people who run our community radio stations and run the very important programs there, our carers, and many, many other people that I have not mentioned. You really make our city and our country tick, and last week was all about thanking you. And I also want to acknowledge Jean Gies and the team at Volunteering ACT for the wonderful work they do in supporting our volunteers, celebrating their work, and making sure that volunteers are treated as best they can in our organisations. Thank you.
Thank you. I call the member for Wentworth.
Deputy Speaker, I want to speak today about an issue that is raised constantly by the people of Wentworth, childcare, specifically cost, access and safety. On costs, Australia has some of the highest childcare costs in the world. Even with over $13 billion in subsidies each year, it remains prohibitively expensive right across income distribution. A professional woman I door-knocked in Clovelly on a really good income told me that they simply cannot have a third child that they want because of childcare costs. And what does this enormous public and private cost get us? Finding a childcare place, even in Wentworth, has been a challenge for years, and that's just in the centre of Sydney. Just this year, multiple centres have closed right across the electorate due to lease pressures, rising costs and staffing difficulties. For families without nearby support networks, this means time off work for an arrangement locked in even before the child is born. There will always be bad actors in childcare, but right now parents are genuinely worried also about the safety in our childcare centres. Australia's fragmented Working with Children programs are allowing perpetrators to re-offend or move across borders, while subsidised model has attracted the very worst rent seekers to an industry unable to properly assess and monitor quality. The system isn't working. The Prime Minister says he wants childcare to be his legacy. I take him at his words, but this Parliament needs to be far more ambitious and get to the heart of why childcare just isn't working for Australians.
I thank the member. I understand the member for Pearce would like to present a copy of their speech for incorporation into the Hansard in accordance with the resolution agreed on November 6, 2025.
That's correct, thank you.
I thank the member. I call the member for Warringah.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Joy of Giving Hub and Swap in the City show how community-led action can make sustainability accessible, joyful and a community-building exercise. I'm delighted to recognise these two outstanding local initiatives helping our community reduce waste and embrace the circular economy. The Joy of Giving Hub gives pre-loved toys new homes, keeping them out of landfill while bringing joy to children and families. Founded in 2019, it began with a simple but powerful idea that children learn the value of giving by sharing what they no longer need. Through the dedication of local volunteers, toys are reused, families are supported, and children see sustainability as something positive, practical and generous. Swap in the City brings the same spirit to fashion. With too many clothes ending up in landfill, it offers a stylish and sustainable alternative, a place where quality pre-loved pieces can become someone else's new favourite item. Also based in the North Sydney Greenwood Plaza, it makes sustainable fashion social and accessible. Together, these initiatives reduce waste and strengthen community connection. I had the pleasure of attending them a few days ago, and I want to just really congratulate all involved, in particular the volunteers, for their incredible initiatives, and it makes me so proud of Warringah.
Call the member for Solomon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. And as I rise, I've just received a note from my staff to say that the AFL legend and motor neuron disease campaigner Neil Danaher has passed. So I wanted to pass on mine and my family's condolences to Neil's family. May he rest in peace. Speaker, proudly joined the Prime Minister and another AFL legend, Michael Long, at the Long Walk in Melbourne on Friday before the Essendon-Richmond Dreamtime game. Many years ago now, in 2004, I walked from Melbourne towards Canberra with Longy to get First Nations issues back on the then federal government's agenda. Another Territorian legend, Michael Magic McLean, was recognised as this year's Sir Doug Nicholls Round honoree, recognising Maggio's 40-year impact on the game, both on and off the field. After playing senior footy, NTFL senior footy at just 15 years old for Nightcliff, he was only the second Territorian to make the move direct to Victoria to play footy. He had a glittering career in AFL teams. Well done, Maggio, and rest in peace, Neil Danaher.
I thank the member. I call the member for Ryan.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. CSIRO, our peak research body with a large presence in Ryan, has just cut another 92 jobs. This is after cutting 800 jobs over the last 2 years. Many of these latest jobs were crucial roles in climate research. Crucial jobs helping continue the development of our climate modelling system, Australian Community Climate and Earth System Simulator. Roughly a third of climate modelling jobs have been cut. This Labor government likes to talk as though it's a champion of climate action, but moments like this indicate that they just don't get it. Where is the funding for this crucial research? Why are Labor continuing to approve new coal and gas mines? Why did they cut $4 billion from the renewables transition in this latest budget? This goes beyond climate. Does the Australian government, Labor or LNP, have a vision for how our economy prospers into the future, or are we just an unproductive resource economy? Our R&D investment in Australia is miserably low, 1.7% of GDP. The OECD average is around 2.7%. Here's a proposal. Tax our gas while we can, use a bunch of that money to fund an explosion of R&D and drive an innovative economy that tackles climate change and generates wealth from other sectors, not just resources and property.
For the member for Sturt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. On Saturday, 23 May 2026, I attended the South Australian National Football League women's clash between the mighty Nord Redlegs and the North Adelaide Roosters. Despite putting on a solid fourth quarter, the Redlegs fell just short, going down to North by 9 points. It was an honour to be invited to toss the coin before the start of the match, but an even bigger honour to have been invited to the pre-match event, which was a brunch to remember the legacy and contribution of Redlegs legend Ashley Young, who passed away too soon in December 2023 at the young age of 31. Ashley, for whom the Ashley Young Scholarship is named, was an outstanding contributor to not only the Nord Women's Footy program, but to growing sport for women and girls. Ashley was one of those people for whom nothing was too much trouble when it came to the Redlegs and when it came to inspiring young women, building their confidence and teaching them you can have resilience, determination and strength at the same time as empathy and compassion. To be able to harness all of these characteristics as Ashley Young did, and to then be determined to use those skills to empower other women and girls is the calling card of a true leader, which Ashley was. Her legacy will live on through the scholarship, which continues her mission through the Marjorie Jackson Nelson program to support professional learning opportunities for women in sport. Ballet, Ashley Young.
I call the member for Wide Bay.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Agricultural shows are among the oldest and most enduring community events in Australia, showcasing the best of what the regions have to offer. They raise awareness of our regional strengths and values and celebrate local industry, produce, talent, art and bringing the community together. The first Gympie Agricultural Show was staged in 1877, making it the oldest ongoing cultural event in the Gympie region, and in early May, more than 81,000 people visited the 2026 show over 3 days. It took more than 670 volunteers and a range of community groups and exhibitors to make the event possible, and I thank Deb Brown, Gympie Show Society President, and her team who worked very hard. The Fraser Coast Show has been running for more than 150 years, and this week thousands of visitors streamed through the gates to enjoy all the exhibits and entertainment on offer. At the show, I had the honour of presenting the Charlie Campbell Outstanding Individual Contribution Award to show worker Janine Greaves for her contribution to the show, and I congratulate Joy Duke, President of the Fraser Coast Show Society, and her dedicated army of 386 volunteers on staging this successful event.
Thank you. I call the member for Whitlam.
Speaker, I rise today to recognise Bob Harrison AO, who passed away in April at the age of 91. Bob was born in Goulburn and moved to Port Kembla in 1953 to work for Australian Iron and Steel, which later became part of BlueScope. He became a waterside worker 2 years later and was an active member of the Maritime Union of Australia. In 1971, Bob was elected to Shell Harbour Council and continued as a councillor until 1991, serving as mayor twice during those 2 decades. Bob became the state member for Kiama following a by-election in 1986, and this meant he was both mayor of Shell Harbour and the member for Kiama for 5 years. Bob was successfully re-elected as the member for Kiama in 1988, 1991 and 1995 before he decided to retire in 1999 to spend more time with his family and pursue his many hobbies, including breeding and exhibiting poultry and target pistol shooting. Bob was a life member of the Maritime Union of Australia, a life member of the South Coast Labor Council and a life member of the Australian Labor Party. In 2005, he was awarded the Order of Australia for his service to local and state government. Bob Harrison is a local Labor Party legend who has left an extraordinary legacy. I am proud to have this opportunity to recognise his contribution to our community. Thank you.
Thank you. I call the member for Fisher.
Thanks, Madam Deputy Speaker. Last Thursday, more than 100 locals joined me at Merredin Community Church for my 2026 Federal Budget and Cost of Living Forum. And the message from the community was loud and clear. People are hurting and they are sick of Labor's lies and broken promises. Speaking real about pressures facing Sunshine Coast families and small businesses, rising grocery prices, power bills, healthcare, housing affordability, and growing pressure on retirees living on fixed incomes. One of the biggest concerns raised was Labor's attack on seniors through cuts to private health insurance rebate, which could leave retirees thousands of dollars worse off. Locals also raised concerns about housing, migration, growing debt and reckless spending. I made it clear that the Coalition will continue fighting to reverse Labor's new taxes, restore support for seniors, ease cost of living pressures and deliver responsible economic management. We also discussed practical coalition policies around housing supply, reducing inflation and backing the small businesses and workers carrying the burden of Labor's economic failures. Most importantly, it was an opportunity to listen directly to the people of Fisher and bring those conversations back to Canberra. Right now, too many Australians feel Labor promised one thing before the election and delivered something entirely different. The people of Fisher and Australia.
Thank you, Speaker. The Hunter Valley has done it again. We all know the Hunter produces the best wine in the country, and I would argue the best wine anywhere in the world. And now we've got another award to prove it. I want to give a massive congratulations to my mate Aaron Mercer from Mercer Wines on being named Rising Star of the Year Australia at the Real Review Top Wineries of Australia Awards 2026. Speaker, this is a huge achievement. The Real Review is one of the most respected wine authorities in the country. So for a local Hunter winemaker to take this title out tells us a lot about the quality that's coming out of our region. Anyone from the Hunter already knows that. We know how hard the work that goes into every vintage is. We know the passion our local winemakers and growers put into what they do. And we know the Hunter keeps producing wines that stand up against the very best in the world. Speaker, the Hunter has the trophies and awards to back it in. This recognition is a credit to Aaron, Alison, their whole team, and everybody that has supported Mercer Wines along the way. From growers to customers to trade partners, friends and the wider Hunter community. It's another proud moment for Mercer Wines, another proud moment for the Hunter Valley. And the Hunter Valley has so much to offer. We have the world's best wines, as I've said thousands of times in this place, and to every other winemaker, wine producer, cellar and grower in the Hunter Valley, thank you for what you do for our area, and thank you for what you do for the people of Australia every single day.
I call the member for Durack.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Regional West Australians are hurting. Families, small businesses are all struggling to stay afloat, and workers are seeing their wages disappear with inflation. Labor's response is the same as it always is: more toxic taxes, more red tape, and putting politics ahead of Australians. Now, Australians, they're not stupid. The Prime Minister wants us to believe their proposed changes to negative gearing and capital gains tax is all about supporting the next generation of homeowners, when the government's own budget papers admit the tax changes will lead to less homes available to buy, not more, less. Labor has failed over the past 4 years to increase the supply of homes and was forced to do something at this budget, just to make it look like they were doing something. Well, hasn't that backfired? These changes have not been well received, and now the government says, oh, sorry, we always intended to create exemptions and carve-outs, but maybe it won't apply to the start-up community. They're not going to be captured by capital gains tax. What a nonsense. The only way to fix Labor's toxic taxes is to axe them, and that is exactly what the Coalition government will do. The Coalition will end Labor's inflation tax, indexing income tax thresholds to inflation, giving hard-working Australians real tax relief. Australians deserve a government that backs them, not burdens them, and that is exactly.
I call the member for Cook. Bonner, excuse me.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. On National Sorry Day and at the beginning of National Reconciliation Week, we reflect on the truth of our shared history and the responsibility we all carry to walk forward together. Sorry Day is about acknowledging the pain, trauma and injustice experienced by Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples, particularly the stolen generations, and recognising that the impacts are still felt today across families and, of course, communities. Reconciliation asks more of us than symbolism. It asks us to listen, to learn, and to have the courage to tell the truth about our nation's history, even when the truth is uncomfortable. That is why the Walk for Truth that arrives at Parliament House this week, led by Travis Lovett, is so important. It is a powerful act of truth-telling, healing and connection. Walking together across communities reminds us that reconciliation is not passive. It is something that we must actively choose and work towards every single day. Truth-telling is not about division, it is about respect. Because when we understand the full story of this country, the strength of the oldest continuing culture on this earth, the injustices endured and the resilience shown through generations, we create the foundation for a stronger and more united future. Because meaningful reconciliation begins with the truth, and the truth must be heard.
I call the member for McPherson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Labor's budget sends a very clear message to Australians who work hard, save hard and take risks. If you dare to get ahead, this government is coming after you. This budget is an assault on aspiration. Small business owners have sacrificed weekends, missed family dinners and poured years of hard work into building businesses, creating jobs and backing Australia, something those opposite have no clue about. They believed effort and risk would be rewarded, but instead they're now lining up to tell me that they're preparing to shut down, move investment offshore and leave the country that they once believed in. Young savers are hearing the same message. One young worker from Currumbin Waters saved diligently and invested modestly in shares to build a future without government handouts. Now he fears that Labor's CGT changes will punish the very discipline that we should be encouraging. Australia should reward aspiration, not tax it into exile. The Coalition's position's clear. You do not fix Labor's toxic taxes with carve-outs. You axe them. Labor's budget means more debt, higher taxes, fewer homes and a government coming after the savings, investments and businesses of Australians who are trying to get ahead. And that is the difference between those on this side of the House and those opposite. Australians are sick and tired of this government treating ambition like a crime and productivity like an ATM.
I call the member for Gilmore.
Thank you, Speaker. Well, Friday was a fantastic day in my electorate, with the Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese, joining me and local state MPs to cut the ribbon on the long-awaited Jervis Bay flyover. This is the busiest intersection on the Princess Highway from Nowra to the Victorian border, and drivers have experienced a major bottleneck there for decades. I'm proud to have lobbied alongside the Bay and Basin community to secure $100 million in federal funding for this important infrastructure project, and I'm excited to announce the first cars will drive over it next Monday. It was so great to celebrate this milestone with the 110 workers who worked day and night, and with community members like Liz Tooley from Vincentia Matters, who never gave up on their fight for a flyover. Following Friday's celebration, Liz sent me an email which read, "What a great day Friday was for the Bay and Basin community. Thank you for your acknowledgement of the community action in advocating for a flyover. I think everyone feels a part of the achievement in gaining a safe entry and exit to Jervis Bay Road. And thank you for your support of the project right from the start." Well, Liz, I want to say a massive thank you to you and the whole community, because this is a big win for all of us who live on the South Coast and those who visit our beautiful region.
Thank you. I call the member for O'Connor.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And today I rise to speak on behalf of the seniors of O'Connor who are being unfairly targeted by the Albanese government in the budget. These are the Australians who have worked hard their entire lives. They've paid their taxes, raised families, built businesses and contributed to a lifetime to their communities. For those on fixed incomes or with modest retirement savings, even a small increase in everyday costs can be significant. One of the most concerning budget measures is the reduction in the rebate for private health insurance for older Australians. This means many of O'Connor's 25,000 seniors will face premium increases of up to $1,600 per couple. Sadly, this may cause the downgrade or the abandoning of insurance cover altogether, placing extra strain on our already stretched public health system. Labor should be supporting our older Australians, not making life harder for them. They should be ensuring that healthcare remains accessible and affordable, and that retirees have certainty and dignity in their later years. I'm standing up for the seniors of O'Connor, opposing this bad Labor policy that is pitting them against their grandchildren in the name of intergenerational fairness. This measure will result in seniors paying more to receive less. So I'm launching a campaign to fight this bad policy and support the 25,000 seniors in my electorate. Please look out for my questionnaire and petition coming to your mailbox soon.
I call the member for Menzies.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Last Wednesday evening was a pretty special one in my community of Menzies. I was honoured to host the 2026 Menzies Volunteer Award Night to acknowledge the incredible people in our community who generously give their time, skills and care to support others. We're able to recognise volunteers from an incredibly diverse group of local organisations, including Manicare, the Chinese Senior Citizens Club of Manningham, Sri Guru Nanak Satsang Sabha Gurdwara Blackburn, the Doncaster Dolphins Masters Swimming Club, Whitehorse Colts Netball Club, Donvale Tennis Club, the Asian Business Association of Whitehorse, the Park Orchards Community Pantry, and many others. To the recipients, Greg Bonihardy, Wen Cheng, Sumit Chabra, Zoe Chung, Melissa Collard, Ada Fong, Maury Friedman, Roseanne Gay, Sue Harbottle, Catherine Langerigu, David Lewis, Emmy Lupino, Tammy Nguyen, George Petro, Gurmeet Sethi, Richard Shee, Rose Tavernaur, Sandra Jane, Vincent Corrie, Bi Hong Wang, thank you for your service to our community, for your selflessness and for the joy you bring to so many people. You are the driving force behind our connected, peaceful and vibrant community. Thank you also to the very talented students who performed with the Doncaster Secondary School Band, and to my friend and colleague, the Honourable Paul Hamer MP, Member for Box Hill, for your role in the ceremony also.
Thank you. I call the member for Wannon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. And last Friday, the Albanese Labor government and the Allen Labor government made an announcement. They said that the Western Highway duplication between Bangor and Ararat was going to be finished. Now, communities right along the Western Highway thought, gee, this is wonderful. We're finally going to get this piece of highway built. Sadly, people have died because this hasn't been built, and multiple people have been injured as well. So everyone thought this is great news. But then, sadly, we started looking at the detail. It will be done after the November Victorian state election. So everyone sort of went, well, what sort of a commitment is this? And then when you read the fine print, it said it's dependent on final approvals. So after year upon year upon year of nothing, all of a sudden, as we're heading towards the November state election and the seat of Ripon, as we know, is a marginal seat, all of a sudden, Labor's out saying, oh, we're going to fix this. But will they fix it now? No. Will they get a shovel in the ground? No. Now, what do? They promise it after the state election, and they haven't even got all the approvals finalised. You cannot believe, sadly, a word that the Albanese Labor government says, let alone the Allen Labor.
I call the member for Banks.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. During the last sitting week, I had the opportunity to recognise the Speaker's Parliament in Schools program, coming to a school in my electorate of Banks. This week, though, I have the opportunity to recognise a school from my electorate that came to Parliament. On Thursday, the 14th of May, it was my pleasure to meet a group of Year 9 students from De La Salle College, Revesby Heights, who were visiting Canberra as part of their excursion. It was great to speak with them about the work I do in this place and answer some of their questions, including about how we work as members in this place for them and my go-to restaurants in the electorate of Banks. Deputy Speaker, the students I met were thoughtful, intelligent, and a real credit to their school and our community. I hope they enjoyed the rest of their time in Canberra, and I want to give special thanks, though, to the teachers who sacrificed their time to come out with their students to make sure they learnt about Canberra, Parliament, and their civic responsibilities. So I hope they took home with them a great deal of lessons and enjoyed that fantastic opportunity to visit Parliament House and visit the national monuments that we have right here in Canberra, and learnt about our cultural and political institutions, and can take that back with them back to the electorate of Banks.
Thank you. I call the member for Hinkler.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. In the past week, my offices in Bundaberg and Hervey Bay have received dozens of emails, a mountain of calls, and as I've travelled across Hinkler for my mobile offices to Pyalba, Woodgate, Childers, Urangan and Bundaberg and beyond, the number one matter was Labor's failure to support those who fought for our country. Today I pass on the direct and clear feedback for the Labor government. Don't put a cap on care for Hinkler veterans. Remove the uncertainty and reverse the decision to impose a $5,000 annual cap on allied health services for veterans. When I met with locals at Hervey Bay, we took shelter from the rain at the Veterans Advice and Social Centre located at Freedom Park. Denzel and Suzanne Potter both served for our freedom, and they wanted me to deliver this point, that veterans should not be asked to bear the cost of Labor's budget repair. The result will be veterans going without treatment, their conditions worsening, and the burdens falling back on their families and household budgets. As one constituent wrote in an email, veterans are not a line item. They are Australians who put their lives, bodies and futures on the line for this country. As the National President of the RSL wrote to members, there's a difference between a budget headline and a budget reality. Many Hinkler veterans rely on allied health services not as a luxury, but as an essential part of managing their service-related injuries and conditions. Don't cap care for our veterans.
I call the member for Swan.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Today I would like to mark the passing of the Honourable Bill Graydon AM, who died on the 28th of April at the extraordinary age of 105. Bill Graydon held the federal seat of Swan for the Liberal Party from 1949 to 1954. Bill lived a full life of service to his local community, to Western Australia and the nation. He enlisted as a young man and served through the Second World War in Syria, the Middle East and Papua New Guinea. He went on to a political career spanning both state and federal parliaments from 1946 to 1993. He has a remarkable record of the longest-serving parliamentarian in Western Australia's history. Of course, his service did not end when he left Parliament. For more than 30 years, he was the president of the South Perth Senior Citizen Centre, and he played a key role in establishing a volunteer meals service that still delivers food to older residents today. Bill Graydon leaves a legacy of outstanding and selfless public service. On behalf of the people of Swan, I would like to express my gratitude. To his children, grandchildren and his great-grandchildren, what an incredible man. I offer my sincere condolences. His state funeral will be on the 2nd of June in St George's Cathedral in Perth. We'll be thinking of him from Canberra.
Thank you. I call the member for Grey.
Speaker, I'd like to acknowledge the passing of a great man today, Neil Danaher. He showed Australia what courage, dignity and purpose truly looks like, even as he faced the cruelty of MND. He turned his battle into a movement of hope, resilience and raising awareness for millions of dollars of research so many others do not live the same way he did with this disease. So many Aussies, Neil was more than a football legend. He was a symbol of resilience, selflessness and quiet strength. On behalf of the people of Grey, I extend my deepest condolences to his family, friends and all Australians mourning his passing. Speaker, tragically 9 out of 10 children are removed from unsafe situations and placed into care, arriving with absolutely nothing but the clothes on their backs, removed from their families during deeply traumatic times. These young South Australians face sudden uncertainty without a single personal possession to comfort them. That is why I'm standing today to recognise the extraordinary work of Backpack for Kids SA. What began in 2012 with 2 young families packing items into a carport has blossomed into a vital lifeline. And Speaker, I'm immensely proud to announce that my 3 electorate offices in Kadina, Port Pirie and Whyalla are now formal drop-off points for this incredible organisation. I am asking our generous local community to help change a child's journey today. Please drop off new clothing, toiletries, nappies and toys to our offices. Together, we can give a child in crisis hope, comfort and something to call their home.
Thank you. I call the member for Moreton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, there were many blue cupcakes arranged into the shape of the number 100 and surrounded by an absolutely huge crowd. It was this Sunday and it was at Wellers Hill State School and they celebrated their 100th anniversary, their centenary. I want to take the opportunity to thank their principal, Anya Janisevich, their president of the PNC, Natasha Hines, and one of the stars of the show, the longest-serving teacher of 36 years, Marie McDonald. It was a wonderful day filled with choir performances, dance, with a band performance and strings, and it brought so many people from our whole community together to celebrate such an important milestone. I congratulate all the parents, students, teachers and staff. Deputy Speaker, I had the great pleasure of going to Female Football Week the other day at Yeronga Eagles. It's a fantastic club in my local area, led by their president, Julio Menendez, and the honorary consul of the El Salvador and club sponsor,
Eduardo Cruz. And it's a great club because it has El Salvadorian roots back to the late 1980s. They celebrate not just that Female Football Week, but also host the annual Copa America Community Tournament and Heritage Round, and have a strong community focus as the hosts of the Talum Legacy Youth Event. They're an absolutely cracking football club in my local electorate.
I thank the member and I call the member for Casey.
Last Saturday, I had the pleasure of joining the 50th anniversary of the Lilydale Athenaeum Theatre. The milestone was celebrated with the unveiling of a new portrait honouring the Athenaeum founders Geoffrey Page and Russell Johnson. The portrait was painted by local artist Lou Primavera and will hang proudly in the foyer for years to come. And the Lilydale Athenaeum building was established in 1888 as a mechanics institute, and throughout the years it survived fire and was refurbished to continue standing today as an important pillar of the Yarra Ranges art scene. And the founders, Jeff and Russell, together with many dedicated volunteers, took an almost derelict building and made the Lilydale Athenaeum Theatre the special place that it is today. This milestone is a credit to everyone involved in the Athenaeum over the past 50 years, the volunteers who give their time so generously, and the vibrant arts community we have in the Yarra Ranges. Congratulations to the Board of Directors, the Production Committee, the volunteers and all involved. And here's to another 50 years of theatre, art, community and creativity. And I also need to pay tribute to Angela Glennie, a volunteer at the Athenaeum, but also recently retired primary school teacher at St Mary's. She has served our community in so many ways, educated so many young children, including my own, made a difference to their lives and given a lot to the Lilydale Athenaeum Theatre. Thank you, Angela.
I call the member for Macquarie.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I welcome the New South Wales Government's rollout of a $3.5 million support package for small businesses and councils across the Blue Mountains and Central West who are impacted by the closure of the Great Western Highway at Victoria Pass. Alongside Trish Doyle, the State Member for Blue Mountains, I've heard from Mount Victoria Tourism and local businesses about the disruptions they'd experienced since the closure of Mitchell's Causeway, known as the Convict Bridge, due to serious cracking and safety concerns. Those businesses know I'm in their corner, and so is the Albanese Labor government. The Prime Minister and Minister King have both already said that they stand ready to respond as soon as New South Wales requests federal support. New South Wales's package, announced last week, includes $10,000 of grants for eligible small businesses in Mount Victoria, Hartley, Little Hartley and Hartley Vale through the New South Wales Rural Assistance Authority, similar to what we fought for during the post-fire period. Blue Mountains and Hawkesbury councils are also receiving $15,000 for promotional activities and another $5,000 for community events. Also on offer, a dedicated one-on-one specialist business advice, plus business workshops coming up in June, including in Blackheath, Mount Victoria and Hartley. I look forward to seeing this support our local businesses and help draw visitors to the beautiful region at the top of the mountains.
I thank the member. I call the member for Bowman.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to recognise and celebrate the 60th anniversary of the Victoria Point Sharks, a proud pillar of my community. I had the pleasure of attending the club's 60th anniversary dinner on Friday evening, and it was a fantastic opportunity to celebrate this milestone along many of those who have contributed so much to its success. Founded in 1966 as the Victoria Point Australian Football Club, the Sharks have grown from humble beginnings to become a beloved part of the Redlands community. From the original clubhouse built in 1973 to the challenges faced when it was destroyed by a storm in 1984, and through to the modern clubhouse facility that stands today, the Sharks are more than just a sporting venue. It is more than just a dining venue. It is a place where our Redlands community spirit thrives. For 6 decades, the Victoria Point Sharks have brought the community together, supported grassroots sport and fostered a sense of belonging. The club has been shaped by the dedication, vision and commitment of those who have contributed along the way. I would like to acknowledge the many individuals who have shaped this organisation, the past and present board members, volunteers, players, life members and loyal supporters. And it was great to catch up with so many of them on Friday evening. Their dedication and passion have built the club into what it is today, and their contributions will continue to guide it in the future. The Sharks Sporting Club remains an outstanding example of the Redlands community spirit, and I congratulate them on 6 decades of service.
I call the member for Ford.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to try and share some of the experience that I had on the weekend when I met Rebecca and her little 2-year-old son, Phoenix. Now, Phoenix has spina bifida. He was born with spina bifida, and he had a complication when he was a baby, which led to surgery, which meant that he can't walk, he can't talk, he can't even roll over. But you know what? This boy is perfect, and you wouldn't change a thing. His smile just lights up the room. Everybody who meets him says what an amazing little boy he is. But he has had to fight, along with his mother, for the services through the NDIS that he deserves. He can't even get a wheelchair. It's the only way for him to wheel himself around. So he's learned how to wheel around. But his arms, the wheels are so big on the wheelchair he's got that he's got blisters on his little arms. It just shows really how dysfunctional the NDIS has become when people like Phoenix, who the scheme is truly designed for, is not able to get the supports they need. There's a lot of anxiety in the community. There's a lot of anxiety in my community, particularly on changes to the NDIS. But I genuinely believe these changes are going to be for the better. They're going to return the NDIS back to the scheme that it was intended for in the first place. And kids like Phoenix are going to be able to get the support they need. Disabled kids like my adult child are going to be able to get the supports they need outside of the NDIS. I think that Rebecca and Phoenix are really just fantastic examples and a fantastic family.
Thank you. And I call the member for Mallee.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, I rise actually with some great news. On Thursday, I met with over 200 farmers down in St Arnaud at the town hall there. Matt Canavan, the leader of the Nationals, Darren Chester, the deputy leader of the Nationals, and Danny O'Brien, the leader of the Nationals in Victoria, were there to hear from farmers. But the very exciting thing that occurred was that Matt Canavan announced that we would be scrapping net zero and stopping VNI West and WRL. The joy in the room from the farmers who are impacted by these projects and also the renewable energy zones was palpable. We made the formal announcement the next morning in Maryborough, and I've got to say that the farmers present who have been fighting for years for this to take place, they have felt so threatened, and even at the state conference on Saturday, those announcements were made. So I want to give a very fast shout out to some of the leaders of these farmers. Ben Duxon, Andrew Wiedemann, Marcia McIntyre, Gerald Feeney, James and Emma Burke, Barry Batters, Bill Baldwin, Jason Barrett, Will and Rachel McIntyre, Spud Hepworth, Calvin Clark. These people are heroes.
I call the Deputy Speaker of the House and the member for Newcastle.
Thank you, and I rise today to congratulate Monica and Geraldine Eaton on receiving the New South Wales Premier's Community Languages Teacher Medal this year, a thoroughly well-deserved award in recognition of her outstanding contribution to education, multiculturalism and community life in Newcastle. Monica is an extraordinary community leader whose passion and determination have helped create something truly special for local families. Through her leadership, Newcastle is now home to New South Wales' first ever Kiswahili Community Language School, which is an incredible achievement that's helping young people stay connected to their language, culture and heritage while building a stronger sense of identity and belonging. But this initiative is far more than a language school alone. It's about creating community, it's about ensuring children can grow up proud of who they are and where they come from. And it's about strengthening the rich multicultural fabric that makes our city such a vibrant and welcoming place. Instead of waiting for change, Monica stepped forward and made it happen. She's even publishing bilingual booklets now. And that kind of leadership deserves recognition. People like Monica make Newcastle strong. Through her work, she's building connections, opening doors and creating opportunities for future generations. I know our entire community is incredibly proud of her achievements, and I am very pleased to place on record my sincere congratulations and thanks for the remarkable contributions she's making to our city.
Thank you. I call the member for Fowler.
Thank you, Deputy
Deputy Speaker. There were lots of activities in the electorate of Fowler this weekend, and I was really honoured to be invited by the Melkite Catholic community of Liverpool and the beautiful celebration of this the Feast of Saint Rita. I was deeply honoured to be welcomed by His Grace the Most Reverend Bishop Robert Rabat and Father Antonius Ibrahim to join the wider Melkite Catholic community in Ashcroft and Liverpool. Saint Rita is known as the saint of the impossible, the patron of those who carry burdens that feel too heavy. And I see that spirit reflected in so many families across Liverpool and Fowler. People who have carried so much resilience, built and so from little, and held onto faith when the road was very, very hard. To the Melkite community, thank you so much for being part of the community and enriching our community. I also got the honour to celebrate Vesak Day at the Min Kwang Buddhist Temple with the Buddhist community. We had a huge celebration there, and it was beautiful to be part of the meditation and the whole paying respect to the birth of Buddha in the month of May. And last but not least, I joined my community in Cabramatta to mark the celebrate Australia's biggest morning tea with Senelia. Senelia, a great volunteer in our community, constantly holding biggest morning tea, raising funds, raising over $41,000 for the New South Wales Cancer Council. Thank you.
I thank the member in accordance with Standing Order 43. The time for members' statements has concluded and I call the clerk.
Private members' business. Next order of the day, resumption of debate on the motion moved by the member for Fadden in relation to living standards.
The question is that the motion be agreed to and I call the member for Casey.
Deputy Speaker, well, what's clear is this budget contained many broken promises from a Prime Minister that said his word was his bond and that the Australian people could trust him. Well, the Australian people now clearly know that when it comes to tax, they cannot trust this Prime Minister, and everything moving forward that this Prime Minister says will be tainted by those broken promises and those solemn commitments he made in his own words over 50 times to the Australian people before the last election. And no investor, no business operator, no worker in this country can have any confidence in investing and wanting to get ahead, because this government can change the rules like that at the drop of a hat. They've shown they've done it twice and they'll do it again. But there's even more pain for the Australian people in this budget. It didn't help in any way with cost of living today in 2026. And if you're over 65 and you're relying on private health insurance, that rebate has been ripped away from you with no warning, no notice, no consultation. That's going to impact 3 million Australians all across the country. It's going to increase the costs about $800 for a single, $1,600 per year for a couple. So many older Australians are on fixed incomes. This is money that they cannot afford and do not have, that they will lose because of the heartless and callous broken promise from this Prime Minister. And I had a constituent, I've had many constituents contact me, upset, concerned and worried about these changes. And I want to share Graham from Belgrave South's concerns. He summed it up quite well. And I quote, "I would like to register my concern not only for my wife and I, but for the hundreds of pensioners who will be affected by the proposed changes in the rebates announced by the government. This issue has barely had a mention in the media, but it is nothing but another tax grab by them. We have paid gold for many years, currently costing us $611 a month. An increase such as this one proposed is totally unfair for the senior citizens who have tried to resist adding to the public hospital numbers, but may be the last straw for many of us. I've been using my cover frequently in the last couple of years due to bouts of surgery." Well, thank you, Graham, for sharing your story. And Graham's right. Many older Australians rely, obviously, on health services as they age, which makes this decision so galling. But he's right. Even if you are not directly impacted by these changes, everyone will be impacted because it will put additional pressure on the public health system, making it harder. And every Victorian knows that the public health system in Victoria is already under pressure because of the Allen Labor government and their failures to fund it. And in this budget, there was nothing to help Australians when it comes to cost of living in 2026. When so many Australians are struggling to put food on the table, The best this Treasurer and Prime Minister could offer is a mirage. And that mirage is $250 in 2 years' time. That is literally the only support they have offered for the Australian people. And the little secret of this mirage is they'll all talk about it and they will claim it. And they will say they're making a difference. It's not going to make a difference today for the Australian people. They're also waiting until inflation catches your pay increase, because if you're lucky enough to get a pay increase, which you deserve and work hard for, this government will collect more tax on it. It's called bracket creep. And that's why the Coalition said we won't do that anymore. We're going to index bracket creep. But this government have come out and said they'll oppose it. So they want a pat on the back for saying that they'll give you back $250, about $5 a week, in 2 years' time, once your wages have gone up and they've taxed you for it anyway, and pretend they're making a difference today. And this is at a time when Food Bank in Victoria are talking about how they were providing 69,000 meals a day, and that has gone up to 76,000 meals a day, just in Victoria alone, just Food Bank, one organisation. Australians are struggling to put food on the table. This is stories shared by Food Bank about parents not being able to eat themselves. There's a heartbreaking story of a mother that drives her children to school, then walks home and then walks back to pick them up because she can't afford the fuel and she doesn't want her children to know how tough it is. And for that mum and so many Australians, this budget provides them nothing. No support, just more spin from an out-of-touch Prime Minister, an out-of-touch Treasurer that break their word with the Australian people.
I call the member for Brisbane.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I wholeheartedly reject the motion that's been put forward by the member for Fadden and some of the comments just made by the member for Casey. Now, we on this side of the House, we do know that Australians are doing it tough at the moment, and that's why the priority for our 2026 budget has been to continue to roll out responsible cost of living relief for people across Brisbane and Australia. The budget is about making our economy more resilient and introducing some big reforms that start to address the intergenerational inequalities, especially when it comes to housing, in particular young people being locked out of the housing market by unfair tax incentives for others. We're cutting taxes for 13 million workers, so the average working Australian will be up about $2,800 better off every year. Conflict far from home is pushing up prices here from the servo to the supermarket, so we're delivering more tax cuts from 1 July for every Australian taxpayer. More tax cuts are rolling out now, an extra $250 off working Australia's tax bills permanently. Some might say that that's not enough, but I can say when I speak to people from my electorate, every little bit helps. A $1,000 instant tax deduction without receipts makes it easier for people, and on top of that, we're cutting fuel taxes to help save Australians money. We're also making healthcare more accessible and more affordable. A sudden fever, an unexpected injury can turn into bills that people just aren't ready for. That's why we've delivered the urgent care clinics and ensuring that they remain a permanent part of our Medicare system. Young people are also at the centre of this budget, and they're telling us that they feel the dream of home ownership is disappearing for their generation. When you work and you save hard, you should be able to buy a home of your own, but the current system is skewed against that. We may have delivered the 5% deposit scheme for first home buyers, and we're building 100,000 homes set aside just for them. But right now, first home buyers are being priced out of the property market because of investors being backed by tax breaks like negative gearing. We're levelling that playing field. We had to do something, Deputy Speaker. People were asking me and telling me the difficulties they're facing across our electorate. Mary Kate is one. In actual fact, Mary Kate, who I spoke to no more than 3 or 4 days ago, had moved from Brisbane to Ipswich to Toowoomba and wanted to settle in Brisbane. Eventually, under the 5% deposit scheme, she has found a safe and permanent home in the Brisbane electorate. She said, "It's not just a safe roof over my head and that of my family's. It makes me feel settled and it enables me to build my community." This budget is also putting an extra $2 billion into infrastructure needed to build more homes more quickly. It's part of what we need to do to build those 1.2 million homes over the next 5 years. But we are living in an uncertain world, there's no question about it, which is why we're investing to buy more fuel and fertiliser now. We'll grow our national reserves of jet fuel and diesel to 50 days by keeping more fuel here and making gas companies reserve 20% of their exports for Australia. We're making sure that we're better prepared for future energy shocks. But no matter what's happening in the world, these changes are all about remaining focused on helping Australians here at home. Deputy Speaker, making sure hard work pays off and everyone has the opportunity to get ahead is what's important to this government. Now, this budget comes on top of a lot of reforms we've already delivered: a tax cut for every taxpayer, pay rises for all minimum and award wage workers, taking total increases under Labor to over $9,000 a year, extending paid parental leave to 24 weeks, superannuation being paid on paid parental leave, government paid parental leave, $10,000 bonus for housing apprentices to top up their wages to encourage more skilled workers in a sector that is greatly needed, 30% off home batteries, paid prac for nurses, teaching, social work and midwifery students, the boost to Medicare with $1.8 billion in extra hospital funding, more choice, lower cost and high quality healthcare for Australian women, the expanded 5% deposit, pay rises for aged care nurses, expanded bulk billing, a freeze on the draft beer excise, 20% cuts to student debt. We've opened more Medicare urgent care clinics, 50 in fact, including one in my electorate. But from 1 January, we have delivered the next stage in our plan to make the biggest cut to the cost of medicine in the history of the PBS. $25 or less is all that it will cost. Now, the government understands that people are doing it tough. Imagine how much harder it would have been for the people of Brisbane had these cost of living measures not been put in place. We're working hard. We're looking after the people of Queensland and Australia.
Thank you. I call the member for Wannon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. And we've heard Albanese Labor Government MP after Albanese Labor Government MP after Albanese Labor Government MP talk about the budget. But there has been two things sadly that we've failed to hear any of them say. The first is, it's quite easy to do, and I know people in my electorate would greatly appreciate it, is just say sorry. Just say sorry. You broke promise after promise after promise after promise. Just say sorry. Especially you, Prime Minister, because you looked the Australian people in the eye and said 50 times, I'm not going to do it.
I'll remind the member that the comments need to come through the chair, please.
Sorry, Deputy Speaker. I say this to the Prime Minister. Prime Minister, you told the Australian people 50 times, Prime Minister, that you would honour your word, and you didn't do it. And so it's time that you said sorry, Prime Minister. It's time that you said sorry. The second thing we haven't heard is we haven't had any government MP admit that living standards have collapsed under this government. They've collapsed. They have collapsed. That's the fact. That's the fact. And maybe we could get an apology for that, because guess how big the collapse has been? It's been the biggest collapse in living standards in the world. In the world. No other country has had a collapse in living standards like we've had here in Australia. Now, you'll hear these long lists of everything that the government's done, but the fact is none of it has addressed the single biggest failing of this government, and that is they can't tell the truth to the Australian people, and living standards are falling beyond belief. Now, I've been out and about in my electorate talking to people about the budget. Well, basically, more or less, I should rephrase that, I've been listening to what people have to say about the budget, whether it be small business, whether it be farmers, whether it be families, whether it be pensioners, whether it be people in aged care residencies. And I've got to say, the overwhelming response has been, there is nothing in this budget to help me. There is nothing in this budget to address my cost of living concerns. There is nothing in this budget to address what is happening to living standards in this nation. Now, it's worth asking why that is the fact. Well, there are two reasons. Spending is out of control. And what happens when spending's out of control? It pushes up interest rates because the government won't do the hard yards, so the Reserve Bank has to do it. So that is one of the reasons why living standards continue to plummet, because the government can't get its own house in order. It can't get its spending under control. So that is what is pushing up interest rates. And the sad fact is we're likely to see more interest rate rises, not less, over the coming months. And the second reason is the Albanese Labor government is addicted to taxing. It can't see an idea that it doesn't want to tax. Seriously, I never thought that I would be in this chamber pointing out the fact that we now have death duties coming in this country. No, it is, because you've had to rule it out. You've had to rule out and say, oh, well, maybe we're going to change our mind, maybe we won't, maybe we are. But the fact of the matter is, here we are talking about death duties. You cannot believe it. And of course you get a reaction from those opposite. Oh no, seriously, you can trust us, we're honest. You know, you can believe what we say because we go to the Australian people and we say 50 times, we're not going to do this. So, you know, seriously, you've got no credibility now when it comes to being honest. None. And the fact of the matter is we've now got to the stage where you're trying to sneak in death duties. It's an absolute disgrace. Living standards are plummeting and the cost of living in this country is going through the roof and you've got no ideas to fix it.
Thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Griffith.
Deputy Speaker. Across Griffith, I hear the same message in different ways. At my mobile offices, commuter terminals, at my coffee with coffees, at local cafes, at community events and in conversations with families, students, renters, first home buyers, workers, small business owners and pensioners, people are working hard and doing their best. They are making careful decisions about household budgets and they want to know that their government understands those pressures and are acting responsibly to help. This year's federal budget is about helping people now while making responsible changes for the future. That is why we are delivering cost of living relief, strengthening fuel security and lifting productivity while reforming our tax system to address long-standing issues of housing. These national changes are felt locally across every suburb in my community. In health, this budget strengthens Medicare and invests in care close to home. We're delivering $1.8 billion over 5 years to make Medicare urgent care clinics a permanent part of our health system. In South Brisbane, Coorparoo and Carina, the clinics have already supported more than 40,000 presentations in my community. Now they will provide permanent relief to our healthcare system so families can access walk-in, bulk billed care without sitting for hours in an emergency department. We're also delivering an additional $25 billion over 5 years for public hospitals, including for the Princess Alexandra Hospital, the Mater and the Queensland's Children's Hospital in my community. And we are continuing to make medicines cheaper through the PBS, with an additional $5.9 billion to list more medicines, including treatments for cystic fibrosis and chronic kidney disease, so Australians can access life-saving and life-changing treatments without being priced out of care. Deputy Speaker, across Griffith, I speak with young people who are working hard, saving for a deposit and doing everything they were told would put home ownership within reach. But the path to a first home has become steeper, narrower and less fair. People in Griffith are going to inspections, turning up at auctions and bidding for homes they want to live in, a place of security, stability and belonging. Too often I hear they are competing against investors who have the tax system on their side, and they are watching prices move further away. Since 1999, house prices have risen by more than 400%, more than twice as fast as incomes. We owe it to them to level the playing field and give them a fairer pathway into home ownership. That is why this budget rebalances the tax system in the housing market. From July 2027, negative gearing for residential property will be limited to new builds that add to our housing supply. People who want to invest in property, build wealth and use negative gearing still can, but that support will be directed towards building more homes. Under this approach, investment in property will also support the construction of the more homes that we need. Deputy Speaker, this is not easy reform, but it is the right reform. I am proud to be part of a government that backs aspiration for all, because the opportunity to build a secure future should not depend on whether you own property already. It should be within reach for the young worker trying to buy a first unit, the family saving for a modest home, the renter hoping for stability, and the next generation working hard to build a life of their own. We are also investing a further $2 billion in enabling infrastructure to help build 65,000 more homes, extending the ban on foreign investors buying existing homes, continuing support for social and affordable housing through the Housing Australia Future Fund, and providing $59.4 million to community housing providers to help secure housing for young people at risk or those experiencing homelessness. Deputy Speaker, our approach is clear for working Australians. People who work hard should be able to keep more of what they earn. We're introducing a $250 Working Australians tax offset that will benefit more than 13 million workers, including around 1.5 million sole traders. We're also introducing a $1,000 instant tax deduction, making tax time easier and delivering cost of living relief for workers who claim work-related expenses. Together with tax cuts already delivered and legislated, these measures mean an Australian worker on average earnings could be up to $2,816 better off each year. Deputy Speaker, this is Labor's approach, helping households with the pressures they face today while strengthening Medicare, building more homes, backing workers, lifting productivity and making our tax system fairer.
Thank the member, and I give the call to the member for Cowper.
Well, thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. And Labor promised to be the party that left no one behind, and they promised to be the party that governed for all Australians and the party of home ownership, and they even went so far as to say they would build a stronger, fairer and more resilient Australia. But over the last 4 years, Labor has only proven that they are a party of broken promises and broken dreams when it comes to the lives and livelihoods of Australian people. You'll recall in 2022 the Prime Minister said on no less than 97 occasions that your power bills would go down by $275 by 2025. Well, we're past that. Here we are with the average household bill increase of 35% since the last time the Prime Minister made that extraordinary promise in front of the cameras. And let's be real here, when prices go up, everything goes up. Because the higher the input to businesses and producers, something that the Prime Minister and the Treasurer have never done, never been in business and never produced anything, the higher the cost at the checkout for every Australian. And because of this government's ridiculous net zero only fantasy and rejection of our own natural resources, every family is paying more for basic needs, Deputy Speaker. Now, Labor tried to hide these energy price increases for a while and artificially curb inflation by offering a $75 a quarter rebate on your bill. Well, we know what happens then. We know that you, as the taxpayer, are paying for your own rebate. And while some say it was achieved in the short term, in reality the underlying inflation was still too high. And the artificial curbing couldn't last, because we've seen over the last 12 months inflation in Australia now is higher than any other advanced economy around the world. And this is another promise broken spectacularly by the Prime Minister and leaving households forced between choosing heating and eating. Well, Deputy Speaker, Labor also promised to build 1.2 million new homes by mid-2029. And as of this month, projections suggest a shortfall of 350,000 homes. And interestingly, the only promise where Labor has exceeded expectation is in the record projections of 2 million immigrants to come into this country by the end of their second term.
Shame, shame.
This high-spending, high-taxing government is hoping that bringing in more bums on seats will fatten up their coffers, but the influx has only put more pressure on infrastructure, healthcare, aged care and housing, and has continued to reduce our standard of living. Now to the latest broken promise, one that our Prime Minister glibly retorted to a journalist for the 50th time, that he would not be making changes either to the negative gearing or capital gains tax, and now we see sweeping changes to both of them. This Prime Minister has no credibility. I don't know how he stands at the dispatch box and talks to the Australian people about what is in the budget, because I believe all Australians out there say, or are thinking and are saying to me, that we don't know whether he's telling the truth or whether he will change his position. A broken promise is a broken promise. He needs to stand up and apologise for being untruthful to the Australian people. Deputy Speaker, Australians deserve a government that acknowledges the pressures of today whilst building and safeguarding for the future. A government that rewards ingenuity and aspiration while remaining grounded in reality. A government that understands that Aussies need a hand up, not a handout, and a government that recognises and taps into the wealth that we hold in our own resources here in Australia, and that puts the real needs of Australians above all else.
Thank the member, and I call the member for McNamara.
Thank you very much, Acting Speaker. And this motion is as much of a joke as the modern Liberal Party, to be honest, because the modern Liberal Party is completely spooked. They are spooked by the fact that they had a 31% primary reduction at the hands of One Nation. The National Party proudly declared that they were back at the hands of getting a less than 10% primary vote in that same by-election. And all of the pivoting from the Liberal Party has been towards being towards in this position where they are unable to process what that means. And instead of taking some accountability and responsibility and listening to the Australian people about what might actually be happening here, the Liberal Party is just lurching further and further to the right, further and further towards the One Nation party that is taking up all of their votes and all of their supporters. And it's hard to see that the Liberal Party, or actually I'll say this, the Liberal Party has a lot of smart people in it, a lot of people who I genuinely respect, who are really smart people, who care about this country. But if you are going into an election and you're only talking about One Nation and preference deals with One Nation, and you're going into an election only spouting policies so that you can compete with One Nation, and your whole focus in everything you talk about is just One Nation, One Nation, One Nation, well, why on earth would the voters of Farrer do anything else other than pick the real version, not the Diet Coke version? And that's exactly what happened. The people of Farrer have said to the Liberal Party, if you're going to try and pretend to be someone else, we're not going to bother with you, we'll just go to the other person. And the Liberal Party's demise right now is also evident in the fact that when you actually look at the issues that are affecting Australians and the issues that people are raising that are leading them into the parties like One Nation, who have no practical solutions, who are just seeking to divide our country on the basis of grievances, then you have to ask yourself the question of, are they really listening? Are they really listening to the needs of Australians? And the truth is that Australians are hurting, Acting Speaker. They are hurting right now because cost of living is real. The pressures are real. When you add up all of the pressures to pay for your rent, pay for your mortgage, pay for the kids, pay for the groceries, pay for all of the things that add up, the fuel, things are really tough. And when inflation goes up, the people who get hurt the most are low and middle income Australians. And so then you come into this place and you go, all right, what are the things and what are the levers at our disposal to take the pressure off all of these hard-working Australians and who really rely on the things that we can do in this place. And then you look at each and every measure that we have put forward and the Liberal Party have come up with an excuse, despite people like the Shadow Treasurer previously saying that they support it and put it in writing and come into the House of Representatives and say they support these measures, and then turn around and say that this is somehow just a pox on Labor. I mean, the Australian people aren't listening to that sort of rubbish. So let's go through housing as one example. The decoupling between housing prices and wage increases has happened over decades. And right now, young Australians are looking at houses and going, it is just absolutely inconceivable that I could get into this market. Mainly because the amount of time it would take to save up a deposit is just too long when you've got all of these other expenses. And then by the time I could get a mortgage, young Australians are also looking at the price of housing and going, well, that would just push me too far. And so what is the solution? The solution is that we need to build more homes, and we've set targets to work with states and territories who do have a lot of the levers. But of course, at every opportunity, instead of going, well, at least the federal government is trying to push the states and territories to set housing targets, they've criticised the fact that we've got them in the first place. When you look at the fact that we have put in so many different measures like Help to Buy to at least try and remove some of those barriers that I just described, the Liberal Party have said that that sort of 5% deposit scheme is support for billionaires. Well, over 2,000 people in my electorate and over 200,000 people across the country have used that 5% deposit scheme, and they are not billionaires, Acting Speaker. When you look at the Help to Buy scheme, which is a shared equity scheme which allows the government to purchase a portion of the home so that someone can at least get in there if they are an essential worker, a lower middle income worker or a single parent, to be able to get into the housing market, it's only 10,000 places, but for every single one of those homeowners, it means that they are going to have stability and safety at home. And then you have the fact that right now we're putting forward changes to negative gearing and capital gains. Now, I understand that there are a whole range of commentary around it, and there is absolutely fair game around the actual policy discussion if you want that. But there hasn't been any discussions around the actual policy. It's only been around the politics. Well, the policy is simple. The decoupling between house prices and wages have occurred over decades because we are incentivising investors. And while those want to make sure that they are continuing to support investors, we want to support those hard-working Australians who want to buy their first home.
Thank you, Member. And I call the member for Capricornia.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today in support of the motion moved by the member for Fadden because the reality for families and small businesses across Capricornia is clear. This government has not delivered on what it promised. Before the election, Australians were told that life would be easier, lower power bills, relief from rising costs and a plan to make housing more affordable. But when I speak to people across Rockhampton, Yeppoon, Emu Park, Moranbah, Clermont and our rural communities, they tell me the opposite is true. They tell me they are falling behind. In Rockhampton, families are telling me that their grocery bills have surged week after week. Fresh food, meat, basics that used to be manageable are now stretching household budgets to the limit. At the same time, fuel costs are biting hard. In Yeppoon and Emu Park, I've spoken with retirees on fixed incomes who simply cannot absorb rising electricity costs. These are people who have worked hard their whole lives, and now they're being forced to cut back on food, on air conditioning, on everyday essentials, just to keep up with the bills they were promised would go down. We were told power prices would fall by $275, but across central Queensland, people aren't seeing that. Instead, they are bracing for higher costs, despite living in one of the most energy-producing regions in the country. This is simply not good enough. Small businesses are under enormous pressure as well. A cafe owner in Rockhampton recently told me their electricity bill has jumped significantly over the past year, while the cost of ingredients from milk to flour has also risen. They are doing everything they can to keep prices reasonable for their customers, but margins are being squeezed. In Moranbah and across our mining communities, tradies are telling me the cost of materials and transport has gone through the roof. Projects are becoming harder to deliver and small operators are finding it tougher to stay competitive. Tourism operators on the Capricorn Coast are also feeling the pinch. Higher operating costs and reduced discretionary spending means fewer bookings and tighter margins in a region that should be thriving. And then there is housing, one of the biggest challenges facing Capricornia. In Rockhampton, rents have risen sharply and vacancy rates remain incredibly tight. I've had young families come into my office saying they've applied for multiple rental properties and missed out every time. In places like Yeppoon, essential workers, nurses, hospitality staff, teachers, are struggling to secure accommodation close to where they work. This has real consequences, not just for those individuals, but for the services our community relies on. And for those trying to buy their first home, the dream is slipping further away. Rising interest rates, higher construction costs and limited supply are making it harder than ever for young people in central Queensland to get a foot on the property ladder. We cannot forget our primary producers and regional families. Out west, I've spoken with farming families who are battling rising costs for fuel, fertiliser and freight. These are families who want to pass their farms on to the next generation, but they're worried about how they will manage under increasing financial pressure. They don't want handouts, they want a fair go. But right now they feel that a fair go is getting harder to find. Deputy Speaker, this is what broken promises look like on the ground. It's not abstract, it's real. It's the pensioner in Emu Park turning off appliances to save power. It's the single mum in Rockhampton working extra hours but still struggling to make ends meet. It's the apprentice in Serena putting their plans on hold because they can't afford the rent. It's farming families across Capricornia unsure about the future of their livelihood. These are the voices this government needs to hear because Australians were promised relief and they are not getting it. The government cannot continue to shift blame or point to external factors. The expectations were set clearly and they have not been met. People in Capricornia know that and they are feeling it every single day. What our region needs is practical, targeted relief. We need policies that genuinely lower energy costs, not increase them. We need investment that boosts housing supply in regional areas like ours. We need cost of living measures that actually make a difference at the kitchen table. Most importantly, we need a government that understands regional Australia not just in words but in action. Because in Capricornia we are proud, we are resilient and we work hard, but we should not have to work harder just to stand still. Families and businesses across central Queensland cannot afford more broken promises. They deserve better and they deserve it now. Thank you.
Thank the member. And I call the member for Menzies.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to speak against this motion. Because, Deputy Speaker, this motion is part of a pattern we see from those opposite. The Liberal Party and the National Party come in here motion after motion and they talk about the cost of living and hardship and struggling families. These are all legitimate things to raise. We absolutely recognise that people in our communities are doing it tough. But those opposite never have solutions. And when we bring forward practical measures to provide relief to hard-working households in our communities, they oppose them every single time. They opposed our tax cuts at the last election, they opposed energy bill relief, they opposed free TAFE, they opposed minimum wage increases. They come in here and claim to speak for everyday Australians and then they vote down every single thing we put forward to help everyday Australian. That is not genuine concern for living standards. That is political theatre. Now, members opposite have been running a line that Australians have experienced the biggest decline in living standards in the OECD. But as usual, they're relying on cherry-picked figures to gaslight Australians. During COVID, household incomes were artificially inflated by JobKeeper, emergency payments and record low interest rates. When global inflation hit and interest rates rose, incomes fell back. That is the drop they are measuring. They are starting the clock at the top of the bounce. Australia was hit harder than most because we have more people on variable rate mortgages. So let's talk about some real figures. The OECD's own 2026 report showed that real wages are recovering and consumer spending is picking up. Employment was at record highs and the OECD itself says the economy is returning to pre-pandemic growth levels. Now, there's no denying that this picture will be complicated by the conflict in the Middle East and a resulting energy crisis. But just as we did with the previous international inflation challenges, we'll continue to manage the economy responsibly while we support people through the difficult times. And as importantly, we'll do so ensuring we have an economy that works for people and not the other way around. Deputy Speaker, let me set out what this government has delivered on cost of living. On tax, we have cut income taxes 5 times. There'll be a further income tax coming at the end of this financial year, another income tax coming at the end of the next financial year. Every taxpayer received relief in the last round of the Stage 3 tax cuts, restructured to benefit low and middle income earners who are hit hardest by the cost of living crisis. The budget that we've just handed down delivers a permanent $250 working Australians tax offset for over 13 million workers. It delivers a $1,000 instant tax deduction that will save people time and save resources by making sure they don't have to collect lots of receipts in order to claim that instant tax deduction. We've halved the fuel tax, putting $2.9 billion of relief directly at the petrol bowser every time people fill up. That's immediate practical relief for families and small businesses who are feeling pressure every time they visit the petrol station. On wages, we've backed higher wages for nearly 3 million of Australia's lowest paid workers every single year at the Fair Work Commission. The national minimum wage has increased by over $9,000 per year since we came to office. That is money in workers' pockets. On energy, members opposite love to tell Australians that renewables are wrecking the grid and will send prices through the roof. In the December quarter of 2025, renewables comprise more than half of energy supply, driving down wholesale electricity prices by nearly half. Coal-fired generation fell to an all-time quarterly low. Gas-fired generation plunged to its lowest level in 25 years. Under the Coalition, more energy left the grid than came in, and the prices reflect that. What we are seeing now is a result of sustained investment and reliable policy in renewable generation and storage, backed by hydro and gas. We also delivered direct relief. Over the last 2 financial years, this government provided $5 billion in energy bill relief, with up to $300 on household electricity accounts in 24-25 financial year and a further $150 in the first half of this financial year applied automatically to every bill. And we're investing in long-term relief. The Cheaper Home Batteries program, it's been expanded from $2.3 billion to an estimated $7 billion over 4 years, expected to see more than 2 million Australians install a battery by 2030. A household with existing solar could save up to $1,100 a year.
Thank the member, and I call the member for Dawson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, in this place, I represent the good people of Dawson. And in Dawson, we trade in 3 commodities: honesty, integrity and truth. And Deputy Speaker, let me tell you, under the Albanese Labor government, truth is in very, very short supply. So let's talk about the broken promises. And let's be honest, the Albanese Labor government breaks promises hell, west and crooked. So the promise, no Australian is going to be worse off. But the truth of it is, every Australian is worse off. Grocery prices are up and are becoming nearly unaffordable. Mortgage rates are up and by all reports are going to go higher. Insurance prices are up. Electricity prices are through the roof, which is in stark contrast to the gentleman who was speaking just before saying how fantastic it is. Wholesale electricity prices are down. I don't know how you buy wholesale prices. We buy retail prices. But anyway, that's another learning curve for a new member. Fair enough. Rental prices are up. Gas prices are up. And these are all broken promises. So let's go unpack the promises a little bit further. The promise, no new taxes. And yet, let's have a look. The Treasurer has just brought down the highest taxing, highest spending budget in history. And the new taxes, capital gains tax, negative gearing tax, tax of trusts. Now, when asked about capital gains tax and negative gearing tax, the Prime Minister said, well, how hard is it? For the 50th time. Well, Prime Minister, let me tell you, it's very hard. People are doing it tough, and let's be honest, you haven't been. And what about the sneaky death duty hidden in the budget? Oh no, it's not called death duty. Inheritance tax. Inheritance tax. And let's have a look about the cuts for veterans' welfare. So, the allied health capped at $5,000. So I ran into a veteran in my last trip to Townsville, and he said, Andrew, when you have allied health for veterans capped at $5,000, that is only enough for 15 weeks 15 weeks. What am I supposed to do for the rest of the year? So if the Prime Minister could answer that, to look the veteran straight in the eye and tell him what he should be doing, when this veteran's been good enough to put his life on the line, his body on the line for this country, what should I have to tell him? Or what should the Prime Minister be telling him? And what about the private health funders changes for the over 65s? At the time of their life, after they've worked through the whole of their life, at the time when they probably need some more health care, there's changes to that. Now that's going to put more pressure on the ED department. That is absolutely crazy. And the housing, 1.2 million homes promised by 2029, but recent reports are showing that they could be up to 250 to 300,000 short. And the Prime Minister, my word is my bond. Well, I certainly wouldn't be liking to take that bond to the bank. I give you the tip. And probably the biggest, the most famous one of them all, under Labor, if you vote for Labor, you will be $275 better off on your power bill. Now, Deputy Speaker, that little story, it was reproduced 97 times. That wasn't a slip of the tongue. That was repeated, repeated, repeated. Australia has just witnessed a trial of broken promises, and they've shattered families' budgets. And this is in a Labor-created cost of living crisis. Deputy Speaker, a federal budget should be a roadmap and an opportunity, but this Labor government has turned it into an economic dead end. This budget doesn't reward effort, it punishes it. The foundational deal in this country used to be simple. If you worked hard, if you had a go, you could get ahead. But under this Prime Minister, the great Australian promise is dead. I think the Prime Minister should come into this chamber, and say, I apologise to the Australian people.
I thank the member. The time allotted for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made an order of the day for the next sitting. I call the clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 6, relating to Domestic and Family Violence Prevention Month, standing in the name of the member for Bonner.
I give the call to the member for Bonner.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move the motion relating to Domestic and Family Violence Prevention Month in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper. Deputy Speaker, I rise today to acknowledge Domestic and Family Violence Prevention Month, the time when we come together as a nation to raise awareness, support victim survivors, honour those we have lost and reaffirm our collective commitment to zero tolerance for violence against women and children. I also rise to speak about the Albanese Labor government's national plan to end violence against women and children, our government's record investment in this work, and the important consultation now underway to shape the next phase of reform, including the development of the second action plan and the continued implementation of the First Nations action plan. Deputy Speaker, as a former domestic violence lawyer and as someone who has sat across the table from countless women at the most terrifying moments of their lives, I've seen the courage it takes to leave. I've sat with women making impossible decisions, women trying to protect their children, women trying to find somewhere safe to sleep, women trying to navigate systems while living in fear. I've also seen their extraordinary resilience. I've seen women rebuild their lives after unimaginable trauma, and I've seen frontline workers go above and beyond to keep people safe, often with limited resources and under immense pressure. And those experiences are one of the reasons that I came to this place, because violence against women is not inevitable, it is preventable, and governments have a responsibility to act. That is why I am proud that this government has made the single largest investment of any Australian government in tackling violence against women and children. More than $4 billion across frontline services, prevention programs, early intervention, behaviour change initiatives, housing and supports for children. These are not symbolic announcements, they are practical reforms that are changing lives. This government made the leaving violence payment permanent because no woman should have to choose between violence and homelessness. We legislated 10 days of paid domestic and family violence leave, recognising that safety should not cost someone their job or income. We invested $1.2 billion in emergency and transitional accommodation because escaping violence means little if there's nowhere safe to go. And we've boosted funding for the 500 Frontline Workers program by more than 70%. And for the first time in Australia's history, we launched a standalone national plan for First Nations women and children, Our Ways, Strong Ways, backed by a $218 million investment in this year's budget. In my electorate of Bonna, organisations like the Red Rose Foundation, home to Australia's only strangulation trauma centre, continue their life-saving work supporting victim survivors because of sustained investment in frontline responses. Deputy Speaker, this is the kind of reform you see when women's safety is treated as a national priority, not as an afterthought. And it's what happens when lived experience informs policy, when frontline workers are listened to, when governments understand that violence against women is not just a justice issue, it's a housing issue, a health issue, a workplace issue, and fundamentally it is a national crisis. And that is why the next phase of this work matters so deeply. Consultation is now underway on the second National Action Plan to end violence against women and children. At the same time, consultation is occurring across several related frameworks, including the next action plans under Our Ways, Strong Ways, Safe and Supported, and the National Strategy to Prevent and Respond to Child Sexual Abuse. Importantly, these consultations are being coordinated so people are not forced to repeatedly relive their trauma across multiple processes. And I encourage victim survivors, frontline organisations, advocates, researchers and community members to have their say, because ending violence against women requires all of us. But Deputy Speaker, I would be doing a disservice if I didn't acknowledge all of the women and children who we have seen murdered in this country, not just in the last few weeks, but certainly over the last 10 years in particular. I want to acknowledge the work through the Australian Femicide Watch and journalist and researcher Sherelle Moody, who has documented 3,000 deaths of women and children over the past decade. And she herself has said that this count is still incomplete because our systems still fail to capture every life lost. An estimated 2.3 million Australians have experienced some form of domestic and family violence in the last year alone. That is the size of the Greater Brisbane population, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I'm proud of what this Labor government has delivered, but there is much more work to do. The women who have been killed need us to continue this work. They need us to fully fund frontline services, to strengthen responses, and to ensure that no one is left without the support they need. Thank you.
I thank the member. Is there a seconder for the motion?
I second the motion.
And thank you. The question is that the motion be agreed to. I'll call the member for Cowper.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, and I commend the member for Bonna for raising this motion and agree wholeheartedly with all of her comments. I would firstly like to acknowledge all the victim survivors for your strength and your courage. No one can understand what you've been through. It doesn't matter whether they're a police officer, a counsellor, an advisor, they haven't been through what you've been through. I'd also like to acknowledge and remember all those victims who did not survive. And as a former police officer, detective, prosecutor and then a lawyer for 18 years, having done a lot of pro bono work for women's refuges, I understand, can never completely understand what you've been through, but it is so important and so incumbent upon government across both sides. And we work together on this because this is above politics. It has to be bipartisan. And I commend the government in their budget for continuing the good work that the Coalition did over the last 3 terms in acknowledging that we have so much more to do. So much more. And Deputy Speaker, I was privileged in the last term to be the Shadow Assistant Minister for the Prevention of Family Violence. and I took that role extremely serious. And I travelled the breadth of Australia. I went to every single state and territory on a number of occasions, and I met with advocates, with survivors, with men's groups across the board. And the same message was that unless the funding model changed and unless certain things took place, that they will always be the ambulance at the bottom of the cliff. And what they meant by that was that we needed to concentrate more on prevention and intervention as opposed to response and recovery. Now, I'm not suggesting we defund in any way response and recovery. That needs to be paramount as well. But during the last term, the total of the funding for prevention and intervention amounted to 17%. 17%. Now, if we know what the root cause is, then we need to fund that. And we developed policy that concentrated predominantly on prevention and intervention. Because when you see statistics like this, as of December 2025, 3,565 people in New South Wales prisons had domestic and family violence offence recorded against them, and that increased 39% over 5 years. And despite 34,000 men receiving an apprehended domestic violence order each year, there are only 900 men's behavioural change program places funded each year across the state. That is a broken system. What we need and what we should be working to is, firstly, increase funding dollar for dollar for the delivery of prevention and intervention services versus response and recovery funding. We need to develop a nationally accredited men's behaviour change program. We know that men are the problem, but men are also the answer. Healthy men are good men and become active men in society. And women want men to be healthy, both mentally and physically. We need to develop a national accreditation pathway for people facilitating men's behavioural change. It needs to be a profession. And we need to establish a national workforce strategy to address family and domestic violence. And most importantly, we need to incorporate an accredited respectful relationships education into the national curriculum from kindergarten to year 12. And that hopefully will take a step in the right direction.
Thank the member, and I call the member for Menzies.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to support this motion, and I want to begin by acknowledging the member for Bonner. Before entering this parliament, she founded Australia's first domestic violence law firm. She sat across the table from victim survivors and has advocated every single day for victim survivors. That experience matters, and this parliament is a better place for having her in it. I'd also like to thank the member for Cowper for his comments in support of this motion, his experience in the justice system. I hope that all members of this parliament would agree that more needs to be done in addressing the scourge of family and domestic violence, regardless of which political party or which political persuasion we are. Deputy Speaker, last week in Campbelltown, police entered a home and found 3 bodies, a woman and 2 young boys aged 4 and 12, allegedly murdered in a domestic violence incident. This is a stark and devastating reminder of the consequences of domestic violence and the scourge that it remains across our society. A family gone, and sadly, it is not the only family that has been devastated by this absolute tragedy that is playing out across our country. On average, a woman is killed every 8 days by a man's violence, almost always a man that she knows. Domestic or family violence is a leading driver of homelessness for women, And burden of disease studies point to domestic violence as one of the leading causes of death, illness and injury in Australian women aged between 18 and 44. These are not statistics that we can gloss over. These are mothers and daughters and neighbours, friends, colleagues, people in our communities, in the streets we walk every day. And the deaths, as horrific as they are only the tip of the iceberg, because for every woman killed, there are thousands more that are carrying wounds, both physical and mental. The trauma does not end when the violence stops. It follows people into their education, into their schools, their workplaces, into their sleeping hours. It shapes educational outcomes. It affects economic participation. It costs people their health, their stability and their sense of self. And for some, it creates a cycle of trauma that passes to the next generation unless we do more to intervene. I've seen this firsthand, Deputy Speaker, when volunteering at community legal centres, and I've sat in a county court for intervention order appeals. I've met women navigating a system that can feel designed to exhaust them before it protects them. And as the member of CalPA mentioned, the inadequacy often of intervention orders and the way that systems abuse can be perpetrated is something that we must reckon with. I've seen what it costs someone to come forward, to relive what happened and to fight for an order that should never have been necessary in the first place. In my community of Menzies, the services working on this every single day are extraordinary. The team at the Box Hill Orange Door, the remarkable counsellors and workers at Doncare, with their unique, locally based model of support that focuses on recovery, that has counsellors and mentors who are able to support victim survivors on that journey. At Eastern Community Legal Centre, whose volunteer recognition night I recently attended, and where I had a chance to acknowledge the extraordinary contribution of people like Michael Smith and Belinda Lowe in providing support every single day to people who experience family and domestic violence, as well as the range of other services they provide to vulnerable people in Melbourne's East. They show up day in and day out for families in crisis. They deserve our respect and they deserve our continued support. As the member for CalPA said, this is an issue that men must reckon with. The vast majority of this violence is committed by men. That's just the reality. Not all men, of course, but it is a problem that we must own and that we must step out. We must call out disrespect when we see it at the pub, on the footy field, in the workplace. We must call out unacceptable behaviours, and we must show our children what respectable relationships look like and refuse to stay silent when somebody that we're friends with crosses a line. That's why I was proud to attend with Assistant Minister Jed Carney and Special Envoy for Men's Health Dan Rapicoli at the launch of the Healthy Men Community Conversations project, because we need to have cultural change as well as the resources that the member for Bonner spoke to. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
And I call the honourable member for Fisher.
Thanks, Madam Deputy Speaker. This is a topic which is near and dear to my heart. I thank the member for her motion. The zero tolerance language around this motion is correct. The sentiment is right, but sentiment without accountability is not policy. It's just another press release. I rise having chaired the bipartisan inquiry into family, domestic and sexual violence, which reported to this Parliament in March 2021. 88 recommendations were made. They were bipartisan, they were unanimous on the core findings. We said as a nation we can do better. We said we must do better. 5 years later, this government asks us to commend them. Let me put some numbers on the table. The ABS released data in March this year showing family and domestic violence offences rose 8% in 24-25 to approximately 97,800. Sorry, that was offenders rose. The number of offenders rose 8% to approximately 97,800. The largest single increase since national data collection began. More than 3/4 of these numbers are male. This government's own oversight body, the Domestic Family and Sexual Violence Commission, found a 35% increase in women killed by intimate partners in 23-24. 35% in a single year under this national plan, under this government's watch. The Australian Institute of Criminology's most recent homicide data records 46 intimate partner homicide victims, most of them women. In 2025, 28 women were killed by a current or former partner. This government declared gender-based violence a national emergency. Those are their words. For the community facing the most severe exposure, First Nations women in remote Australia, the Prime Minister stood in Alice Springs and announced $842.6 million, with women's safety explicitly cited. Documents produced in the Senate reveal that not $1 of that $842.6 million has been paid. When pressed, the government said funding would be made retrospectively. Tell that to the women and children who've been waiting for help. This is the pattern: announcement, architecture, silence. And in the meantime, another family is shattered. DV is not simply physical or psychological harm. It is the slow erosion of one's identity. It's a woman or a man who stops trusting their own judgment because they have been told day after day that they are wrong, that they're worthless, that they're unwanted. It's permanent vigilance, reading a room, reading a mood, calculating the safest response to an unpredictable threat. Children who grow up witnessing this are more likely to experience mental health difficulties. They struggle at school and enter violent relationships themselves. The cycle does not break itself. The deeper cost is harder to measure. It's the child carrying a nervous system shaped by chaos into a classroom, into friendships, into their own relationships one day. Deputy Speaker, the bruises may fade, the wounds may heal, but the research tells us that women who have lived inside violence carry it in their bodies and their minds for years, sometimes decades after they leave. Rebuilding a shattered family is years of painstaking, expensive work, and we ask chronically underfunded services to carry that weight. Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to send a shout out to Ashton Wood of DV Safe Phones from my electorate, who has donated thousands of phones to victims of domestic violence, thousands of phones that get distributed around the country at no cost to people, and he does a great job and he should be commended.
I thank the member and I call the member for Newcastle.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I rise to support this motion, and I really want to add to the words that the member for Menzies and congratulating the member for Bonner for bringing this motion before the House today. May is Domestic and Family Violence Prevention Month, and domestic violence is one of the most important issues confronting us as a nation. It has a huge impact on too many people and too many families. This is a national crisis. No one would say otherwise. And it demands exactly the kind of national, coordinated and long-term response that the Albanese Labor government has prioritised. The National Plan to End Violence Against Women and Children 2022 to 2032 is the national framework agreed by all governments to end violence against women and children in one generation. It recognises that this work must happen across the whole system: prevention, early intervention, response, recovery and healing. And this government is implementing that plan. We have invested more than any Commonwealth government in Australia's history to address violence against women and children, more than $4 billion across frontline services, prevention, housing, legal assistance, behaviour change programs, support for children and financial assistance for women escaping violence. We've legislated 10 days paid family and domestic violence leave, and we've made the leaving violence payment permanent, providing up to $5,000 in financial support alongside safety planning for women leaving violence. We're investing in emergency and transitional accommodation because women and children cannot leave violence if they have nowhere safe to go. And we are also strengthening frontline services, including through 500 worker initiatives and reforming systems that all too often have been weaponised by perpetrators, like the child support allowance. A critical part of this national work is Our Ways, Strong Ways, Our Voices, Australia's first dedicated national plan to ending family and domestic and sexual violence against Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander women and children. This plan has been driven by the lived experience, leadership and advocacy of First Nations women, children, families, communities and organisations. It is focused on what Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people have asked for: culturally safe, community-led, trauma-informed responses that support safety, healing and long-term change. It's backed by $218.3 million over 4 years, including support for Aboriginal community-controlled organisations to deliver specialist family, domestic and sexual violence services. In my own community of Newcastle, we know how important that these services are to meet women and children where they are. I was very pleased to support recent investments in innovative domestic, family and sexual violence health programs in my community, like the Supporting Outreach Healthcare Pilot and the Hope and Healing Project. The Supporting Outreach Health Care Pilot delivers multidisciplinary primary care clinics directly into refuge accommodation across Newcastle, Lake Macquarie and Maitland. The Hope and Healing Project, funded through the Medical Research Future Fund, will help identify and respond to one of the hidden impacts of domestic and family violence: traumatic brain injury. Local screening by a local service found that more than 80% of women, young people and children who've experienced potential head injury do not seek medical help. This is deeply concerning, and it shows why this work is so important. I also want to acknowledge another important local project, the Digital Trauma-Informed Tech-Facilitated Abuse Playbook. This web app is designed to strengthen the capability of frontline workers supporting victim survivors of domestic and family violence. It was developed through a partnership with the Hunter Domestic and Family Violence Consortium, Work Ventures and the Newcastle Permanent Charitable Foundation, and was launched at the Newcastle Museum just last week. The Hunter Domestic Family Violence Consortium is a unique collaboration of specialist domestic family violence and homeless non-government services in the Hunter, including Family Support Newcastle, Got Your Back Sister, Jenny's Place, Walganaga and Nova for Women and Children. This work before us is urgent. It is needed to be long-term, and it requires all of us, including governments that need to lead, but all of us need to change. All of us need to keep this front and centre of our lives. It is a national emergency that requires all of us to lean in urgently.
I thank the Deputy Speaker and I call a member for Wentworth.
Deputy Speaker, I rise to speak on this motion. I want to acknowledge the 21 women we have lost to intimate partner and family violence in just this year alone, according to Destroy the Joints Counting Dead Women project. I want to acknowledge the children who have been left behind, the families torn apart and the trauma which has touched far too many in our communities. This month is Domestic and Family Violence Prevention Month, an opportunity to be taking an honest look at whether we are doing enough to prevent future violence. The statistics tell us we are not. Our communities tell us we are not. I do not believe we are doing enough either. There is no question that this government has invested. There are plans, reviews, frameworks and funding. I acknowledge that. But rates of femicide and domestic and family violence have left Australians understandably questioning whether our investment is working and where it is actually going. And I understand why many are turning to the idea of a Royal Commission. But I want to be honest about what that means. As the National Alliance of Domestic and Family Violence Specialists have said plainly, there is no time to wait for another report. Our National Domestic, Family and Sexual Violence Commissioner, Michaela Cronin, agrees. We have thousands of recommendations already. We have already experienced delays. Frontline workers have told us what they need. The problem is not a lack of answers, but we are not joining the dots in action, in accountability or in funding. We know that right now we do not have a clear national picture of where our funding goes. We do not have consistent data frameworks that monitor deaths or near deaths of women. We do not have strong enough perpetrator accountability or national higher risk intervention systems. These are not new recommendations. Some have been agreed to, some half implemented, some not responded to or actioned at all. This is not good enough. The renewed Federation funding agreements in this sector commit to publishing state and territory plans on the DSS website, but there is no definition of what those plans must contain, no standardised expenditure categories, independent oversights, outcomes reporting requirements or consequences for non-compliance. And they are plans about future spending, not a retrospective account of where the money goes, what it has achieved, what works and what doesn't. Minter Ellison and Anne Rose, in the first national report examining the funding of the fight against domestic and family violence, found there is simply no source of information that monitors our funding despite our ambitious national targets. This has to change. That is why I'm calling for 4 things. First, a legislated national DFSV funding mapping framework embedded in all bilateral federal funding agreements. States and territories should be required to identify and report annually against standardised expenditure categories, publicly accessible, independently overseen, with outcomes reporting attached. If we want to know whether our investment is working, we need to know where the money goes and whether it makes the difference that it says it's going to do when it got the money in the first place. Secondly, a dedicated DFSV implementation unit within the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet to drive whole-of-government accountability and ensure commitments are actually delivered, not buried across portfolios. Third, to legislate the DFS Commission as a full statutory authority, as I've called for previously, with powers to compel agencies to provide data and information. And fourth, create and maintain a publicly accessible national register of all DFSV recommendations from royal commissions, parliamentary inquiries, independent reports and coronial findings, and every single year update it with a status. We've made all these reports, we've got all these recommendations, but we do not know if they're being implemented. We need to have one place to look to be able to hold governments of all levels to account against the implementation of reports that everybody say we need to act on. Finally, technology-facilitated abuse is primary prevention across the field. The Fix Our Feeds campaign, which allows people to opt out of harmful algorithms, is a first step and one I support. Deputy Speaker, the evidence is in front of us. The recommendations are on the table. What victim survivors and frontline workers need from this Parliament is not more reviews. It is action, coordinated, funded and accountable, and when it works, support it more, and when it doesn't, pull it back. We owe those people nothing less.
I thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Tagnon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. When I was a police officer, I came across many victim survivor families. Too often, we will get a call and rush to the family's home. Too often, we will arrest a perpetrator of domestic violence. And too often, the perpetrator would be someone us police officer has seen before, many times. During Domestic and Family Violence Prevention Month, I wish to add my voice to the voices in Tangney and across Australia, lending our support to victim survivors. There is zero tolerance for violence in our country. I wish to acknowledge the victim survivors who come to my office in Tangney to seek assistance with federal services and to share their personal experiences. These women have spoken about coercive control about their former partners, being able to track their every move, hack into their phones, and make them fear for their lives. Their stories are very moving and very scary. If by some chance they hear this speech, I want to let these women know that I am working hard to ensure that no one needs to live with family, domestic, and sexual violence. 1 in 4 women and 1 in 14 men have experienced intimate partner violence since the age of 15. This is totally unacceptable. I want to acknowledge the work that has been done in my electorate of Tangney by Zonta House, a specialist provider of family domestic violence services. Zonta House offer important refuge and support, transitional accommodation, as well as services for employment, pathway, justice, reintegration, awareness, and education. And I really commend the work of Zonta House does in Tangney and in the whole of Australia. Our government have invested more than any other government to improve the safety of women and children. With more than $4 billion across frontline services, preventative programs, behavior change, and programs for children across governments. This investment includes measures such as making the living violence payment permanent. This payment is $5,000 in financial help, as well as safety planning for women living violence. We have also launched Australia's first ever standalone plan to address family, domestic, and sexual violence for First Nation women and children. This is backed by $218 million in funding in this budget. Madam Speaker, we are investing $1.2 billion for emergency and transitional accommodation to ensure that women can reach safely. We have increased funding for family violence, legal services, and legislated 10 days paid domestic and family violence leave. This work also includes funding for intervention programs and for programs to support the recovery for children who have experienced violence. This work has supported 1,400 organizations and helping more than 440,000 people across Australia who have experienced family, domestic, and sexual violence. New child support reform announced in the budget will help prevent the weaponization of the child support system, protecting children and parents from financial abuse. There is more than $1.9 billion of unpaid child support in Australia. This government is investing $183 million in the budget to make our child support system safer and fairer, because child support should never be used as a tool for control or coercion. We need a system that is safer for parents and children. We know there are more to do. Too many people continue to live with family, domestic, and sexual violence every day. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I thank the member for his contribution. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Bradfield.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on this important motion in support of victims, survivors of domestic violence. It's heartbreaking and it's unacceptable that Australians, men, women and children, continue to suffer from domestic and sexual violence. And it's unacceptable that women, and it's happening predominantly to women and children, when women try to leave an abusive household, they struggle to find anywhere safe to go. It's unacceptable that people should feel like one of my constituents did when she wrote to me recently, explained how the financial stress and the housing insecurity that she faced after leaving a violent household made her feel like that she should never have left in the first place. The persistence of these problems burn through our communities and are a blight on our nation. Protecting the most vulnerable in our community must be a priority. Yet for too long, leaders have failed to treat this crisis with the urgency and the seriousness that it deserves. But where leadership has fallen short, community organisations are filling the gap. Bradfield's home to a number of services supporting people experiencing domestic and intimate partner violence, and they do incredible work. One of those is in St Leonard's. It's called Talamundi, or as we like to call it, Taldi, and Taldi has been supporting young people for decades. This year marks 50 years of operations. Children and young people can go to Taldi for help while facing some of the most difficult challenges any person can face. They support young people at risk of homelessness with crisis accommodation and finding a long-term home. They help young people who are in police custody or who are out on bail to navigate the justice system and meet their bail conditions by arranging transport and legal support. They operate a youth hub where people can get informal and formal support in a comfortable and non-threatening environment. And they run group education programs preparing young people for work and helping them learn practical skills to navigate their lives. The young people and their families who turn to Taldi for help are in crisis for many reasons, but for many of them, they are there because of family violence. 1/3 of Taldi's clients were victims of violence perpetrated by either a parent or a guardian. We know that family violence is a significant cause of children and young people's mental distress and is a major reason why children end up homeless. When children have nowhere to go, it's organisations like Taldi that step in to help them. And we need more Taldis. As is always the case, Taldi's at full stretch. Their housing service is at capacity 24/7, and Taldi was forced to turn away over 400 young people last year. It just shouldn't be this way. Organisations doing such important work should not be so under-resourced. They should be given everything that they need to continue their important work. But they're facing challenges because of siloed funding, the siloed funding approach that doesn't clearly account for the overlap between domestic violence and youth homelessness. The National Plan to End Violence Against Women and Children focuses on 4 main areas: prevention, early intervention, response, recovery and healing. And organisations as Taldi are essential to our ability to make progress towards 2 of these 4 areas: responding to support victim survivors and helping people heal. We will not be able to meet the National Plan's goals of ending violence against women and children in 1 generation without ensuring that frontline organisations are sufficiently resourced. As the government develops its second action plan towards ending violence against women and children, I urge it to provide greater support to community organisations like Taldi. They do the hardest work of all, and they should be supported to do so. Madam Chair, I thank the member for Bonner for her motion raising the awareness of this issue, and I echo her call to promote zero tolerance for violence in this country, and I commend this motion to the House.
I thank the member. The time allotted for this debate has expired, and I call the clerk.
Private members' notice number 7 relating to Inland Rail, standing in the name of the member for Parkes.
And I give the call to the member for Parkes.
Deputy Chair, I move the motion relating to the Inland Rail in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper. Deputy Speaker, for 10 years, families, businesses, organisations and councils have planned their lives and their future around a project called the Inland Rail. And I'll quote from the Inland Rail website. Inland Rail will enhance our national freight network and supply chain capabilities, connecting existing freight routes through rail, road, ports and supporting Australia's growth. The project was first proposed in 1998 as a nation-building initiative to take trucks off our roads and to build our freight capacity and to help the progress of regional towns along the route. About 10 years ago, the project became a certainty. Farms have been bought, businesses have been formed, industrial parks have been planned and created, dreams have been built around the Inland Rail. Instead, the 960-kilometre stretch from Parkes to Brisbane has now been axed, and thousands of people and businesses have been left in limbo. This, the Labor government tells us, is an economic decision. But, Speaker, in the scramble to find money, this Labor government is not only further limiting the sovereignty of our nation, it is devastating livelihoods, slashing employment and destroying generational businesses. and sticking the knife in the back of regional communities. This is not economics. This is metrocentric selfishness. Nick McClure, from a Narrabri-based business called Specialised Civil Services, tells me the announcement came as a massive shock to his community of Narrabri. This business has now gone from 85 full-time employees plus subcontractors to just 40 full-time staff after the announcement. Specialised Civil has invested more than $25 million in a quarry business, primarily to service the Inland Rail project. This is just one town. Jobs lost, millions of dollars lost, and not a word of support from this federal Albanese Labor government. Nick McClure has a message for this government, and I quote, "I would like the federal government to explain why regional communities don't get any attention. We are the backbone of this country. This is where the money comes from, not the city. We are the exporters, we do the farming, and we have the resources. It is frustrating." Deputy Speaker, no warning, no consultation, no consideration. The economic landscape has gone from one of promise and prosperity to uncertainty. And I've spoken to mayors, business owners, families, farmers. They are bewildered and they're angry. The Mayor of Parkes, Neil Westcott, says the announcement was like having his arm cut off. Dubbo Mayor Josh Black says the decision shows the raw deal regional Australians get. Narrabri Mayor Darryl Tiemann said it is a wasted opportunity to create a nation-building project. These councils and many more have worked with the federal government for decades to make this project a reality. Narromine Shire Council has supported the development of a materials distribution centre and a major industrial estate. In Moree, the Moree Special Activation Precinct, a major logistics and agribusiness hub specifically for the Inland Rail project, is now in doubt. On March 2 this year, the Inland Rail announced that every New South Wales section of the Inland Rail had been approved. Now, years of funding, years of planning, years of families and businesses going through the extended process of acquisitions is wasted. People like the Roberts family in Narromine, who have been advised that their land would be acquired, now are left without the ability to make any plans for their future. Years of new precincts, new businesses, new jobs, and years of hope, all wasted. Deputy Speaker, this is not only the economic cost, but there is a human cost as well. With this announcement of 200,000 trucks, they'll stay on the road annually, transit times will not be cut, freight costs will remain high, emissions will not be reduced, and last and apparently least in the eyes of this government, jobs, investment and economic growth will suffer in regional Australia. But what loss is this, Deputy Speaker, when a Labor government can rip money out of regions and give it to Melbourne, another $3.8 billion for the suburban rail loop?
The member's time has expired. Is this motion seconded?
Motion seconded, and I'll speak after the member for Blair. I look forward to his comments.
I thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Blair.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This motion gives me the opportunity to set the record straight on the Inland Rail and explain the reasoning behind the Albanese government's decision to cease construction of the project north of Parkes. The reality is Inland Rail became a case study in waste and mismanagement. It was bungled by the former coalition government from start to finish. One of the chief proponents of Inland Rail, and widely called the father of Inland Rail, Everett Compton, said recently this was, and I quote, probably the worst managed infrastructure project in the history of Australia. He acknowledged it was, and I quote, grossly mismanaged from the start politically and financially, and described it as a disgraceful exhibition of waste of money. Now here's a quick history lesson for the member for Parkes. In 2013, the former Labor government provisioned $1 billion for the planning for the Inland Rail, but it was never done after we lost government in 2013. Then in 2017, the coalition government announced a $9.3 billion plan, funded by debt, to build the Inland Rail without any planning or any idea about how it was going to get into the Port of Melbourne or into the Port of Brisbane. It was going to go to Acacia Ridge, for heaven's sakes. Kilometres, many kilometres from the Port of Brisbane. They had no idea about noise abatement and no idea about the impact on local communities. And under the former coalition government, by 2020, the cost estimate had risen to $16.4 billion, again funded from debt. Of course, when Labor came to office in 2022, the Australian Rail Track Corporation, or ARTC, told the Minister for Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development and Local Government that the project would need substantially more funding to finish it, but couldn't say how much. So the Albanese government commissioned respected infrastructure expert Dr Kerry Schott to review the project. And based on the ARTC's own figures, she found it was going to cost an additional $31.4 billion. But couldn't be sure because ARTC started construction without having done the proper planning and cost assurance for where it would start and finish, or where it would stop on the way, or what it would actually carry. So then we got ARTC and Inland Rail having accepted all of Dr Schott's recommendation to have another look at it. And they said very clearly that the cost had blown out to $45 billion. We have an independent actuarial assurance again, which confirmed the ARTC's estimate of a $45 billion cost blowout. Frankly, the former coalition government has a lot to answer for, especially the member for New England when he was the National Party leader and Deputy Prime Minister. Even that former National Party leader, the member for Maranoa, has admitted this. And that's why we made the sensible decision to get Inland Rail to Parkes by the end of 2027, as well as preserve the corridor north and protect sites for future intermodal terminals in Queensland. I can assure you this, that it wasn't a decision the government took lightly. We're not opposed to the concept of Inland Rail or freight rail, or indeed regional development in general. Just the opposite of what the coalition claims. But the reality is Inland Rail in its current form was simply unsustainable. There are more efficient and effective ways to support national freight tasks across regional Australia. I can tell you this is a very good outcome for my local community. Many residents in Blair and surrounding areas had serious concerns about the impact of Inland Rail. High impact, low value, I heard numerous times. These residents don't want a 1.8 kilometre long double-stacked freight train going every hour through their properties or near their properties on embankments without noise abatement, and that's precisely what they would have got. I met landholders along the proposed routes, including the Ivory's Rock Convention and Events Centre, which brings millions of dollars into Ipswich, at Peak Crossing, who raised concerns about the impact of noise and vibration from freight trains. The route was to go 500 metres from the centre. There were also concerns about the impact on local environment and wildlife, particularly around Perga Peak Crossing area where the government has funded koala conservation projects. The school at Grantchester in rural Ipswich was impacted, and the population of all the township in the rural community of Rosewood would have been impacted. Based on feedback from industry, we've committed a further $1.75 billion to improve productivity, resilience and reliability of Australia's freight rail network, alongside $55 million incentive to get more freight off our roads and rail and sea. And it's very interesting to hear National Party members being concerned about emissions, by the way, for the first time I've heard it in nearly 20 years. And this means we can get now, of course, Inland Rail to Parkes and finally get a return on our investment. We've committed $2.8 billion in our network investment program, and it's really critical that we do it.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Riverina.
I like the member for Blair, I do. And I visited his electorate when I was the Infrastructure Minister, and we looked at the Cunningham Highway. In fact, I funded the Cunningham Highway. If there is a project in this country deserving of infrastructure spending, then it doesn't matter the stripe or the colour or whatever political persuasion the government of the day is, it should be funded. And Labor needs to get on board with the Inland Rail project. It is such a good proposal. It is such a good project that Prime Minister Albanese actually took credit for it himself. And indeed, it has been on the drawing board since the 1890s. And it took a coalition government to fund it. It took a coalition government to start it. That was back in 2018, and it's taken a Labor government, surprise of all surprises, to stop it. because that's what this Labor government does. It has no vision, it has no concept about the importance of productivity, the importance of logistics, moreover, the importance of regional Australia. And this project, which started when the first lot of steel was dropped off at Peak Hill on January 15 in 2018, ought to be completed. Yet no, this government will stop this project at Parkes. And I appreciate that the Parkes to Narromine section, the first of 13 sections, has been completed. However, it's mainly Parkes where it will stop. That's where the logistics hub is. That's where the road bypass has been built by a coalition government. That's where such an important rail hub is going to be and already is. And yet you talk about the number of businesses affected in this space, and there's Austrac at Wagga Wagga, which was going to build the concrete sleepers for right up and down the line. There's so many businesses so reliant on this project going ahead that are now so disappointed in this federal Labor government. Less than 2% of new infrastructure pipeline projects announced in the budget are for the regions. What does Labor have against the regions? And this is such a good project. Yes, indeed. National Party people, as the member for Blair quite correctly pointed out, talking about emissions reduction. Well, it was going to take 200,000 trucks off our roads, off our crumbling regional roads that have been neglected by this Labor government, roads which have been neglected in this budget of broken promises. And you look at the infrastructure spend by this government, it's all metro-centric. This project was going to be such a game changer, having double-stacked freight between Brisbane and Melbourne for the first time, a concept dreamt up in the 19th century, which was already underway. And indeed, the member for Blair talked about cost rises. Yes, there were, because when I took it over, it was more or less a desktop analysis. But you know what? I took it too. 2 ministers out of 3 were Labor ministers, state ministers, Mark Bailey in Queensland and indeed Jacinta Allen, now the Premier in Victoria. They readily signed up to it, as did John Barilaro, who was the New South Wales Deputy Premier at the time. But they could see the value for their states. It's such a shame that Canberra could or cannot now. And indeed, we've got a Labor government in office. Well, no surprises there that Labor is against the regions, against infrastructure. I cannot understand why the member for Ballarat, the current infrastructure minister, isn't in there around the cabinet table, thumping her table and saying, I want more money for regional Australia. But she's not, and she should be. And this is one project that needs to go ahead. And I say to people, get out and sign the Rescue Our Rail petition, because I tell you what, we need to get on board and tell this Labor government that this project is one that needs to go ahead for the businesses, for the Indigenous workers, for the Australian people who've absolutely got behind it. We have to leave inland Australian rail. Leave inland Australian rail to be completed. And that concept, that acronym, shouldn't be lost on those Labor members opposite, because it spells LIAR.
I thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Spence.
Well, thank you, Speaker, and another fine contribution by the member for Riverina, if that's what you want to call it. For more than a decade, Australians were promised a nation-building freight rail project that would transform the movement of goods across our country. What they got instead was delay, confusion, ballooning costs, and a project that was fundamentally mismanaged from the very beginning. Because the fact of the matter is, the Inland Rail project was bungled by the former coalition government from start to finish. Those opposite announced routes before proper planning had even been completed. They commenced construction without certainty around where the line would terminate, where freight would move, or what the final cost to taxpayers would actually be. This was infrastructure by press release, not proper nation building. When the Coalition first announced Inland Rail in 2017, Australians were told the project would cost around $9.3 billion. By 2020, that figure had grown out to $16.4 billion. By the time we came to office in 2022, estimates had blown out beyond $31 billion. And even then, there was no genuine certainty around the final cost or delivery pathway. What we inherited was a project plagued by uncertainty and poor decision-making. And perhaps the most remarkable part of this debate is that even senior figures of the former government now openly admit it. Just 2.5 weeks ago on 2WEB Outback Radio, the former leader of the Nationals said this: "The cost blowout was because of a poor decision, and it was when we were in government. Barnaby Joyce was too weak to take on Malcolm Turnbull because of some local politics." Speaker, those are not our words. Those are the words of their own side. An extraordinary admission that politics was placed ahead of the sound of infrastructure planning, and in turn, the Australian people. That is why the Albanese government has taken the sensible and responsible approach to Inland Rail. When we came to office, we commissioned Dr Kerry Scott to undertake an independent review into the project. That review confirmed the extent of the problems we had inherited and highlighted the need for a more disciplined and sustainable approach. So we made the decision to reset the project and put it, like all sensible things related to rail, back on track. We have taken the practical decision to focus on delivering Inland Rail to Parkes by the end of 2027. We are preserving the corridor north of Parkes and protecting sites for future intermodal terminals in Queensland. Most importantly, we're ensuring future decisions are based on proper planning, proper consultation and proper value for taxpayers. Because governments have a duty to ensure taxpayer money is spent responsibly, particularly at a time when Australians expect discipline, value and accountability from every dollar invested. After years of neglect under the Coalition, this government is investing $2.8 billion into the productivity, resilience and reliability of Australia's freight rail network. That includes a further $1.75 billion to improve freight rail infrastructure, alongside a $55 million incentive scheme to get more freight moved by rail and sea. This builds on the Albanese government's existing $1.04 billion commitment to upgrade the Australian Rail Track Corporation network. These are real investments that will strengthen supply chains, improve reliability and move more freight off our roads and onto rail. Importantly, many within industry and regional Australia have welcomed this reset. Pacific National CEO Brett Green described the government's announcement as an important next step to program funding. Wes Judd, chair of the Millmerran Rail Group, thank you, member for Riverina, welcomed the decision, saying, "Choosing not to proceed is the correct decision. An unaffordable project should not come at the expense of taxpayers or thriving regional communities." And they are absolutely right, because infrastructure must deliver value for taxpayers. It must be economically sustainable and it must be built on rigorous planning, not political expediency. The former government failed that test. They failed regional communities and they failed Australian taxpayers. We also recognise that there are councils and landowners with concerns about corridor preservation and future uncertainty. Those concerns need to be addressed with proper respect and engagement. Regional Australians deserve transparency and honesty from government, not empty promises and shifting goalposts. This is exactly what this government is delivering. We're taking sensible decisions to realign the future of Inland Rail and build a safer, more efficient and more reliable freight network for the future.
Thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Broome.
Thank you very much, Speaker. It's always a pleasure to follow my friend, Member for Spence. I'm going to speak on this issue firstly as a member for Broome, and obviously probably the city that is most impacted by this decision of this Labor government is Toowoomba. The benefit that we could have reaped from this project was huge. But I'm also going to make, Speaker, a few comments as someone who's had the pleasure of delivering 3 major rail projects around the world and have seen the challenges involved in delivering those and make some reflections on this. One of the reasons I want to do that is to acknowledge the work of the member for Riverina and say, you know what, it's really easy. It's really easy to walk away from a challenge, Speaker. It's really easy to give up on a project. And the projects I have seen rail projects I've seen delivered around the world, and I think actually on the Edinburgh Light Rail. You want to see a project that had trouble? Google Edinburgh Light Rail. It shut down Edinburgh for 18 months. No one liked it. It was a dog's breakfast. It was a horrible thing. Blew out, time blew out. It is now the most used light rail in Europe and beloved by the city. Does a great job. They pushed through. They had incredible challenges, but they pushed through. And I want to thank Member for Riverina for his work stewarding the project. It's a difficult thing to do. And instead of running away, instead of giving up, instead of lying to the Australian people and saying they were going to deliver it and then walking out, he did the hard work of trying to get this thing to work. And I thank him for that. Speaker, this project started with a promise. It started with a promise of something that we've been looking forward to in Toowoomba for over 100 years. I've got a book on Littleton Groom's speeches in this place. And in the 1930s, 1932, he started talking about inland rail. And of course, the Second World War kind of took it off the infrastructure priority list at the time, and it fell away. But we saw the opportunity to connect the Darling Downs up with the southern states. And that was the driving force. That was the first idea behind it, was from men like Littleton Groom, who saw that opportunity and pursued it. And so we've been talking about this for a long, long time, Speaker. And when, I think about 2017, a member for Riverina may remember this better than me, but we started looking at exactly how we'd bring this into Toowoomba, how we'd get the most benefit for Toowoomba and for the entire Darling Downs and for Queensland to be able to have that southern link feeding down into the Port of Melbourne. And there was so much work that went into that. I mean, there was, we can talk about the Wagners out at Wellcamp, the preparations they took there, but I'm going to focus on the people at Interlink SQ. Now, this is a business who established a block of land for an intermodal hub, and it's right on the western line where the Queensland rail line runs east and west from Brisbane all the way to the far, far border. And there's a little nook in there where Inland Rail was going to come in, and they got that piece of land. And, Speaker, when we left office in May of 2022, we had a contract signed to begin works from the border to Gowrie, which was up to that little point at that node. We had that contract signed. Work was ready to go. And on the basis of that, Interlink SQ has invested $50 million of their own money, of private money, developing that land. You can go there today, Speaker, and you can see it's been levelled out. They've moved massive big drainage pipes that were through there. They've established road networks into it. It is perfectly laid out to be the intermodal hub that would have really driven a large part of Toowoomba's future economy. 31 times in that time, I have written to the Minister asking, is this going to be delivered and when? And every time, yes. Every time, yes, it will be delivered. I wrote 6 separate letters to the Prime Minister and to the Minister. Is this going to be delivered? Yes. And those letters gave confidence to my community. And that $50 million was invested. And that's just one, Speaker, company I'm talking about who made these investments on the back of promises from this government that have turned out to be absolutely worthless. And I am furious. I am furious because through all I've been here 5 years. I have sat at the door and on the kitchen table of everyone who's raised concerns about this project right along the line. I have spoken to them. I've made sure that they've been dealt with properly by ARTC in some cases where they weren't. I have raised every issue that I could with the government of the day and with ARTC to make sure that we got everything lined up as best we could. And every step of the way, up until a couple of weeks ago, this government promised, like the member for Blair said earlier, that they would fix this project. And we made those investments. Mr Albanese lied to us. He lied to our community. He's taken a huge chunk of our future away from us.
Order. I just warned the member to exercise caution in using the term liar. Could you withdraw that statement, please?
I withdraw.
Thank you. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Gordon.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I'm delighted to be here this evening contributing to this really important discussion about rail in this country. I'm honoured to be the Labor co-chair of the Parliamentary Friends of Rail group here at Parliament House, and I admit a true gunzel at heart growing up with both my parents working in the railways. And I'm truly delighted to be here following some of my Labor colleagues on this side of the House who are correcting some pretty frankly wild things that are being said about inland rail from the other side of the chamber. Inland rail is an important investment in our freight and rail industry, Speaker. It's about getting more trucks off the road and keeping our economy moving as we develop our infrastructure to meet the needs of the Australian community. And like any major infrastructure project, proper planning and responsible economic management are crucial to its success. But unfortunately, Deputy Speaker, proper planning and responsible economic management are not words that seem to be in the Coalition's vocabulary. The Inland Rail project was bungled by the previous Coalition government from the very start. It was costed on the back of a napkin, Deputy Speaker, uncosted, underfunded and underplanned. So let's start at the start, shall we, Deputy Speaker? When we came to government, we inherited the Inland Rail mess. The Australian Rail Track Corporation, who was building Inland Rail at the time, came to our Minister for Transport and Infrastructure and said this was going to need a lot more money. When the Minister asked them how much, the Libs had done so little planning, they couldn't even tell her. So we decided to do something the Libs and Nats never did. We rolled up our sleeves and we decided to get the job done, drawing up real costings and real planning. We commissioned an independent, wide-ranging review of the project, led by Kerry Schott. This weighed up the costs and the scope of the project. The outcome of this review was plain and it was simple. Where the Libs had left things, it was probably going to cost more than $31 billion. And that wasn't even for the full scope of the project. Further actuarial work said it would be about $45 billion, more than 3 times the cost it was originally touted for. We've also confirmed that this project could not be delivered until at least 2036. There was no way that money was set aside or planned for by the previous Coalition government. I don't think they could have fit those calculations on that napkin they were working on. Their failure to do any actual detailed planning works and their immature preliminary designs didn't solve any problems, and it certainly didn't build Inland Rail. But thanks to the work of our Labor government, the Inland Rail works north of Parkes will continue. We're focusing on the preservation of the rail corridor and protection of sites for future intermodal terminals in Queensland. And our decision not to proceed with the entirety of the project right now is the right decision. An unaffordable project, completely botched by those opposite, should not be coming at the expense of Aussie taxpayers or thriving regional communities. What we are committed to as the Albanese Labor government is investing heavily in passenger and freight rail across the country, like continuing to invest in resilience, reliability and productivity of the ARTC's existing rail freight network. Deputy Speaker, being from Melbourne's West, I know a thing or two about the burden freight can have on local roads and on the locals who share those roads with heavy freight trucks on their daily commutes. In my electorate of Gorton, we've got the Western Freeway, a major freight route with over 86,000 people on the road every single day. And it's why we're upgrading our Western Freeway between Melton and Caroline Springs with Labor's $1 billion investment. Our inland rail investments will mean that in communities similar to mine, with major freight routes, more freight will move on to rail, alleviating the burden on local roads. We're also prioritising the upgrades in the places it's most needed, because inland rail and proper planning for major infrastructure works need to go hand in hand. The Albanese Labor government gets that. We get that. I can't say the same for the Libs and the Nats over there. We're making the difficult but sensible decision for the progression of inland rail, with responsible economic planning without the cost blowouts. And for the communities across Australia, we'll get the job done. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Forrest.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. And it was only about 10 or so weeks ago I ascended to the dizzying heights of Shadow Assistant Minister for Infrastructure. So I am quite certain, listening to the contributions tonight, that the former Infrastructure Minister here, the member for Riverina, has forgotten more about infrastructure than I currently know. But in my glittering 10 weeks in this portfolio, the failures of this government, as it sets about ripping the guts out of infrastructure funding for regional Australia, have become abundantly clear. And we have a tale of two railways in Australia right now, Deputy Speaker, because this $45 billion productivity-boosting, nation-building project, spanning some 3 states and and boosting our freight capacity for the future is somehow unaffordable, but the $200 billion pipe dream that is the suburban rail loop servicing only suburban Melbourne is somehow worthy of $6 billion of federal money and counting. So let's just go through the numbers piece by piece, because the $6.15 billion cut from the Inland Rail project is not an isolated decision, as I said, but just one indication of this government's determination to rip the guts out of regional infrastructure spending. So not only have we seen $4.7 billion cut from infrastructure spending overall, and indeed in the other place right now, Senator McKenzie is forensically examining the department on exactly where those cuts have been made. But we've seen significant reductions in regional communications, the national water grid, pest and disease programs, drought and trade support, meaning that regional Australia is carrying some $11 billion in cuts. Meanwhile, there's still $18.2 billion for net zero fantasies, including more than $1 billion for the green hydrogen dream that even prominent mining billionaires who've thrown a lot of money into that have walked away from. And like I say, $6 billion for the suburban rail loop. One wonders when there are estimates of between $15 and $30 billion of public money already been siphoned off into organised crime in Victoria, whether that is a prudent use of Commonwealth taxpayer money. The juxtaposition against this project, which admittedly has had some challenges, but, as I say, spanning 3 states and dreamed of for a century now in Australia, is inexplicable. So, where we've got funding continuing to flow into the other states as their costs spiral out of control, but only in metropolitan areas, the failure of this government to stand up for regional Australia, as it claims to do, becomes clear. Victoria's North East Link was originally $15.6 billion. It's now blown out to $26 billion and counting, a 67% increase. And despite that, the Commonwealth has increased its own contribution by $5 billion. If they wanted to reach around in the bottom drawer and find money the way that this mob spend it, I'm sure this project could have been completed. But, as I say, there's no focus on productive freight infrastructure. Instead, there's billions upon billions upon billions for high-risk metropolitan projects riddled with organised crime and CFMEU-linked thuggery. Where are the economic returns and the productive assessments of these projects? Because it seems that the independent analysis of the suburban rail loop suggests that there is a net return of less than 50 cents in the dollar. Less than 50 cents in the dollar. So this is a government that promised to make infrastructure spend linked to productivity and take the politics out of it. Well, I think tonight we are seeing, again, don't listen to what Labor say, look at what Labor governments do. Their budget papers further show that they are ripping the guts out of Western Australia's Commonwealth infrastructure spend in some sort of underhanded way to offset the GST deal that they claim to stand behind. Because Western Australia's infrastructure spend has gone from $3.45 billion just in the 25-26 budget papers to $1.5. Where has the money gone, Minister and Treasurer? Because, again, it seems to me regional Australia and the powerhouse state that is WA is being made to pay for these suburban follies.
There being no further speakers, the debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made an order of the day for the next sitting, and I call the clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 8 for a motion in relation to energy security.
And I call the member for Leichhardt.
I move the motion relating to energy security in the terms of which it appears on the notice paper.
You have the call.
Thank you, Speaker. Right now, the world, it feels uncertain. Conflicts overseas, disruptions to global supply chains, and rising energy costs are affecting everyday Australians. And fuel security, which often was not thought about in my lifetime, is now front of mind for many people right across regional Queensland, and especially up my way with the vast distances of the far north. And that's why this government, the Albanese Labor government, is taking action to secure Australia's fuel for the long term. So for the record, here's what we're doing. We're buying more fuel. We're growing our national reserves of jet fuel and diesel to 50 days, so Australia is better prepared for any future shocks. We're going to refine more fuel at home. We're investing in domestic refining capacity and storage, so we're not as dependent on what can happen overseas. And we're keeping more fuel here. We're requiring gas companies to reserve 20% of their exports for Australia so that our energy needs come first. We've provided relief for consumers and industry, secured fuel supplies, taken national leadership. We halved the fuel excise for 3 months, including forgoing extra GST on fuel, so that people wouldn't feel that pinch at the bowser, to give them the confidence to get to the places they needed to go. We passed new laws to double penalties for petrol companies for price gouging, and we tasked the ACCC to ramp up fuel price monitoring and issue on-the-spot fines. We also stepped in to support industry by pausing road user charges for truckies for up to 3 months, deferred the next increase of the heavy vehicle road user charge, and given the Fair Work Commission powers to demand truckies are paid fairly when fuel prices spike. No matter what is happening in the world, the Labor government is focused on helping Australians here at home. Now, I'm sure throughout this debate, members from the other side will stand up shortly and talk about how maybe this isn't a win, tell us maybe how they think they could do better. Of course, it's in the name, opposition. But if we really want to get the facts, though, in this debate, let's talk about what the LNP and their partners in One Nation have done while they were in government. Instead of storing fuel here in Australia, the LNP charged the taxpayer to store it in Texas. Everything is bigger in Texas, but it's not particularly useful when there's an ocean between you and where you need to be. The LNP also love to say how they want more fuel refined here in Australia. But how did that go for them? In Sydney, the Kurnell refinery closed in October 2014. In Brisbane, the Bulwer Island refinery closed in 2015. In Melbourne, the Altona refinery stopped refining fuel in 2020. And in Perth, the Kawana oil refinery closed in 2021. That's 4 of the 6 refineries we had left in Australia that closed since 2014, and all under the watch of the LNP. 2 of them actually closed when the now leader of the LNP was Energy Minister, and while One Nation's leader in waiting, the member for New England, was the Deputy Prime Minister. At the time, the member for Hume said, the closure of the refinery will not negatively impact Australian fuel supplies. That has unfortunately turned out to be not the case. At some point, you've got to stop putting politics over policy. And we saw it before Easter, when everybody was up talking up the fuel crisis. That mattered. Those words mattered. That impacted the tourism industry in my part of the world. People didn't come. That hurt small businesses. Fear and division over something as important as fuel is not appropriate. So what we need to do is get the facts on the table. Let's talk about the specifics of this gas reservation policy. The government is introducing a domestic gas reservation so that LNG exporters supply a portion of their total production to the domestic market, equivalent to 20% of their exports. The domestic reservation scheme is expected to commence on the 1st of July 2027, and we need to understand that gas will continue to be needed as we transition to renewable energy, keeping the lights on and ensuring the security of our energy system. The gas reservation scheme applies to exporters. We are requiring them to reserve their production for the domestic market. It means Australian gas will work for Australians. It will deliver more supply and the lowest possible gas prices for users. It will boost sovereign capacity and strengthen our supply chains. We want a future made in Australia.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. I call the member for Coogan.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Order. Is there a seconder for this motion?
I second the motion and reserve my right to speak.
Thank you. Member for Coogan.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This motion commends the government's plan to secure Australia's energy sovereignty. From the 1st of July 2027, LNG exporters will be required to supply 20% of their export volumes to domestic customers. Western Australia has had a domestic reservation for decades. It's only time that we had the same on the East Coast. The member for Leichhardt has moved that Australia's gas reservation scheme will put strong downward pressure on domestic gas prices. But the fact is that this gas reservation scheme won't come into effect for over 13 months, and all export contracts signed before December 2025 are grandfathered, meaning that the reservation will only target spot and uncontracted volumes, which will limit how much gas can reasonably be and realistically be captured under it. It's not clear that 20% of a shrinking uncontracted pool will greatly move the needle on prices. The member also commends the government on its efforts to grow our fuel reserves. These are the same fuel reserves that, even after the additional measures taken by the government this year, will continue to fall well below the IEA's 90-day mandate. While the government looks to pat itself on the back on its energy security measures, just weeks ago it handed down a budget that once again let the gas industry off the hook. In the most recent budget, revenue from the petroleum resource rent tax is forecast to fall. Not rise, fall. Since MYEFO, receipts from the PRRT have been revised up $1.6 billion over 5 years, but overall the trajectory for the PRRT is down. In 2029-2030, even with inflation, Australia will collect less PRRT than we do now. At a time when global energy markets are in turmoil, when Australian families are being squeezed by rising energy bills and another RBA rate rise, the tax take from our natural resources is declining. In 2029 to 2030, students and graduates will pay more in HEX indexation than multinational corporations will pay in PRRT on our oil and gas. On a total HEX decade, by the end of this decade, of $60 billion. This is a national scandal. Deputy Speaker, in the middle of a global energy crisis, Australian gas companies are pocketing extraordinary windfall profits. Profits generated not by their ingenuity or their investment, but because of geopolitical instability and war elsewhere. I support measures that protect Australian households from gas price volatility. The idea of a domestic reservation scheme has genuine merit. But I speak for most Australians when I say that we remain disappointed with a government that has done nothing to claw back windfall profits currently flowing to foreign multinationals and to overseas investors. We're not satisfied with a government that refuses to fix the fundamental architecture of how we tax our oil and gas exports. We're not satisfied with a government that has let tens of billions of dollars go to multinationals for our finite resources while failing to adequately support the students, the renters, the young couples, the unhoused, the unemployed and older Australians. The ATO itself has labelled the oil and gas sector systemic non-payers of tax. Back in 2016, Treasury warned that companies could defer their PRRT liability indefinitely. But here we are, a decade later, with a budget that shows the PRRT revenue declining and a government that refuses to act. We could generate tens of billions of dollars in tax revenue if we took a fair share of our natural resources. A fair share levy could generate up to $13 billion a year. A 25% tax on gas, $17 billion a year. Deputy Speaker, 87% of Australians believe that they deserve a better return from the sale of our gas exports. Only 3% disagree. A government which is serious about energy sovereignty would have used this budget to reform the tax settings on our national resources. It did not do that. Australians deserve better. They deserve a parliament with the courage to actually make our collective wealth work for all Australians, not just for Santos, for Shell and for INPEX.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. I give the call to the member for Adelaide.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And Deputy Speaker, I rise to support this motion because for too long Australians have watched as gas extracted from our very own soil, our own national asset, has been sold overseas while households and businesses here at home struggle with the rising cost of energy. And this private member's bill is supportive of the 20% reserved for Australian use. Now, you can argue, as we heard the member for Kooyong, that we have perhaps could go a bit further. And I tend to agree that a 25% export tax would have been a good thing. And I know that I've written to the government and to the minister, and will continue to talk to my side of politics because for too long Australia has missed out. Deputy Speaker, Australians expect one simple thing, that the resources of this country work for the economy. And that's why we're setting aside this at least 20% of Australian gas for domestic use. And it's not just good policy, it's common sense. It protects households, it strengthens Australian industry, and it builds resilience in the face of global instability. Because when international markets shift, when conflict disrupts supply chains, and when prices spike beyond reason, Australians should not be left exposed. We are a resource-rich nation, and we should take advantage of it. We should never be a nation struggling to access or afford our own energy. So domestic gas reservation is about fairness, it's about security, and it's about taking control of our energy future in moments like this. And Deputy Speaker, it's leadership like this that matters. The priority must always be clear: keep fuel flowing, keep costs down, and keep Australians moving. Fuel excise was halved for a period, easing pressure on the bowser and giving households much-needed breathing room. Measures were put in place to ensure Australians were not paying inflated taxes on already rising prices, and importantly, strong action was taken to address unfair practices. Penalties for price gouging were increased, and the ACCC was tasked to ramp up fuel price monitoring and issue on-the-spot fines. Deputy Speaker, because Australia understands price pressures, but they do not accept being taken advantage of. And for far too long in this nation, the industries have enjoyed incredible profits, pocketing incredible windfalls and profits in this area, and rightly so, for their shareholders, for the investments they make, etc. But we also have to look after Australia. We also have to look after the families who are doing it tough. And I think this particular measure goes a long way in securing our energy needs. And in fact, I would have gone that step further, as we've heard others say in this place, from the government side and from opposition members, that even though we commend the steps taken, it would have been great to go that step further, and 25% tax on gas exports alongside that strong 20% domestic gas reservation will place real downward pressure on domestic prices and ensure that Australian gas works for Australian households and businesses. Now, we've heard, and we've seen foreign multinationals making extraordinary profits whilst we miss out. And that's not right. Tens of billions of dollars could be raised for Australia, paying for our hospitals, our roads, our infrastructure, and home care for our elderly, education, a whole range of other things. Far too long we've missed out. This is a great step, the first step to secure 20% for domestic use, but I would have gone that step further to ensure that some of these companies are taxed 25% tax on gas exports. When prices spike and go through the roof, they're making extraordinary profits. That money could raise billions and billions of dollars for Australia. Deputy Speaker, a strong Australia is one that uses its own resources to protect its people and ensure that no one is left behind when the world becomes uncertain, as we're seeing now, where we're seeing the Hormuz Strait being blocked and oil shipments delayed, not being able to come through. So this is a good measure to put aside gas in reserve for Australian use, for domestic use for Australia.
Thank you. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for McPherson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, this is yet another self-congratulating motion moved by the government. in relation to domestic fuel and gas supply, and in particular the gas reservation scheme that they've got for the East Coast, which, might I say, we've been asking for time and time again on this side of the House. And so, I'm pleased that they've finally come to the table in part. But, Deputy Speaker, this is in relation to leadership, because we've seen at a time, and I'm speaking in relation to the fuel reserves. Labor came into government soon after COVID. The coalition had to make the tough decisions during COVID, and then COVID was nearing the end and Labor came into office. And you'd think that any reasonable government would have, in the days post-COVID, done a total reassessment to identify the areas of national vulnerability. But what has instead occurred is that it's taken a crisis for this government to wake up, and it's taken the situation in the Middle East for them to come to a position in relation to our fuel reserves. But, Deputy Speaker, I'd say this. Over the last 4 years of this government, the Prime Minister and the Defence Minister have time and time again said that Australia finds itself in the most complex and threatening strategic circumstances since the end of the Second World War. But we haven't seen the appropriate action to match those words. We haven't seen that. And everybody on this side of the chamber understands that petrol, diesel, coal and gas, they all power the Australian economy. And fuel security is national security. Now, the Coalition announced our gas reservation plan many months ago, and Labor rejected it at the time. But in traditional Labor fashion, they're always last to lead in a crisis, and we have seen that being the case now. But there are still, Deputy Speaker, some parts of this Labor's policy that are half-baked or that we still don't have the details for. We're not sure about whether the 20% obligation applies to total LNG exports, to uncontracted gas, to prospective contracts, or to some combination of each. The government hasn't explained how existing contracts will be protected while still enforcing a new domestic supply obligation from exporters. And there hasn't been the detail clearly articulated in relation to the implementation, to consultation with Queensland or the East Coast market strategy either. And there are further questions in relation to how the scheme will increase supply, support new investment, or avoid pushing smaller Australian gas companies out of the market. Now, critical to all of this, Deputy Speaker, is the fact that Labor doesn't truly back more Australian fuel and gas for Australians. And if it did, it wouldn't stop with this policy. If the Labor Party genuinely backed in Australian gas and Australian fuel for Australians, they would actually be speeding up projects, not shutting them down, not shutting them out of faster approvals under their new environmental protection regime. And so it's one thing for the Labor Party to come out here and congratulate themselves, pat themselves on the back in relation to appropriating the Coalition's policy for the East Coast reservation scheme, but it's another when they're not prepared to match that with a genuine support of the Australian gas industry. And serious fuel security means securing the whole supply chain, and that's from Australian resources in the ground to fuel reserves in storage. So if we are going to actually put our money where our mouth is, and if this government is going to do that in relation to securing decent energy supplies for this country and decent fuel supplies, then the government needs to start getting serious in relation to supporting the Australian gas extraction, to supporting the fast-tracking of approvals as is required, and also providing the details that still remain unclear for their gas policy. Now, the Coalition has an end-to-end plan for more fuel, more storage and more security. We've spoken about doubling minimum reserves of petrol, diesel and jet fuel. We've spoken about investing $800 million to unlock more than 1 billion litres of new fuel storage capability. Those are just some of the long-term generational policies that we have put forward. But I say to this government, fuel security is national security and they need to get serious.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Deakin.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The member for McPherson was talking about coalition policy when it came to energy security, and I recall that from 2013, AEMO was warning us of a gas shortfall coming, and what was done? Well, a whole lot of nothing. We've known this is coming for a long time, and the steps necessary to ensure the sovereignty of our supply were not taken. We've got three distinct issues raised in this debate. Firstly is liquid fuels, the very urgent issue we confront in the face of the Middle East crisis, and particularly the blockade of the Strait of Hormuz. We've also then got related electrification and the importance of making sure that we can minimise our dependency on an increasingly unstable supply of liquid fuels. And then thirdly, the important work being done in relation to the gas reservation scheme, and I'll try to deal with each of them in turn with as much order as I possibly can. So in relation to the liquid fuels, obviously we found ourselves confronted, as the world did, with a sudden shortage of liquid fuels. We'd become, over many years, dependent on liquid fuels from overseas because Australia, as a country, very used to having an abundance of everything we need. There is a notable exception when it comes to liquid fuels in Australia. We have some in the ground, but even if you were to uneconomically dig everything we have and sift all the oil through every bit of sand, we would not have a forever supply of oil. So we've been importing it for a long time, and regrettably, our storage and refining of it has diminished over a period of decades. So we've found ourselves in a difficult situation, but we have seen leadership of this government get to work quickly. We've managed to secure more supply in the here and now during this crisis than we had beforehand. We've leveraged our reciprocal relationships with partners overseas and ensured that we've had a continuity of supply. We've made legislative amendments to ensure that we can pull every lever available to us as a country to ensure that those who need the fuel have it. And that's important for farmers, it's important for industry, it's important for tradies, it's important for mums and dads and everyone who depends on vehicles or machinery in their work. So that has been incredibly important work. And then we have to think long term. We need to learn the lessons from this. So storing more, refining more, and ensuring that we don't continue making the same mistakes we've made in decades past. And I really don't want to be too partisan about this because this is too important. This is about our sovereignty in terms of our energy, and we all know that energy is going to be essential for our future prosperity. So we know that there are shortcomings in this country's approach over a period of decades, and we need to get to work and do things about it. And that is exactly what this government is doing, and I applaud that. In relation to electrification, while this does seem to be a bit more of a contentious political issue, minimising our dependency on energy that we do not have an abundance of is good sense. Where we can electrify things in a practicable way that is economically efficient, we should do so. So there is diesel there for the farmers and there for industry where it's needed, and that households can still, if they're happy with it, to have an electric car and it works for them, that's wonderful. So it is ensuring that we are electrifying what we can practically do so, that we have an energy supply with renewables backed with gas and storage to ensure that we can facilitate that in an effective and efficient way. And we've been working in that direction for a long time. Sometimes when we say the word renewables, people get a little bit crazy, but it is part of a bigger plan to ensure that we have that access to sovereign energy. On gas reservation, this is an important step for the country. As I said, we've been talking about predictable shortfalls of gas on our east coast, which seems absolutely crazy. Given that we're one of the world's biggest exporters of gas, how can we in Australia be talking about gas shortages? It's absolutely ludicrous. And so it's important that we finally see real action being taken to ensure that Australians, as a leading exporter of gas, don't have to worry about a shortage of gas. That is just good common sense. So we haven't got the final details of the policy yet because we actually do detailed policy work, engage with relevant stakeholders, design a policy, predict shortcomings, see if we can address them in the design of the policy, and then implement something that will actually work in the long term. And I have no shame in saying that that is the approach we're taking, and that is an approach I would recommend in all areas of public policy. But thinking ahead, thinking about the lessons we've taken from this period and ensuring that we're implementing those lessons and not forgetting them, because often when we see troubles, they always say, keep calm because there's another disaster around the corner, and there no doubt will be, and we won't have predicted it yet. But we do know that these are the lessons we need to learn, and we need to get onto this job fast. So I'm incredibly proud of the important steps being taken by the government. I think we should all be encouraging that. I also think we have to be forward-looking in what our energy mix looks like in the future to make sure that we maximise our national resilience, to ensure that we don't fall into the troubles we've had again. I've had people with tears in my office worried about the future of their businesses if this Strait of Hormuz crisis was to continue and fuel prices were to continue to go up. This is life or death for a lot of businesses in sectors around the country, and we owe it to Australians to do everything we can to ensure energy security for our country going forward. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Riverina.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Energy is the economy. The economy is energy. We as a nation, should have the cheapest energy in the world because we sit on so many of the energy requirements that other countries would be just so envious of. And yet we have this propensity in this nation to spurn anybody who wants to drill, anybody who wants to explore, anybody who wants to, dare I say, mine our resources. And for too long, this government has done just that. Now, I took great heart driving around last week when I saw, just near the turn-off from the Hume Freeway, a tanker going onto a farm near the Burrachuck Dam and turn-off. And I thought, good, there is a diesel tanker going to a farmer who is just about to sow their crop. And 2 Saturdays ago, I saw a tanker going into Batlow. Now, at the start of the Strait of Hormuz, war in Iran, fuel crisis, that is worldwide, and I will admit that. Batlow ran out of fuel. It ran out of fuel. And that apple growing community, the orchardists, had no diesel. Indeed, the whole community ground down to a halt. When you have a country town that has no fuel, you have people there who then can't access vehicles to be able to go and attend to their health needs. It does create quite a crisis. It is a matter of life and death, literally. And we have on this motion the government patting itself on the back for its energy sovereignty, growing their fuel reserves. The biggest issue some weeks ago, and it's still an issue today in regional Australia, it's the supply, it's the distribution, it's the logistics of getting diesel to our country towns, and it's also the affordability. Now, I appreciate that the government has done something in relation to the costings. I appreciate that the government has done something in relation to the distribution, but it was nowhere near enough when the crisis was at its peak, and the crisis has not been averted. The appointment on 19 March of Anthea Harris as the Fuel Supply Task Force Coordinator was welcomed by some, but it took the Minister Bowen's job away from him, and he should have been doing that job that Ms Harris was appointed to do. Not only that, she's also doing reviews into the Water Act. Now, if that's not a busy enough task, then it wasn't probably her right and responsibility to be doing Minister Bowen's job as well. But we have the situation here where Labor's also applauding itself for its gas exports domestic reservation scheme. I note Senator Pocock on Insiders yesterday when quizzed by David Spears from the ABC as to the detail around his policy. That's still to be worked out. It's always the same with these independents, with all due respect to the members sitting behind me, but they are never around the cabinet table when the hard work has to happen. They are never there when the grunt really must be made to get policy to legislation and then through the House. And, you know, we've seen the rise at the moment of One Nation again, another party that thinks it has all the answers, but when it really comes to the crunch, it's hard work. It's hard work being a minister. It truly is. It's hard work being a government. This government has failed on the energy front. It has. You don't have to drive far from here to see signs all over the Upper Lachlan Shire saying no more industrial wind factories. Yass Valley people are distraught about the fact that their beautiful, serene, picturesque farmland, arable farmland, prime agricultural land is being taken up, or potentially will be, by more wind towers. And what's this government doing? It's just pushing ahead with another $18 billion on its net zero fantasy, its net zero folly, its net zero pipe dream that is only hurting regional Australians. And I say again, energy is the economy, and the government is failing on that front because it's not providing the cheap energy that our manufacturers and farmers need, want, expect and deserve.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Sturt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. So what are we talking about when we talk about energy sovereignty? It means the capacity of a territory to meet its energy needs in an autonomous and sustainable way, to guarantee its independence, to have direct control over its energy resources, production and infrastructure. It could mean guaranteeing security of the energy supply in a particular territory. It could mean encouraging the development of renewable energy to reduce imports of fossil fuels. It could mean investing in the adaptation or construction of infrastructure to strengthen energy resilience. Or it could mean developing meaningful and long-lasting relationships with allies and partners in our region to achieve gains of trade. Or it could mean a combination of these things. We have seen gains of trade in action recently through the Albanese Labor government's broad approach to improving energy sovereignty in this country. This approach includes drawing on our relationships with Singapore, Brunei and Malaysia to secure new agreements for the supply of fuel and fertiliser. Our mutually beneficial relationship with Indonesia was also recently illustrated through the securing of 3 shipments of additional fertiliser, or 90,000 tonnes, and 250,000 additional tonnes of urea. In securing these resources, the government was able to emphasise that energy security is a dual carriageway, with our gas playing a critical role in this gain of trade approach. Achieving energy sovereignty, however, should not be automatically conflated with calls to drill, with calls to explore. Now, sure, a call to explore is worth exploring in itself, and there are many factors that determine whether exploration should proceed, including environmental factors, economic factors, and how prospective the area earmarked for exploration is. But there should be no confusion. Gas exploration and drilling does not automatically mean the energy sovereignty problem is solved. Claims to this effect are oversimplified, ignore the complexities and level of investment involved in exploration, and also risk detracting from other things that can be done and are being done to improve energy sovereignty, such as the government's recent release of 20% of Australia's fuel reserves, changed petrol and diesel standards to increase the flow of fuel, especially to regional Australia, and the simplification of the process for Australia's refineries to access government support. A basket of measures to improve energy sovereignty was also a feature of the recent federal government budget, which committed $11.9 billion through the previously existing National Fuel Security Plan, with the aim of securing Australia's near-term fuel and fertiliser security. So within this was the establishment of a fuel and fertiliser security facility, a $7.5 billion investment, which is intended to increase the domestic supply and storage of fuel and fertiliser by providing financial support, including loans, equity, guarantees, insurance and price support. Secondly, $3.2 billion was committed for the establishment of an Australian Fuel Security Reserve. As part of this initiative, approximately 1 billion litres of fuel will be reserved to increase long-term diesel and aviation fuel supply and storage, and the minimum stock holding obligation will increase Australia's critical fuel reserves to 50 days. The focus of this is to address potential regional lack of stock and supply constraints for essential users in anticipation of future potential supply disruption. Separately, the budget also committed just over $35 million to be spent over 4 years from 2026 to 2027 for the establishment of a domestic gas reservation mechanism, which aims to ensure a secure and affordable domestic gas supply through the wholesale market from 1 July 2027. These funds will be spent over 4 years to not only develop and implement the domestic gas reservation mechanism, but to conduct gas market analysis, policy development to promote market reliability and energy security, to modernise offshore resources regulation, to support gas investment and to mitigate supply shortfalls. The Labor government's domestic gas reservation scheme is a landmark Labor reform designed to deliver more supply and the lowest possible prices for gas users. Energy sovereignty, Deputy Speaker, is not one size fits all, As this government has demonstrated, it requires a broad approach that is more considered than simple populist calls to drill at all costs.
Thank you. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Monash.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'm very pleased to have the opportunity to address this motion because I'm proud to represent a region that grows, makes and manufactures things the rest of Victoria and indeed Australia look to. Energy is an essential component of everything that we produce in the Monash electorate and the broader Gippsland region, and that ranges from 23% of our national milk output coming from the Gippsland region to 26% of Victoria's beef production. And that clean, green horticultural produce, the manufactured goods, the meats, the proteins that come from our region all rely on sustainable, secure energy supply. And those answers lie above and below the ground in many regions across Australia. And in my region, I don't have the power stations. My colleague, the member for Gippsland, by a few kilometres, has the power stations and the infrastructure, but I'm very proud to represent the people that work in those power stations, those once 4, now 3 Latrobe Valley power stations. And when we're addressing the issue of sovereign capability and when we're addressing the associated issues of being able to keep our lights on and our businesses running, those power stations have an important role to play. In just the next 2 years, by 2028, the Yallourn Power Station is scheduled for closure. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, that power station represents about 22% of Victoria's baseload electricity, and I don't know where that replacement capacity is going to come from. The Victorian Labor government don't have a clear, coherent plan for where that electricity, that cheap, abundant electricity that set Victoria up as a manufacturing state, is going to be replaced. There are hundreds of jobs and indeed a broader ecosystem of small and family businesses that rely on that quantum of heavy industry as they do in many regions. And with due respect to everybody that I think comes to this place with good intentions, I have to say I wish that a number of the Teal representatives in this place that stand up with vigour and zeal on behalf of tech billionaires would apply the same vigour and zeal to standing up for regional communities and regional jobs as there are in my area. Gas is an essential part of feedstock as well as electricity in regions like mine. And I'll give a shout out to Radford's Meats. They've been operating in West Gippsland in Warrigal for 80 years. Robbie Radford's the managing director there. The family-run business was started by his father. And they need gas. They need gas for their refrigerators. They need gas for their boilers. If I go across to South Gippsland, where we have a number of dairy processors, they need gas as an essential part of what they do. And I think when we address sovereign capability, energy is a very big part of what we're talking about here, but it also flows through to really essential products like fertiliser. We've got the largest single deposit of brown coal in the southern hemisphere in the Latrobe Valley. Now, not all of that will continue to generate electricity. There's some terrific prospects for coal to fertiliser, coal to diesel. And I've got to say that the reckless disregard by the Victorian state government when it comes to jobs and economic security presented by some of those projects has been reprehensible. There was a project a few years ago now that the proponents spent 6 years on and millions of dollars and got nowhere thanks to Lily D'Ambrosio, the Victorian Energy Minister. They took that project across to New Zealand and got done in 6 months what they couldn't get done in Victoria in 6 years. Now, fertiliser is when you're talking about sovereign capability, that's essential for farmers. Fuel is essential for farmers. I've had too many conversations over the last few months with farmers at financial and emotional breaking point
because these issues have not been dealt with satisfactorily, and that is why I will stand up on behalf of local farming families. I will stand up on behalf of manufacturing businesses in my electorate, and I will stand up and pay my respect to the power station workers in the Latrobe Valley who have kept our lights on and kept our businesses running, and far too often failed to get the respect, recognition and regard that their efforts deserve.
There being no further speakers, the debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. I call the member for Whitlam.
I move that the Federation Chamber do now adjourn.
Member for McKellar.
I second the motion.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. All those of the opinion say aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The Federation Chamber stands adjourned until 12:30 p.m. on Tuesday, the 26th of May 2026.
I don't need to.